1 to 10. Chapter 1, Men in Movies. Have you been with a man before? Nightfall arrived. Soo King-won, who was on a business trip and had a few drinks, should have fallen asleep. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, his friend Fujiijia's words began to play on repeat in his mind like a 360-degree surround sound. That taste, how can I describe it with just one word? Refreshing. You should hurry up and seduce the handsome guy to taste it while you're young. If you can't find one, try doing it yourself, don't be shy. Sister has all kinds of films to help you open the door to a new world. What did you reply to her at that time? Can't remember. Soo King-won lay on the hotel bed, her intoxication causing a delicate blush to spread across her face. Her thick, alveoli-like hair cascaded and spread out. In a month, I will be 26, already an adult woman, but I have never had boyfriend. My first kiss is still waiting, let alone that kind of thing. In fact, Fujiijia has mentioned it more than once, even dirty jokes are on her lips every day. But today, unexpectedly aroused the desire in her body, fueled by alcohol making her unable to sleep. Soo King-won turned over, still feeling like something was about to burst out, so he simply sat upright. Unconsciously licking her slightly dry lips, she casually picked up her phone. Because she had taken off her contact lenses and had a few drinks, the screen wasn't very clear. Seeing that the first letter of the WeChat nickname was F, she clicked on it. Send me a few videos I want to watch. The other party replied quickly, then sent a question mark. Soo King-won raised her eyebrows in a frown, joking with a touch of drunkenness that was a bit bold. Stop pretending you don't understand. Choose between a man and a film. Bring one to me, I'll be in room 1501 tilde. Finally, she added a red lips emoji. When the message was sent, Soo King-won waited for a long time without receiving a reply. Just as he was about to sit up and get out of bed to have a drink of water, the doorbell rang. She didn't think much and walked over. After all, Fujiijia couldn't really send a man over in the middle of the night. Upon the gates opening, Soo King-won's whine suddenly awakened halfway. Fu. Mr. Fu? He seemed to have just finished bathing, with his wet short hair dripping water, draped in a dark silk robe. The loose belt revealing a few dark ink numbers imprinted on the concave collarbone. Moving down again, faintly revealing a few abdominal muscles winding and extending, disappearing at the mermaid line. Because of his excessively tall and slender body, almost blocking the doorway, his deep and handsome face half sunken in darkness, his eyes no longer cold and distant as before, resembling a long-hidden beast, glaring intensely at his prey. You were looking for me, She didn't finish speaking when she felt the back of her head being firmly held by a pair of big hands, and then all the remaining voice was taken away. Soo King-won also tasted the wine in his mouth, different from his own, but blended together. After a dizzying moment of spinning, she found herself pressed on the bed, the hint of ink mixing with the white nightgown creating an endless sense of imagination visually, also making the room filled with a sense of romance. Fu Yanxi was obviously very drunk, otherwise how could the president of the prestigious Prosperity Foundation end up in his assistant's room? After struggling subconsciously for a moment, Soo King-won suddenly stopped and thought to himself, his first time could actually be considered not a loss, as he was with such a handsome, wealthy, powerful man like him. He also doesn't remember who he is, just like he doesn't remember that he was once his middle school classmate, or even was his desk mate for nearly a year. Just one night of due, my own immediate boss at the company doesn't even have a chance to meet him, let alone my own position, ranking so low that if I say I slept with Fu Yanxi the next day, no one would believe it. After considering for a few seconds, she mustered up the courage and raised her hand to hook it around his neck, basking in the moonlight streaming in through the window. Chapter 2 is Fu Yanxi's WeChat. In the early morning, Soo King-won woke up, with the man next to her still asleep. His strong arms could fully embrace her and his steady breath tickled her neck. The numbness and pain between my legs struck, fading away as the slight drunkenness dissipated and rationality returned along with it. What did she do? The CEO actually fell asleep. Soo King-won's breath suddenly stopped. He quickly and cautiously removed himself from her embrace, then hurriedly got out of bed, put on his clothes, gathered his luggage, and fled as if escaping for his life, rushing from room 1501 to the hotel front desk to book another room. When she tried to pay with her phone, she suddenly realized that the piece she had was not the one Fujiijia had asked for. That is clearly Fu Yanxi's WeChat. A few years ago, at a middle school classmates gathering, The class monitor created a WeChat group and asked everyone to add each other as friends. Su Qingwen still remembers clearly that it was Fu Yanxi who took the initiative to add him, but after Xu accepted, Fu never said a word, and Xu only changed his name in the contacts. The result caused such a fuss. She sat in the newly opened room for a while, then took out her phone to leave the middle school class group, changed her WeChat name from Qingwen to Lily, and replaced her profile picture with a photo of a girl she found online. In that case, he won't even know who he is. Deleting WeChat seems too deliberate. Anyway, room 1501 is booked by the company, so there's nothing to find even if you investigate. After a meal, she finally pulled the covers up and fell asleep. The next morning, the alarm clock rang early, and today Su Qingwen had to go with the manager to Han Yang Company to discuss the issue of additional funding. This convertible bond project now plans to fall below the stop-loss line, and the other party demands additional capital injection, otherwise the securities assets will be liquidated. The situation is urgent. So their investment department had the privilege of accompanying the CEO to Woolen City for a business trip on a private jet. After washing up, she hurriedly took the files and rushed to the hotel lobby to meet up. Soon enough, Fu Jiajia also came down, muttering under her breath. Manager Chen insisted that Prosperity was not a supplementary warehouse at the time, but when I checked the contract at the trust company, his name was clearly written on the copy. All right, Manager Chen is coming soon, don't let him hear us. Su Qingwen pulled Fu Jiajia to stand on the side. Before they could speak, they saw a tall figure being escorted out by a crowd at the elevator. It's Fu Yanxi. He has already changed out of the bathrobe he wore last night, now wearing a well-tailored black suit. His thick eyebrows are slightly furrowed, his thin lips pressed tightly together, as if he is listening to the report being given by his secretary nearby, not even sparing a glance in this direction. Fu Yanxi's indifference is well known in the business world, his deep handsome face always tense and sharp, noble and arrogant, speaking little. That oppressive air can make the surrounding temperature drop sharply. Su Qingwen tried to recall, unable to overlap himself with the gentle kisser from last night who wiped away her tears. It seems she was hallucinating. Mr. Fu is so handsome. If I could sleep with him for one night, it would be worth dying for. Fu Jiajia didn't notice Su Qingwen's stiffness as she continued talking to herself. You see, both with the surname Fu, but the difference in appearance is so huge. Hey, Qingwen. What are you daydreaming about? After being touched on the arm by her, Su Qingwen came to her senses and stepped back, wanting to avoid Fu Yanxi. Just as they were about to reach the door, he suddenly stopped with the company secretary and shareholders, not far from the two of them. He only saw him lower his eyes and then quietly instruct his secretary, go and check who stayed in room 1501 last night. After hearing those numbers, Su Qingwen instantly felt like his legs were filled with lead and couldn't move at all. My mind buzzed for a moment, only able to hear Fu Jiajia's excited and vibrant interjection beside me. 1501? Mr. Fu, last night was Su Qingwen staying in 1501. Chapter 3, Isn't Su Qingwen an assistant? Fu Jiajia is a loud person, suddenly shouting out and attracting the attention of those people, including Fu Yanxi. Fortunately, he only glanced over and then quickly averted his gaze without saying anything before striding away from the hotel. After everyone had left, Fu Jiajia approached with a gossiping look on her face. What is Mr. Fu asking about this for? She was completely baffled by this array, thinking that some explosive news was about to happen, but it turned out to be nothing more than this. Su Qingwen seemed to have been granted a reprieve as he breathed a sigh of relief. With a dry throat he spoke. My room has a great view, maybe he wants to switch. Only like this. That is the CEO. Fu Jiajia pursed her lips and also felt that the two of them really have no relationship at this level, the gap is too big. You say a handsome guy like Mr. Fu. Will he be as passionate as fire in bed? With his height, I guess his size must be big. Passionate as fire is a bit exaggerated. As for the next sentence, his size should be considered large, although she has no comparison, but he tossed for almost an hour last night before getting to the point. Stop, stop, stop. What are you thinking about? Indeed, those who are close to vermilion become red, and those who are close to Jiajia become yellow. Quickly, Manager Chen also arrived at the hall in a well-dressed manner. Wearing a business-like suit and leather shoes, his hair was already showing signs of a Mediterranean style, He took the file from Su Kingwon's hand and glanced through it, his voice showing displeasure. In recent years, the budget has been tightened, and after finally arranging this project, this incident occurs. If we need too much additional funding, don't even think about your bonuses. Su Kingwon said nothing. Fu Jiajia secretly gave a disdainful glance. Isn't that all because of his manager Chen's mess? In order to compete for the project, they even dare to nod their heads to be the backup plan. Suddenly, he cast his gaze upon Su Kingwon, sizing her up, as if calculating something. His voice, previously stern, softened considerably. Su, I remember. You are from Jingzhou, right? I'm from Jingzhou, Shandong province. Our company's Mr. Fu is also from Jingzhou. I am planning to invite him for dinner tonight. Could you use the opportunity of being fellow townsmen to subtly probe his thoughts? He seemed to be seeking opinions, but there was no room for Su Kingwon to refuse. However, as soon as I thought about meeting Fu Yanxi, Su Kingwon said gently, Director Chen, I'm afraid my status might not be qualified enough to engage in conversation with Mr. Fu, right? Is it not normal to have a few drinks at a table and strike up a conversation with someone sitting close by? However, it's settled then. Dress up nicely tonight, don't embarrass me. After saying that, Manager Chen walked outside the hotel on his own, while Fu Jiajia rolled her eyes in silence before pulling Su Kingwon to follow. In the evening, after the first round of negotiations with the head of Han Yang Company, Su Kingwon was urged by Manager Chen to return to the hotel to prepare. I don't know what method he used, but Fu Yanxi did indeed appear in the hotel suite. Upon entering, Su Kingwon's first glance fell upon him sitting in the chair facing the front. Fu Yanxi took off his suit and draped it over the armrest. His slender fingers unbuttoned a few buttons at the top of his white shirt. With his cold pale skin and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, he exuded a strong sense of restraint. There are 4 people in this compartment, myself and Manager Chen, Fu Yanxi, and his personal secretary. Seeing Su Kingwon still not moving, Manager Chen simply walked over to help her pull out the chair closest to Fu Yanxi. Come on, little Su, you sit here. She hesitated for a moment on her tiptoes, but then she gritted her teeth and walked over. Just as people were about to take their seats, they heard Fu Yanxi's cold voice. Gu Kingwon, weren't you an assistant? Why are you now in public relations? Chapter 4:825. The public relations position in investment banks sounds good, but in reality, everyone agrees that it's just accompanying drinks and selling smiles. Unexpectedly, in his eyes, I have been classified into the same category as PR. He wouldn't think that last night was also arranged by Manager Chen, would he? Fu Yanxi's words made Su Kingwon's cheeks burn with pain, but with others present, she forced herself to temporarily ignore her pride and stayed put. She especially needs this job. She needs the money to pay for her mother's medical expenses. Manager Chen saw that the atmosphere was getting cold, so he quickly forced a smile and said, She has always been an assistant. Mr. Fu misunderstood. I was just thinking that both you and Hoke Shu are from Jingzhou, so you might have common topics to discuss. That's why I called her over. If you are not pleased, I can ask her to leave now. After saying that, he gave Su Kingwon a glance, who turned around directly and was about to leave. Fu Yanxi then spoke, Please sit down. Fu, didn't you hear? Mr. Fu asked you to sit. Su Kingwon sat up straight, but before he could even settle down, Manager Chen shot him a harsh glare and urged him to pour a drink for Fu Yanxi. She lowered her eyelashes and brought out the red wine bottle. The wine glass in front of her was blocked by his big hand. Manager Chen wants to stay long-term at Prosperity. Relying on shady tactics won't work. I have been keeping an eye on Han Yang's project. Prosperity is in a difficult position. Quickly submit a request for additional funding and try your best to recover the losses. Fu Yanxi was undoubtedly issuing Manager Chen a final ultimatum, with his furrowed brows indicating his displeasure. It is true, Mr. Fu. This time is indeed my mistake. Next time I will definitely. There's no next time. He withdrew his hand blocking the wine glass, took his coat and stood up with the secretary to leave the box, not giving anyone face, and not even sparing a glance for her throughout the entire time. After everyone left, Manager Chen's temper finally flared up, and he immediately went straight towards Su Kingwon. What did I ask you to do? Can't even smile? Mr. Fu is coming to see your expression. Mr. Chen, The assistant's job does not include entertaining clients with alcohol, and I have not been trained for that either. Still dare to talk back? Do you know how much effort I put in to arrange this dinner party? I used to think you were pretty and smart, but it turns out you're useless. I should really fire you. After venting her frustration, Manager Chen gave her a fierce glare and angrily left, slamming the door behind him. Since Xu Qingwen started working, this is the most embarrassing situation he has experienced. She thought she would cry, but besides her eyes feeling a bit sour, there were surprisingly no tears to shed. Ever since entering this profession, she knew that the lower the rank, the lower one's head must be. However, Fu Yanxi's lack of consideration was something she did not expect. She thought that with their relationship, he would at least show her some sympathy after finding out that it was her last night. The rumor that he is very difficult to get along with is indeed true. Walking to the hotel room in high heels, her phone rang inside her bag. It was Fu Jiajia. Mr. Cheng, why did he kick you out of the work group of 3? What happened between you guys? There's nothing. Did the plan to seduce fail? Fu Jiajia is sometimes quite clever. I have always thought that dealing with Mr. Fu's kind of pure and simple nature, this trick won't work. Su Qingwen tugged at his lips and suddenly felt like laughing. He is detached from worldly desires. The person who made her almost fall apart last night, I don't know who it was. I was just saying how he comes across to people. Our Mr. Fu still has a crush. They say he has been in love for many years. Fu Jiajia's unintentional remark reminded Su Qingwen of the numerical tattoo on Fu Yanxi's collarbone. 825. This looks like a date. Chapter 5. Fu Yanxi's tattoo. And that tattoo looks like it's been around for a while, deeply embedded in the skin, not like it's a fresh one. If what Fu Jiajia said is true, then 825 should be his loved one's birthday. After all, Fu Yanxi knows her birthday, which is in April, while both Chairman and Lady Fu Corporation's parents, have their birthdays in July. Of course, it has nothing to do with me. Her birthday is on November 14th. None of those 4 numbers match. Think about it, being able to make Fu Yanxi, such a cold-hearted man, do something crazy and slightly childish like getting a tattoo. He must really love the other person. Su Qingwen suddenly regretted her impulsive actions from last night. Why didn't she think to ask first if Mr. Fu was single? Although Fu Yanxi has a great figure and excellent abilities, she still has a strong sense of morality and would never touch another woman's man no matter how good he may be. Do you know whose birthday is on August 25th among the people around Mr. Fu Jiajia? I have no idea. Our company Prosperity is just a branch of Fu, and it already dominates 70% of the domestic market in hot investments. Fu Yanxi is the president of the entire Fu Corporation. I am not worthy of knowing his gossip. You don't deserve to know, and you don't need to know. Suddenly, Fu Jiajia remembered something. Wait, isn't Xie Yu the chief lawyer of Fu Corporation, born in August? I've seen her resume before. She's a pure white-collar beauty. She even made headlines when she attended an event with Mr. Fu. Let me find a picture for you. No need. Xu Qingwen interjected promptly. Just based on these, she could already imagine a large-scale romantic drama series of a wealthy family. No wonder Fu Yanxi was speaking so harshly today, completely businesslike, not leaving himself any face. He must be worried that he might say something wrong, right? So he deliberately acted like he was not close to others to distance himself, so that even if he did say something wrong, no one would believe it. Hey. Sitting in the position of the CEO indeed requires a lot of foresight. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingwen returned to his room, quickly washed up, changed into loose clothing, and then opened his computer to organize the information for the new project. The high medical expenses for her mother every month make her too busy to think about love and relationships. She typed on the keyboard so fast that she didn't even notice that the silent phone next to her lit up several times. When Su Qingwen was too tired to continue, he decided to deal with the remaining tasks the next day, only to see on his phone that Fu Yanxi had sent 3 missed video call requests 4 hours ago, as well as 1 WeChat message. Wake up and respond to me. What can he find to do for himself? It's just a warning to oneself not to speak recklessly or to suggest some hush money, but if you take the money, it's really no different from selling yourself. Su Qingwen's fingertips paused, and she said, What happened last night didn't happen. I won't tell anyone. However, in the moment before sending it, she changed her mind and decided to delete Fu Yanshi's WeChat directly. In this way, he should be able to rest assured, right? After putting down the phone, Su Qingwen fell asleep. Until Manager Chen's call woke her up. You handed over the project contract to Anna. Manager Chen, Su Qingwen had to get up to look for the project contract, but she searched through her luggage and still couldn't find that folder. She clearly remembered checking it when she had just checked into the hotel. Suddenly, Su Qingwen's whole body stiffened. Oops. It must have been that morning when I rushed out too quickly, leaving the contract in 1501, and it was picked up by Fu Yanxi. Chapter 6 Marry Me. Jia, it's very urgent. Can you please find a way to get Mr. Fu's phone number? After Su Qingwen blocked him on WeChat, even leaving all the common groups, now the only person he can turn to for help is Fu Jia. Over there is obviously not awake yet, with a somewhat sleepy voice. Who? Fu Yanxi. If you are sleepwalking, then go back to sleep for a while. No time to explain, I have urgent business. I'm serious. The head of the cooperating partners signed the contract and immediately went abroad. She can't expect them to come back and sign a new contract with her. Fu Jia also felt that she was not joking, sat up from the bed. Thought for a moment, I am sure I can't get his number, but you can go to his room to find him. Oh yeah. Su Qingwen quickly hung up the phone, grabbed a random piece of clothing and ran towards the hotel's presidential suite. However, when reaching that floor, just out of the elevator, she was stopped directly by the secretary of the CEO. Hello, I am looking for Mr. Fu for something. The secretary looked at her up and down, her tone serious. Do you have an appointment? Su Qingwen. No. The secretary also responded succinctly, and please respond. Could you please help me out a bit? Just pass on a message for me, tell him Su Qingwen needs to see him urgently. He will definitely meet me. When facing her request, the secretary simply ignored it, not even bothering to reply, as if she hadn't heard anything. Su Qingwen was feeling somewhat frustrated when suddenly the low voice of Fu Yanxi came from the suite. Let her in. Upon hearing Fu Yanxi's command, the secretary finally agreed to let her in. Su Qingwen cautiously pushed open the door to the suite and saw Fu Yanxi still wearing the dark silk robe, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of black coffee in hand, taking occasional sips. When his gaze fell on himself, Su Qingwen awkwardly tugged at his lips. Mr. Fu, did you happen to find a contract that day? On that day? Fu Yanxi raised his thick eyebrows and then walked over to her with long strides, asking, which day? The oppressive feeling was too strong, causing Su Qingwen to instinctively take a few steps back. She knew that Fu Yanxi was doing this on purpose, so changing the topic wouldn't work. She decided to just speak openly about the matter. Mr. Fu, that night I sent the wrong message to the wrong person. I don't remember anything afterwards. Today I just really wanted to come pick up the contract. Su Qingwen, I need a marriage partner. Being interrupted by him suddenly, Su Qingwen didn't react immediately. What? Wushu, he would Ji-hun. Fu Yanxi walked closer, his black eyes fixed firmly on her astonished face. Consider it. He spoke in a natural tone, as if talking about the weather, but to Su Qingwen's ears, it almost sounded like he was hallucinating. Standing still for a while, she finally said, Mr. Fu, you don't need to test me. Su Qingwen is not stupid. If Fu Yanxi needs a marriage partner, there will be no shortage of willing women lining up for him. She shouldn't even be in the running. Therefore, this can only be a probe. Look at yourself to see if you have ambitious desires, wanting to fly to the top of the tree and become a phoenix. Fu Yanxi didn't pay attention to her words and continued, Is your mother being treated in the hospital? I can help her find the top doctors, including covering all of her expenses. If you agree, we can register tomorrow. He spoke earnestly, and the expression on his handsome face didn't seem like he was joking. Can? Why? I just said, I need a spouse. As for why it is you, Fu Yanxi paused. Because you are the most suitable. Chapter 7. I have a boyfriend. Mr. Fu. Su Qingwen only thought for a few seconds before replying, I have a boyfriend. She has never encountered such a stroke of good luck from the heavens since birth, and she doesn't believe it will happen. Whether he is trying to further explore himself or truly needs a marriage partner for some reason, she has no intention to get involved, so she falsely claims to have a boyfriend, and all the problems are solved. Upon hearing her words, Fu Yanshu's thin lips lightly pursed, his eyes darkening slightly. Really? What am I deceiving Mr. Fu for? Not waiting for him to speak, Su Qingwen slightly bowed. I won't disturb Mr. Fu, please just give me the contract. Sure, Fu Yanxi nodded coldly, didn't say anything else, only mentioned that the contract was with his secretary, and then closed the door to the suite. Su Qingwen hurriedly left with the contract in her arms, wishing that the conversation just now had been a figment of her imagination. Fu Yanxi wants to marry himself. So absurd. After receiving the contract, Su Qingwen did not directly approach Anna for handover, but instead went to find manager Chen. She has been following this project for so long, suddenly letting herself withdraw. It is unacceptable in both reason and emotion. Of course, she also knows that as a leader, manager Chen's face must be taken care of, so even if she feels wronged, she must apologize for the sake of work. As soon as manager Chen saw Su Qingwen, his face immediately fell. What is the matter with you? I'm sorry, manager Chen. I made you angry yesterday. I thought about it when I went back, and it was indeed my fault. Su Qingwen stepped forward with a smile, but the cooperation case of Hui Yi has always been my responsibility. I'm afraid that if I hand over the details to Anna temporarily, there may be mistakes that will affect this project. I hope manager Chen can calm down and give me another chance. She lowered her posture and reminded manager Chen with the most sincere tone to not act impulsively. Originally, with Han Yang's situation already dissatisfying the higher-ups, if Hui Yi causes more issues, it won't just be Su Qingwen getting fired. After pondering for a moment, manager Chen lifted his eyelids and gave her a glance. Are you implying that only you can handle Hui Yi's project? I dare not. It was really just for the smooth progress of the Hui Yi project. Look at the contract. I negotiated with the other parties so many times, finally bringing the numbers to the highest point. How much effort and dedication did it take? I believe you also understand. Manager Chen took the contract and scanned it. Indeed, the deal negotiated by Su Qingwen was higher than expected. He cleared his throat a few times, his eyebrows furrowed. I'll give you one last chance. You saw it yesterday, Mr. Fu's strict control over the entire company. If Hui Yi causes any more issues, you can just leave. Su Qingwen saw him relax, finally relieved. I will definitely do well. Thank you, manager Chen. At the corner of the hotel, the tall man also averted his gaze, extinguishing the cigarette butt in his hand with a cold, handsome face. Standing aside watching the show, Zhu Citi was smiling happily, exuding a sense of ruffian tech. This girl is quite good-looking, no wonder you, this deity, have also been moved. Don't worry, leave this to me. It's not difficult for a buddy like me to play with a woman. Just give me a word, and I guarantee she will obediently appear in your bed tonight. Fu Yanxi frowned in silence, his whole person half sunk in darkness. After seeing him remain silent, Zhu Citi became even more excited. For someone like her, a mere low-level employee, I don't need to use force. Just a few people to scare her would do the trick. If you dare to touch her, you won't need to come back to the country. Chapter 8 Mother is critically ill. Finally, putting the matter aside, Su Qingwen returned to the room to start packing up. Fortunately, this business trip was without any danger. She was not just talking about manager Chen getting angry. Su Qingwen tried hard to suppress his thoughts, to stop thinking about Fu Yanxi's face, but his mind just wouldn't obey. Until the phone on the table rang insistently. She quickened her pace and walked over. The moment she saw the numbers on the hospital sign, her heart suddenly sank. Even the hand that kept pressing the answer button couldn't help but shake a little. Is this Miss Xu? Your mother just had a sudden heart attack. Her condition is very critical. She has been taken to the emergency room. Please come quickly. In front of Su Qingwen, everything suddenly went blank, and he almost couldn't stand still. However, time did not allow her to delay any longer. Just a few seconds passed before she immediately went to change her flight ticket. It was only after boarding the plane that she remembered to ask Fujiajia to help her explain the situation to manager Chen. When Su Qingwen returned to North Zen City, it was already getting dark. She hailed a taxi to the hospital. just as her mother was being moved from the emergency room to the intensive care unit. Looking at her mother lying on the bed with pale cheeks, Su King-won tried hard to hold back her tears but ultimately failed. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, dropping onto the white hospital blanket. "Don't cry." Weakly opening her eyes, Jang Hyushi attempted to raise her hand to wipe away her daughter's tears, but now she couldn't even muster the strength to grasp her daughter's hand. Su King-won quickly wiped his face and forced a smile. "Mom, I didn't cry, just got sand in my eyes. The doctor advised you to rest well. Don't think about anything." Sang Hyushi nodded, and soon her attending physician came over and called Su King-won out. "Dr. Wang, how could my mother suddenly have a heart attack? Didn't you say her condition was stable before? We had also tried our best, but her illness has been dragging on." Dr. Wang sighed. "What are your plans? If you don't have surgery soon, situations like today will happen frequently, so you need to be prepared mentally." Upon hearing this, Su King-won immediately asked, "So how much does the surgery cost now?" "You should prepare 1 million first, get the surgery done. The follow-up treatments are not as urgent." It's easy to say 1 million in the doctor's mouth, but for Su King-won, it will take several years to earn it. By then it will really be too late for everything. Please consider it. After saying that, the doctor left. Su King-won stood alone in the empty hospital corridor filled with the scent of disinfectant for a long time. When Fujiajia's phone rang, she was still standing in the same place. "How is Aunt doing?" "The doctor said if I don't have surgery, I should be mentally prepared." Su King-won clenched his fists. Before forcing himself to speak, "Jiajia, do you have any extra money that you can lend me?" Over the years, even in the most difficult and bitter times, she has never borrowed money from anyone, but this time she truly has nothing left. She has almost spent every penny she earned on prolonging her mother's life. "I have it. I have 200,000. I'll transfer it to you now." Fujiajia also didn't hesitate and directly agreed. "Send me your account number." The doctor said the surgery would cost 1 million. "Jiajia, am I really going to lose my mother this time?" Su King-won leaned against the wall, sliding down slowly. "I can't come up with 1 million, I really can't." Fujiajia was also extremely anxious. "Don't give up yet, there must be another way." "Are there any other ways?" Su King-won's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 9: Feng Yanshi's mobile phone number. She thought of what Fu Yanshi had said to her. He said he can cover his mother's medical expenses and also find the best doctor for her. Now this is the only choice. Su King-won started frantically searching for the phone numbers of his middle school classmates. Luckily, he found one and begged him to add him back to the class WeChat group. However, little did he know, after he left the group, Fu Yanshi also left that group. Is anyone able to contact Fu Yanshi now? She immediately sent a WeChat message in the group, without caring about how others might criticize her privately. Very quickly, classmate Wang Zhang replied, "Huh? Wasn't he in the group before? I saw him just a few days ago. Why did he leave the group? Is it abnormal to resign? He is now the CEO of Fu, a far cry from before. There is nothing to chat about with us ordinary people. Haha, look at your smug face." The people in the group gradually started to deviate from the topic, and soon Su King-won's words were overshadowed. While she furrowed her brow and thought of other solutions, suddenly someone in the group mentioned her. "Su King-won? I have Fu Yanshi's phone number, but we haven't been in contact for many years. I don't know if he has changed his number since then. This was the last time he reached out to me, wanting me to add him to the group chat." The reply was from their middle school class monitor, and soon he privately sent over that series of numbers. Su King-won felt like he had found a treasure and quickly dialed the number. However, what came through was a cold female voice. "Hello, the number you have dialed is switched off." This sound, like a bucket of cold water, splashed on her face, instantly waking her up, even quitting the WeChat group at the same time. "What are you doing? Did you take Fu Yanshi's words seriously? When someone proposes to marry you, it may be just because they had a fight or disagreement with their crush. How could I forget the huge gap between them that day? Now I can't even see his face, yet I still delusionally think that after rejecting him, he will agree to help me again." Putting down the phone, Su King-won returned to the monitoring room. The mother didn't know if she was sleeping or unconscious, which scared her with her quietness. Behind him, the doctor checked Zhang Hyushi's various data. lowering his voice as he asked Su King-won, "Have you thought about it? Will you have the surgery?" "Doctor, can I pay the hospital in installments with this money?" Su King-won's voice was dry and hoarse because he hadn't had a drop of water all day, and his lips were already cracked, with bloody red lines visible, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Dr. Wang sighed helplessly. "This won't work. I truly want to help you, but you are aware of your mother's condition. Additionally, you and your mother do not have many fixed assets. The hospital will not prioritize surgery for you. You need to understand this." Actually, Su King-won was not surprised by this answer. She indeed had nothing. "You go eat something first. I'll watch over here for a while. Your mother will be in the intensive care unit tonight, and you have to stay here alone. Don't tire yourself out before then." Su King-won nodded and said thank you. But where did she find the appetite? She only bought a bottle of mineral water for herself. When she paid with her phone, that string of numbers just came back. "It's Fu Yanxi." Upon pressing the answer key directly, Su King-won answered, "Fu Yan. Hello, may I ask who you are?" Chapter 10. You better break up with him first. The voice coming from the other end was not Fu Yanxi's, but his personal assistant calling back. Su King-won was a bit disappointed, but still wanted to give it a try. "I am Mr. Fu's classmate named Su King-won. Could you please tell him to contact me? I hope he can give me a call." "Miss Shu, is there anything else you would like to ask?" "No more, thank you." Hanging up the phone, she suddenly could empathize with her mother's feelings when she jumped from the building. When pushed into a corner by various unexpected situations, I really just want to die and be done with it. The hospital is very cold. In the middle of the night, Su King-won suddenly woke up while lying on the accompanying chair, only to realize that he had fallen asleep out of exhaustion. Getting up, I looked at my mother who was still sleeping, and I helped her tuck in the blankets. On her phone, Fujiajia's messages came in countless numbers. Huan, don't worry, I have already called my parents. They agreed to lend you another 200,000, so you will have 400,000 in total. We can slowly gather the rest. Tomorrow I will contact some other friends. We will definitely be able to gather it. Don't scare me, just reply to me. Don't do anything foolish. Huan, where are you now? I have arrived in North Zen City. I'm going to my parents' place to get the money. I have already raised 45,000. Su King-won quickly got up and left the ICU room to call back Fujiajia. "You almost scared me to death. Do you know that?" "I'm sorry. My phone was on silent in the ward just now. I'm afraid you might act impulsively out of frustration for a moment. Don't lose heart. Who says there's no hope at all? Who said that the problem that money can solve is not a problem?" After Su King-won tugged at his lips, he was about to speak when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a tall figure appear on the other side of the hospital corridor. This scene felt like a godly presence had descended upon them. Beside my ears were the calls of Fujiajia. "Hello. Huan. Hello. Why can't I hear your voice?" The man only saw him stride forward with long legs, taking big steps towards her, and furrowing his thick eyebrows as he took off his coat and wrapped it around Su King-won's slender body. "The night is cool, like this you will catch a cold." His voice remained cold and sharp, his deep black eyes falling on her. Su King-won momentarily thought she was too desperate, she was hallucinating. "Whose voice is it? Hey, Huan. On the other end of the phone, Fujiajia was still speaking. Su King-won came to his senses, quickly said that there was something going on here, and hurriedly hung up. "How did you come here? Are you not looking for me?" She quickly pursed her dry lips, subconsciously reaching up to tuck her hair behind her ear. "Yes, I am looking for you." "Hu Dao Zhu Bian." Su King-won found herself at a loss for words. Fu Yanxi, on the other hand, remained silent for a few seconds before speaking in a low voice. "Have you thought it through?" Su King-won nodded without any hesitation. "I'm willing to marry you." "No, I'm willing to help you with this favor. Could you save my mom?" He had never seen Su King-won so flustered, unconsciously curling the corners of his lips, and then, the next second, remembering something. "How about your boyfriend? I won't be the third person. You better break up with him first. Now, immediately." Subconsciously, Su King-won wanted to say that she didn't really have a boyfriend, but wouldn't that imply that she was intentionally rejecting him during the day? When making changes like this, will Fu Yanxi not feel like he's being played? So hesitatingly, she simply nodded. I will break up with him now. Well, it's too late today. We'll go get the certificate tomorrow morning. 11 to 20. Chapter 11. Mr. Fu is always a good person. Su Qingwen thought this was happening too quickly, but now, whatever he says is what it is, he has no right to interfere. Because wearing Fu Yanxi's clothes, the faint tobacco scent from him entered Su Qingwen's nose, giving her a sense of tranquility. It may be that her tense mood just relaxed, and her stomach unexpectedly started growling a few times. Su Qingwen felt so embarrassed that she couldn't even lift her head for a moment. Haven't eaten? After eating, she felt embarrassed and didn't want to continue this topic. Fu Yanxi didn't ask any further questions, just raised his wrist to check the time on his watch. I have arranged for your mother to be in the VIP ward with a dedicated caregiver. The doctor will notify you when she wakes up. For now, come with me. Su Qingwen was stunned. Go where? Eat. I really have eaten it. His lips curved slightly, his usual high and cold handsome face unexpectedly showing a hint of gentleness. Stay with me and have a meal. Su Qingwen did not dare to dissent anymore and nodded. Okay. Watching as Fu Yanxi turned and walked ahead, she hesitated before following. Could this be considered finding a sugar daddy? So this is what it feels like to have a backer. As Fu Yanxi got into his car, Su Qingwen kept her head down, looking at her shoes until she heard the steady sound of breathing beside her. Only then did she cautiously raise her gaze to the person next to her. He seemed very tired, leaned back on the chair and fell asleep. Facing the occasional light coming through the car window, one can see his thick eyelashes casting shadows, his entire silhouette exquisitely deep and refined, with a sharp jawline that even in sleep gives off a sense of oppression. This is not the first time Su Qingwen has seen him asleep. Do you still remember when you were in junior high school because you had to work to earn money, you were always late for class, the teacher took pity on you. So after the evening self-study, she let you stay and gave you free extra lessons. During that time, it seemed like Fu Yanxi's classmate also had something going on at home, so he didn't leave after evening self-study. But he doesn't need to study, he just lies on the table and sleeps, waiting for the family car to come pick him up. Su Qingwen can vaguely remember Fu Yanxi from that time, always wearing a basketball outfit inside, with a school uniform on the outside, with bright eyes, short hair, full of youth. Not only handsome and tall, but also the top student in the whole school. The love letters I handed to him couldn't fit in, and there was one mistakenly delivered to my own seat. I can't believe that after all these years of drifting aimlessly, I would actually end up having a relationship with Fu Yanxi, and we are even going to register for marriage tomorrow. Of course, Su Qingwen knows that this marriage has nothing to do with feelings, he just needs a shield, or something like that. Driving through the busiest streets of North Zen City, the car eventually stopped in front of a rather inconspicuous restaurant. Fu Yanxi slowly opened his eyes, causing Su Qingwen to quickly avert his gaze. He took long strides out of the car first, and his phone immediately rang, probably another work-related matter. Su Qingwen behind him was unsure whether to follow or not. As he glanced up, he met the eyes of his personal assistant who was driving. Miss Q, I called you back just now. She laughed a little stiffly. Ah. Thank you so much. This is what I should do. At that time, Mr. Fu was in a meeting, so I told him, but when he called back and no one answered, I immediately rushed to the hospital. Su Qingwen saw a hint of flattery in the assistant's eyes. He probably misunderstood his relationship with Fu Yanxi, thinking he was much more important to him than he actually was. Not sure how to respond, Su Qingwen hesitated for a moment before awkwardly saying, well, Mr. Fu is a good person. Chapter 12. Sleeping in the same bed. After Fu Yanxi finished the call outside, she got off the car and walked over. This is Jingzhou cuisine. His voice is cold, low, and deep like a cello. Oh. Su Qingwen was somewhat surprised. Does this mean that Fu Yanxi remembered that they were desk mates in junior high school? Perhaps. He knew it from the beginning. Standing by Fu Yanxi's side, Su Qingwen felt completely out of place next to him. He was dressed in a sharp suit from head to toe, clearly a man of privilege. Looking at himself, he couldn't help but feel like his face was practically stamped with the word assistant. After following him into the restaurant and sitting down, Su Qingwen started to feel extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, what should I do? I can't just drag him back to our middle school days. Compared to her embarrassment, Fu Yanxi seemed more like facing a friend he saw every day, his slender fingers pulling up the cuffs of his shirt and then beckoning the waiter to order a few dishes. Is Huiye's project the one you are leading? When asked about work suddenly, Su Qingwen nodded busily. It's me. Have you carefully reviewed the financial situation of the company? Fu Yanxi leaned back slightly, waiting for her answer. I have checked. The financial data of their company are all real. I have verified one by one. There is no fabrication. He shrugged, picked up the glass of water on the table and took a sip. Su Qingwen, just because the data is not falsified, doesn't mean there are no financial issues. She stood there stunned, only to see Fu Yanxi take out a document and push it in front of herself. Huiye's account only has 50 million in easily liquidable current assets, but their self-owned capital commitment letter states 80 million. Who do you think will ultimately make up the difference? Do not rush the project. Fu Yanxi's tone was completely different from when he scolded manager Chen that day, even giving off a sense of earnest advice. Su Qingwen bit her lip, feeling both regretful for her carelessness and impressed by Fu Yanxi's abilities. He is able to quickly identify problems with the project that was just submitted. After being told this, she lost her appetite even more, wanting only to quickly return to the company to conduct a more detailed investigation on Huiye. Perhaps she saw through her intentions. Fu Yanxi scooped up the freshly served dish into her bowl. After dinner, we have a whole night ahead of us. 1. All night long. Su Qingwen looked surprised. Do I stay with you tonight? Fu Yanxi carefully raised his thick eyebrows. This way it's convenient to go register directly tomorrow morning. I didn't mean that. Her hand clenched into a fist under the table before she gathered the courage to ask directly, I mean, after we register, do we still need to live together? Do I really have to share a bed with him? Otherwise. In a questioning tone, Fu Yanxi asked as if it were a very foolish question. Su Qingwen thought to himself. To save his mother, he not only has to use his connections to contact authoritative doctors, but also has to pay high surgical and medical fees. How could it be just a matter of simply obtaining a certificate? Fu Jiajia once said, men, in their hearts, are always thinking about the same things. It's just that they are a bit naive. Is there a problem? No. Sure, you should eat more. In a gentle tone and with the helpful gesture of passing her the dishes, Fu Yanxi seemed as if they were really an engaged couple about to get married. After a meal, Su Qingwen had no appetite at all, feeling heavy-hearted. Especially on the way to Fu Yanxi's residence, the closer she got to the destination, the more anxious she became. Fu Yanxi beside her did not look at her, whispered a few work-related instructions to the assistant, and finally added a sentence suddenly. By the way, please buy a few boxes of condoms and deliver them. Chapter 13. Let's sleep first today. Not only did Su Qingwen feel as if struck by lightning, but even his assistant was also momentarily stunned. After following Mr. Fu for so many years, with no women ever appearing by his side, now ordering oneself to buy that kind of thing, everyone knows what's going on. Okay, Mr. Fu. Upon hearing this conversation, Su Qingwen's face flushed with embarrassment, but in front of Fu Yanxi, she couldn't afford to appear too uptight. So she pretended to stay calm and diverted her gaze out the window. She had just carefully thought about it. Agreeing to Fu Yanxi's request was her own willing choice. If she acted hesitantly, it might instead make the man lose interest. She didn't really have a boyfriend. In front of absolute money and power, why bother with old-fashioned principles? To put it bluntly, this was a mutual agreement. He provided the money, he put in the effort. The most important thing right now is to make Fu Yanxi happy, so at least for a short time, I don't have to worry about medical expenses anymore, and following Fu Yanxi can also learn a lot of things at work. However, when she actually took a shower, changed into her nightgown and lay down on the bed, she couldn't help but feel nervous. After finishing the international video conference, Fu Yanxi returned to his bedroom and saw this scene. She lay on the bed on one side in a proper and orderly manner, wearing her own sleeping robe. Because it was too loose and oversized, the baggy fabric almost couldn't cover her fair skin and those two straight legs. Within his gaze, he claimed to have no impure thoughts, which was false. He didn't choose to indulge himself, at least not tonight. Su Qingwen. I just circled out the problematic areas in Hui Yi's project earlier. If you don't understand anything tomorrow, ask me again. For now, go to sleep. Su Qinghuan blinked his eyes. Are you supposed to, right now? Tonight, I'm not doing it. He climbed onto the bed from the other side, reaching out from behind her to wrap his arm around her slender waist. I'm tired. Turn off the light. Originally, Su Qinghuan thought that he and this person would definitely have trouble sleeping that night, but unexpectedly, they slept until 7 o'clock the next day. Blinking groggily, she opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, instantly sitting up alert. Subconsciously glancing to the side, there was only a sunken pillow, proving that someone had really slept here last night. Su Qingwen quickly washed up and walked out of the bedroom, then carefully looked at Fu Yanxi's house. This house is located in one of the most luxurious residential areas in North Zen City, with floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, offering a sea view from every angle. She thought she would see a luxurious mansion like those in TV shows, filled with glimmering golden light and an air of luxury. However, unexpectedly, the house was decorated in a simple black, white, and gray color scheme, and the spacious living room gave off a sense of cold loneliness. Upon further thought, it's not very surprising. Isn't Fu Yanxi exactly like a cold iceberg? In the restaurant, a faint fragrance wafted about. Su Qinghuan thought it was On preparing breakfast, but as he approached, he discovered that the person standing in the kitchen was actually Fu Yanxi. Is he cooking? Upon hearing footsteps, Fu Yanxi turned his handsome face to look at her and said, "The porridge is ready, bring it out." Su Qinghuan stood there in a daze, nodding her head, still trying to recover from the shock she experienced just a moment ago. Behind her, Fu Yanxi naturally guessed what she was thinking, explaining, "I don't like people entering my house, including servants." She chuckled awkwardly. I never thought Mr. Fu could cook porridge. The true meaning of what Su Qinghuan wanted to say is that, unexpectedly, Mr. Fu seems not as difficult to approach as she thought in private. Chapter 14. Xie Wanyu returns to her homeland in summer evening. However, she also did not forget her duties, thought for a moment, and said, "I will make breakfast tomorrow." Where is the principle of masters serving themselves? Fu Yanxi chuckled and, dressed in dark home clothes, exuded a somewhat lazy aura. He walked over, pulled out a chair at the dining table, and sat down. "You don't have to be so restrained. After today's registration, you are my wife in the eyes of the law." Su Qingwen saw him speak so openly, and decided to ask directly, "So, Mr. Fu, how long will our marriage contract last? Should we sign an agreement? What do you think?" After all, when it comes to business, she still has to set a deadline for herself. If Fu Yanxi talks too much, she should consider it. A man's prime time is long. When Fu Yanxi gets her divorce certificate, she will still be a hot single man in demand, but she will be left in a tough spot, being an older mother with this shameful history. Who would want her? Fu Yanxi, holding a knife and fork, hesitated slightly, as if considering the question. After a while, he nodded. "All right, I'll have my secretary draft the contract. Let's sign for a year first." "Okay." Finally letting go of her heart, Su Qinghuan went to try Fu Yanxi's porridge again. It really was delicious. After breakfast, she took her ID card, household registration book, and Fu Yanxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register, taking a photo, signing, putting a fingerprint, following a set process. In less than half an hour, oneself becomes legally Mrs. Fu. This bright red little book shines so brightly that it doesn't even feel real when held in the hand. "I'll have my assistant take you to the hospital to see your mother first, and then you can come to my house directly after work in the evening." Fu Yanxi, who was already dressed in a suit, seemed to have returned to his icy CEO demeanor, speaking in a tone that brooked no interference. Su Qingwen nodded and said okay, then followed the assistant out. Not long after they left, another black Maybach slowly stopped beside Fu Yanxi. The rear window rolled down, revealing Zhu Zizi's handsome face with a playful expression. "Sometimes I really don't understand you, risking so much to register for marriage with her, yet not confessing your feelings. What are you trying to achieve?" Fu Yanxi gave him a cold glance, opened the car door and sat down, his voice cold and stern. "She has no feelings for me now." Zhu Zizi widened his eyes and said, "You must be clear about the consequences if you marry without permission. If your parents find out, what will happen? Is it worth it for her?" In Zhu Zizi's eyes, if this woman doesn't appeal to him, he would just sleep with her for a night and say goodbye. But if she really catches his eye, he would just sleep with her a few more times. He truly doesn't understand how Fu Yanxi can be so carefree about having such a small assistant. If you don't say, they won't know. You are just fooling yourself. Zhu Zizi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Honestly, I really want to see how this story ends. If that assistant really has no feelings for you, what will you do? Fu Yanxi ignored him, just lowered his head and opened the computer to work. These things cannot be postponed until night. Today is their rightful wedding night. He did not intend to keep being a good husband forever. After starting the car, Zhu Zizi suddenly remembered something. He touched Fu Yanxi's shoulder and said, "Oh, by the way, Xie Yu is returning home next week. We three must have a good gathering. Have you seen her posts? She is really stunning now." He said eagerly, but Fu Yanxi didn't even lift his head. "Let's talk about it next week." "Hey, I specially came back to help you. You're being quite insensitive, aren't you?" Chapter 15 Men are no good. Throughout the journey, Zhu Zizi kept chattering incessantly about the three of them and their childhood anecdotes, but not a word managed to reach Fu Yanxi's ears. When he arrived at the company, he didn't even say goodbye to Zhou Zizi and went straight to the top floor using the CEO's private elevator. "Mr. Fu, do you need to find a few more lawyers to handle the copyright infringement lawsuit against Guojing Company?" The secretary knocked on the door and coincidentally came to deliver the documents. It is said that they have hired an internationally renowned lawyer from overseas. Fu Yanxi raised his hand to adjust the gold-rimmed glasses, unaffected in the slightest. He then signed his name at the bottom of the document with a pen, saying, "No need, legal matters can wait for Xie Lu to come back. She will be fully responsible." "Xialv is going back to the head office?" The secretary, who had just been a little worried, immediately felt relieved. "That's great. Gu Jin is sure to lose this lawsuit." He didn't exaggerate at all. In the past few years, and all the major lawsuits that Fu has been involved in, as long as Xie Yu is the defense lawyer, they have never lost a single case. The secretary was about to turn and leave, when suddenly Fu Yanxi called out to him, "Please buy some fruits and supplements and deliver them to Ward 1 at Zhonglian Hospital." "Ok, Mr. Fu." After he left, Fu Yanxi took out the marriage certificate he had just received from the pocket of his suit jacket. Su Qingwen on the top, leaning slightly against his left shoulder, with a very stiff smile on his face. Fu Yanxi's fingers gently brushed over the photo, looking at it for a long time before getting up to open the safe and neatly placing it inside. In the hospital, the smell of disinfectant water still fills the air. Su Qingwen sat in the ward of 1 waiting for nearly 2 hours, before Zhang Huxi finally woke up from a deep coma. Her condition is better this time. At least she can muster the strength to raise her hand. "Mom, you're finally awake. The doctor just came by and had me sign all the consent forms for the surgery. You'll be having the operation in a few days." While signing that word, she was so excited that she almost couldn't even hold the pen. Compared to Su Qingwen's happiness, Zhang Huxi just frowned slightly. Huan. Where did the money for the surgery come from?" "Borrowed." Su Qingwen certainly will not tell her mother the truth. "However, it doesn't count as lying if I say I borrowed it myself. Because the money for the surgery is currently being used by Fu Yanxi, but once I have saved enough, I will repay him." "Probably millions, right? Who could lend you that kind of money?" Zhang Huxi said as he started to get up, his emotions becoming more agitated. "Tell me the truth. Did you get this money through some shady means?" "No." Su Qingwen was helpless and could only say, "I have a boyfriend now, he lent it to me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huxi could not accept it any longer. "I can't do it. I won't have the surgery. Give the money back to him." Su Qingwen frowned helplessly. "Mom, not having surgery really poses a life-threatening risk. I will never let you spend a man's money even if I die. Mom didn't tell you since you were young. Men are not good. Stay away from them. Especially those who are rich, not reliable." Back then, Zhang Huxi was deceived like this, making solemn vows before marriage but cheating just 2 years after marriage, even having a secret love child. "How do you want me to be?" Su Qingwen was also too tired, unable to control herself, her voice raised slightly. "My dad is no different from dead. If anything happens to you again, I will be an orphan." She took a deep breath and gently rubbed her mother's hand. Mom, I promise you, I will definitely repay him this money, okay? During the year of the contract, she insisted on paying back the money to Fu Yanxi when they divorced. Chapter 16. Don't be here. Seeing the tired look on his daughter's face, Zheng Huxi could only sigh deeply. Sorry, it's Mom's fault. I've burdened you. She also knew that she shouldn't always instill in her daughter a fear of men. After all, she would eventually have to get married, but she was just afraid. Afraid that her daughter would be naive again and get hurt. What doesn't hold you back, Mom? After your successful surgery, the doctor said you might be able to get out of bed and walk. When that time comes, you must treat me to a meal of dumplings. I've been craving them. Good. Zheng Huxi nodded, suddenly thinking of something. Your boyfriend, let him come over, I want to meet him. Su Qingwen was taken aback, feeling guilty. He turned away and picked up an apple to start peeling. He's very busy, there's too much going on at the company. Back in the day, your father was the best. Mom, she interrupted softly, not everyone is like him. At least intuition told Su Qingwen that Fu Yanxi was not that type of person. When Zheng Huxi heard this, it sounded more like a daughter defending her boyfriend. She immediately frowned, didn't say anything more, and didn't take the apple Su Qingwen handed her. The sky outside gradually darkened. After her mother on this side had already been taken care of, and she herself had to return to the company early the next morning, so after she fell asleep. After walking out, she took a deep breath, then waited for a taxi and went to Fu Yanxi's residence as he had instructed. As soon as I got off the car, the phone in my bag started ringing. Glancing down, it was a string of unfamiliar numbers. Have you gone back? This deep and magnetic voice of Fu Yanxi is so distinctive that it's hard not to recognize it. Okay, I have arrived. Due to a last-minute appointment here, I need to stay a bit longer. You go in first. He paused, then said, the password for the door is FEX0825. Suddenly hearing this string of numbers, she instinctively paused for a moment before responding. Upon entering the door, Su Qingwen changed his shoes while thinking that the meaning behind this 825 should be deeper than he originally thought. He didn't wash away the tattoo, nor did he change the password, which means that Fu Yanxi still has a place in his heart. So he said he needed a marriage partner. It should really be because he wanted to annoy this person he likes. The chief lawyer named Chewan Yu, as mentioned by Fu Jiajia. Because you see the door lock password of Fu Yanxi's house. F represents Fu, and X represents Xia. It's just perfectly cracked. Su Qingwen also couldn't explain her current feelings. Well, most likely she was passively used as a substitute. She originally intended to take off her coat and go straight to open the computer to work. However, as she lifted her eyes, the large bag at the entrance caught her attention. It was brought by Fu Yanxi's assistant and successfully attracted her gaze. It is not an exaggeration to say that a big bag is filled with at least a dozen red and green boxes. Subconsciously coughing a few times, Su Qingwen quickly left the place, with her small face instantly burning red, as if avoiding a virus. In the company's internal software, Fu Jiajia immediately sent a message as soon as she saw Su Qingwen online. Who is the man speaking on the phone? Su Qingwen didn't choose to tell her about this. It's not a glorious thing. The contract is only for a year. She should be able to keep it a secret. Once she replied to this message, she opened the project files for the Huiyi work and began checking them one by one. After an uncertain amount of time had passed, the sound of the door being unlocked suddenly came from the entrance. Su Qingwen stood up and walked over. Before she could say anything, Fu Yanxi's tall and lean body pressed her against the wall in the living room. Then, with a strong smell of alcohol on his breath, his overwhelming kiss came crashing down. Fu, Mr. Fu. Don't be here, please. Chapter 17. The pause button of Fu Yanxi. Okay. Not sure if he's drunk or not. If he is, he can lift her up and carry her to the bedroom horizontally. But if he's not drunk... This impulsive behavior doesn't seem like the calm and almost indifferent Fu Yanxi that he usually is. Afterwards, Su Qingwen felt as if she had drunk alcohol. The world was spinning, time seemed to drag on, and even the lights on the ceiling seemed to sway along with her. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer, so she shifted her gaze to the tattoo on his collarbone and bit down fiercely. Feeling the pain, Fu Yanxi finally stopped. I'm sorry, I Mr. Fu, can this be the last time today, please? Her voice was hoarse, with a hint of coquettish pleading in her tone. Fu Yanxi remained silent, but after this session ended, he got up and headed to the bathroom. Su Qinghuan thought to herself that she had found the pause button for Fu Yanxi. Just now, in her anxious state, she bit that tattoo in order to remind Fu Yanxi to think about his loved one. Sure enough, he just let himself go. While Fu Yanxi was taking a shower, Su Qingwen quickly put on clothes and grabbed a notebook. When he came out wearing a dark blue bathrobe, she promptly asked, I am planning to completely redo the investigation report on Hui Ye. Tomorrow, I will also communicate with their head. I just rewrote the contract, focusing on the breach of contract section. Could you please take a look at it for me? She has a way of addressing him with Nin, which really makes her seem like an assistant who managed to follow the CEO to his home office. Fu Yanxi lightly furrowed his thick eyebrows, gently wiping the still dripping water from his hair. Didn't you just say you were tired? Su Qingwen instantly understood his meaning, awkwardly pursing his lips. Aye. The assistant will bring dinner over in a moment. Ah. While eating, I'll talk to you at the same time. Su Qingwen glanced at his back in astonishment. Didn't he just go to socialize? Why did he still have the assistant bring dinner over? However, it just so happens that I didn't have dinner tonight. Su Qingwen followed him to the restaurant, and this time the assistant brought seafood and famous dishes. Just by looking at the dishes placed on the table, Xu knew for sure that the price was beyond what he could afford. Go ahead and eat, there's no garlic added. Fu Yanxi gestured with his eyes for her to start eating, while he himself picked up a crab and began to peel it. I didn't notice before, his hands are really beautiful, with a pale, cold skin tone, distinct joints, and slender fingers. This man seems to have no faults at all. Does Mr. Fu also not eat garlic? Fu Yanxi focused on the crab in his hand, before nodding a few seconds later. Su Qinghuan was really hungry, anyway it was him who let them eat, being polite and awkward instead. Lowering her head to eat for a while, she suddenly realized that Fu Yanxi had peeled the crab meat and placed it all in her own bowl. Mr. Fu. Quickly eat. Fu Yanxi clearly had no intention of responding to her question, his voice soft and gentle as he said, in this situation, we cannot rely solely on the contract to constrain. If we want the actual funds to cover the promised investment amount, there are many other solutions. We can choose to communicate with a third party to make up for the shortfall, or we can apply to the headquarters to lend to the partner in the form of a loan. This way, there is also a possibility of restarting the project. Su Qingwen shook himself, immediately putting down the chopsticks in his hand to start writing the application letter. Result's hand was caught by Fu Yanxi, raised his head to meet his narrow, clear, and beautiful eyes. The deep meaning in the bottom of the eyes is getting stronger, even the gaze is very intense. Does he still have so much strength? Su Qingwen's voice was hoarse as he opened his mouth. I said earlier that this is the last time today. I did not agree. The 18th chapter is now working time. That night, Su Qingwen slept for only 3 hours. The next day when he woke up, Fu Yanxi had already left. On the restaurant table sits the breakfast he prepared, still steaming hot, with a note placed next to it. The message Wu Chu Che Liao, Se Zhu Hui, is signed with the character Shi. Su Qingwen looked at the note, then at the breakfast on the table, really unable to connect the private Fu Yanxi with the icy, indifferent him in the company. While at home he can be said to be gentle, even when he was excessively demanding last night, his actions were gentle as if afraid of hurting her. If it weren't for that tattoo, she would almost have the illusion that Fu Yanxi likes her. Su Qingwen suddenly felt that the woman he had cherished in his heart for many years was truly admirable, at least she was enviable. After arriving at the company, Su Qingwen immediately started writing a loan application after finishing the morning meeting. Around noon, Manager Chen suddenly pushed open the door to her office and walked in with a grim expression. Are you planning to apply for a loan with the headquarters? Our third team just made a major mistake. Do you think the company will approve it? Su Qingwen firmly said, I can handle it. You can trust me. This method was inspired by Fu Yanxi's guidance, and after discussing with him all night, he should give me the space, right? Fu Yanxi is very clear about the importance of this project to himself. I can see that you have made progress. Reaching this step was not easy, but the feasibility is low. The Hui Yi project itself already has certain risks. Manager Chen frowned, think of another way. But this is the fastest way to start the Hui Yi project, Manager Chen, just trust me this once. She is even more anxious than Manager Chen. Because once the Hui Yi project is successful, I will be able to repay Fu Yanxi's money this year. Manager Chen contemplated for a moment. Although he didn't know exactly what was going on, his experienced instincts still detected something unusual. Believe in you this time, work hard. The next project will be bigger than Hui Ye. Su Qingwen nodded with a smile and watched as Manager Chen left. Returning to her seat, she thought for a moment before taking out her phone and sending a message to Fu Yanxi's phone number. I have submitted the application letter. Looking at the phone screen, Su Qingwen hesitated for a moment, then added another line. Are you on the plane? Have a safe journey. After a while, his reply came. There is only one word. Busy. Hurry up and delete the information, put away the phone, and calculate in your mind that once Hui Yi's project starts, the performance of the three groups will suddenly come back to life this year. When it comes to the next project, Manager Chen is most likely going to delegate the tasks in his hands. Not only that, by the end of the year, the bonus should be at least tens of thousands or 20,000, plus project commissions and base salary. Maybe the money for mother's follow-up treatment can be covered without Fu Yanxi's help. She suddenly ignited hope for life. During the days when Fu Yanxi was on a business trip, even though she had to work late into the night at the company every day, she didn't feel tired at all when she had to go to the hospital to keep watch over her mother. Upon arriving at the company every day, the first thing I do is turn on the computer and check if the headquarters has approved the application. Finally, on the fourth day after the email was sent out, the headquarters responded. Please quickly click on it, only to see the white background with black letters clearly written, application not approved. She was confused for a while, then hurriedly took out her phone and found Fu Yanxi's number to call. A few noises sounded, and someone picked up the phone over there. Need something? Why was the loan application for the Hui Yi project not approved? Fu Yanxi fell silent for a few seconds, his tone cold. Because the board of directors has conducted a comprehensive evaluation, Hui Yi's project carries too much risk. However, Su Qingwen, Fu Yanxi interrupted coldly, it is working hours now. Is there anything else? Chapter 19 is only worthy to be a substitute. He brought a stern reminder, making Su Qingwen suddenly sober up. Yeah, how could I be so sure that Fu Yanxi would approve this application just because he slept with me? Don't forget that they have paid for it. Since it is a financial transaction, bringing emotions into it is crossing the line. That's all. Sorry, Mr. Fu, I disturbed you. Su Qingwen didn't listen to him anymore and quickly hung up the phone. The words biting off more than one can chew seemed to slap her directly across the face with 4 solid blows. Outside, Manager Chen naturally also received the notification, full of anger, so he rushed in. I said no, right? Su Qingwen, who do you think you are, making me trust you again? I trusted you, and now what? Huh? Upon hearing his scolding, Fu Jiajia quickly grabbed the documents and ran over, standing in front of Su Qingwen to speak for her. Manager Chen, Su Qingwen's mother just had an accident. Can't you be more lenient towards her? I am tolerant. Then who the hell is going to tolerate me? Manager Chen slammed the table hard. All right? Su Qingwen, don't accuse me of targeting you. Hui Yi's project was something you begged me for. If the project doesn't kick off, then pack up your things and get lost. Fu Jiajia was about to continue arguing with him, but suddenly, Su Qingwen reached out to stop her and signaled her to stop talking. He then stood up and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Manager Chen, I will not give out on Hui Yi's project. You better not be bragging again. Manager Chen made a firm statement before slamming the door and walking away. Fu Jiajia looked even angrier than Manager Chen. Huan, don't be afraid of him. Worst case, we resign and quit. I'll accompany you. I'm fine. Su Qingwen took a deep breath, adjusted their state, and looked towards the computer. I must win the Hui Yi project. Let yourself pick up the face you lost today again. Okay, I'll help you together. The next sentence had not been spoken yet when suddenly the intercom in the office rang. Su Qingwen answered the call. A somewhat familiar voice. Miss Su, Mr. Fu would like you to come to the main office. Has he returned from his business trip? Su Qingwen went upstairs expressionlessly, wearing high heels, and walked to the door of the CEO's office. She knew that Fu Yanxi had no obligation to give her special treatment at work, so she had no right to hold any emotions against him. Knock knock. Su Qinghuan knocked on the door, and surprisingly, a female voice came from inside. Come in. She pushed open the door and walked in, but didn't see Fu Yanxi's figure, only a woman holding a red wine glass. After seeing that face clearly, Su Qinghuan instinctively froze. She is very beautiful, emitting a confident beauty from the inside out. Wearing a high-quality light purple dress, her figure is graceful and poised, every move exuding the same noble aura as Fu Yanxi. The reason why I was stunned wasn't just because of this, but also because there was a certain resemblance between her face and mine. Who are you? The woman was also surprised when she saw her. I am Su Qinghuan from Prosperity Investment Division Group 3. Mr. Fu asked me to come. Su Qinghuan withdrew his gaze, standing properly in place. Oh. Xie Yu also came to her senses and pointed to the lounge inside the main office. Yanxi is changing clothes, please wait a moment. Su Qinghuan nodded, and the next moment, she heard a voice as cold as an iceberg from Fu Yanxi. She is only worthy of being a substitute. Chapter 20. What about your wife? Substitute. Oh, who else would the person in this saying be talking about? It's definitely themselves. The obvious reason is that he is explaining the process of obtaining his marriage certificate to his beloved. Su Qinghuan felt like a clown at this moment. He awkwardly stood among the beautiful and elegant people. Before, she was still puzzled about how Fu Yanxi would choose her. Now everything is clear. No wonder. No wonder at that time Fu Yanxi said he was the most suitable. After all, if it weren't for blood relation, it would be quite difficult to find someone with a face similar to Bai Yuwang's. He was truly born to be the Xie Yu stand-in. Su Qinghuan was at a loss whether to detest or be grateful for this coincidence, because without the title of this stand-in, her mother would not have had the money for treatment. Upon seeing Su Qinghuan's tangled and complex expression, Xie Yu knew for sure that she did not recognize herself. And, most likely, there was a misunderstanding of some kind. However, she enjoys this misunderstanding. After pausing for a moment, she set down the tall glass in her hand and gestured with a gentle gaze for the other person to sit first. Then she walked to the doorway of the lounge, speaking softly to the people inside. I'm back now, and I don't plan on leaving for a short while. I'll stay by your side to face this together. That's great. Su Qinghuan couldn't bear it anymore. An inexplicable emotion engulfed her, prompting her to take 2 steps back immediately, lowering her voice and saying, It seems Mr. Fu is not available, so I will come back later to find Mr. Fu. After saying that, she didn't care what the other person would reply and just left. Looking at the closed door, Xie Yu raised her red lips slightly and her tone returned to normal. Yanxi, you can rest assured to dismiss that replacement in the legal department. With me here, no one can tarnish Fu's reputation. The door of the lounge finally swung open. Fu Yanxi, with a calm and handsome face, walked out while buttoning up the top button of his shirt with his slender fingers. Well, thank you for your hard work. Xie Yu wanted to reach up to help him, but was instinctively dodged by Fu Yanxi. He always behaves like this, never giving her any chance to get close. The fingertips froze briefly. Xie Yu concealed a smile. You still have such a strong obsession with cleanliness, old friend, can't even touch each other. What will you do when you get married in the future? Fu Yanxi didn't answer her. He scanned the office door with his black eyes, then frowned slightly. Just now, did someone come? No, who wants to come? Xie Yu calmly asked. You don't know. He sat back on the chair, his slender legs crossed. You go find Zhu Zizi first. Let me know where to meet next time. Fake Sing Sai. After all these blatant challenges had been issued, there was nothing else Xie Yu could say. Okay, then I won't bother you at work. After she left, Fu Yanxi picked up the office phone, wanting to call Su Qinghuan again. Hesitating for a moment, he decided to send her a text message instead. After work, go straight to Eastwood Bay. Eastwood Bay is the name of his residence. After a while, she replied, I can't go. I need to accompany my mom tonight. Besides, it's work hours now. Does Mr. Fu have something urgent? It really is sending the words back exactly as they were. Fu Yanxi could only smile wryly. In junior high school, Su Qinghuan was just like this in terms of personality. Don't be fooled by her seemingly able to endure everything. She appears to be easygoing, but in reality, she is sensitive, sharp, and insecure. One must always be ready with their little claws, guarding against anyone approaching. He knew that behind this, there must be countless grievances and heartaches, leading to such consequences. Regarding the Fui Yi project. I want to work 2 extra hours so I can arrive around 8 o'clock. In the office, Su King-won looked at the text message on his phone again, feeling puzzled. Fu Yanshi's white moonlight has returned. Why did he let himself go to Eastwood Bay? It can't be to watch the two of them do that, right? Could it be that you want to terminate the contract with yourself? When thinking about this, Su King-won started to feel annoyed. It's not that I don't want to leave Fu Yanshi, but mainly because my mother is about to undergo surgery. Without Fu Yanshi's instructions, she's afraid that the doctors won't be as attentive. However, the master has returned. I can't just take over the nest by force myself. 21 to 30. Chapter 21. Su King-won, I'll try be gentle. With a nervous heart, Su King-won took a taxi directly to Eastwood Bay after getting off work. While entering the password for the door lock halfway through, I suddenly felt it wasn't right. What if I accidentally discovered something embarrassing? So, I quickly pressed the doorbell. Shortly, the door was opened. Fu Yanshi has already changed out of his daytime suit, his usually meticulously groomed hair now slightly tousled. With his tall figure clad in white home clothes, he has shed the air of a corporate elite and now gives off a lazy teenage vibe. It feels like just finished playing basketball in the sports field, a bit tired, getting ready to go back to the classroom to take a rest. Su King-won was afraid that his white moonlight would be affected, so he did not go in, but stood still in the same place, with a businesslike attitude. Mr. Fu, what you said about the Fui Yi project. Su King-won. He called her name directly, his brows furrowed into the shape of a Chuan character. I'm off work now. Su King-won was confused, not understanding his meaning. Wasn't it him who sent the message asking her to come over? Shall I leave? Before she could say another word, Fu Yanshi had already lifted her entire person into the room, his tall figure pressing Su King-won against the wall and kissing her. Etc. Fu, Mr. Fu. What's going on with this situation? She even felt that something was changing in Fu Yanshi's body. Are you not here to talk about terminating the contract? How come in just a blink of an eye, the battleground has shifted from the foyer to the bed? Fu Yanshi, you. So King-won's words were once again swallowed up in his ears, his voice seemed to have patience. Su King-won, I'll try be gentle. She didn't know when she fell asleep, only remembered his countless kisses falling down, and he said to be gentle, but ended up being more aggressive than the previous 2 times. When I woke up again, it was already morning. Su King-won subconsciously touched his side. Sure enough, Fu Yanshi did not have the habit of sleeping in. Feeling a bit annoyed, she took a shower, got dressed, and walked out to the dining table where breakfast was prepared, along with his strong and firm handwriting. I have sent you the list of companies that have borrowed from third parties to your email. Please add me back on WeChat when you wake up, as it is not convenient. The inscription is still 1 word at a time. I really don't understand what Fu Yanshi means, he seems, not planning to terminate the contract. Does he not fear that White Moonlight will know of his existence? This problem had been bothering her until the morning meeting ended. Fu Jiajia went to Su King-won's office to photocopy documents. Jiajia, I have a question for you. You said. I have a friend, she agreed to marry a man for money. But that man has a lover who he really likes. Recently he returned to his home country, but this man doesn't seem to intend to divorce my friend. What do you think is the reason for this? Fu Jiajia frowned and analyzed thoughtfully. I think maybe his White Moonlight already has a boyfriend. Or something else anyway, for various reasons, they can't be together. But men of course have needs. If he divorces your friend and can't have his White Moonlight, wouldn't he have to hold it in? Su King-won opened his mouth. Although the logic was rough, it seemed to make sense. Thinking of Fu Yanshi's excessive demands in bed last night, maybe Fu Jiajia was right. Do you think I should take the initiative to ask him for a divorce, my friend? This depends on whether your friend has feelings for him or not. If there are no feelings involved, everyone can benefit from each other, physically compatible, and there's money to be made. Why bother getting a divorce? Fu Jiajia suddenly thought of something, raising her eyebrows suspiciously. Wait, the friend you're talking about isn't yourself, is it? Chapter 22, Pretending to be Innocent, Addicted. Soo King-won immediately denied. Of course not. Did your friend tell you if this man is good in bed? If he's short and quick, then forget about it. Soo King-won subconsciously replied, that's not it. Has your friend discussed this with you? Fu Jiajia widened her eyes and got excited talking about this topic. Stop beating around the bush. Which friend of yours? Ah, you don't know him. He is my old classmate from a long time ago. Soo King-won was afraid that he might slip up, so he quickly changed the subject. By the way, I have an appointment with the project manager of Hui Yi today. Do you have time? Fu Jiajia sighed and looked a little embarrassed. I can't today. The headquarters just approved Han Yang's supplementary funds. I have to go over there. It's okay. I'll go by myself then. Soo King-won tittied up, printed out the third-party company list sent by Fu Yanxi in the email, integrated it into a folder, then checked the time, and set off for the agreed location. The head of Hui Yi is a middle-aged man. Although he has aged, he looks well-groomed, dresses stylishly, and speaks with a bit of a local accent. Can Prosperity handle all the risks of this third-party borrowing on its own? When he speaks, he has a tone that is not easy to provoke. Of course, they also timed it right when all three of their teams needed this project. Although the risks are high, the returns are indeed attractive. Wang Zong, however, reaching the amount stated in your company's investment guarantee letter is originally Hui Yi's contractual responsibility. Soo King-won handed over the copy of the guarantee letter with a smile, speaking after careful consideration. We at Prosperity have certainly shown the utmost sincerity, believing that Hui Yi also wishes to earnestly facilitate this project. That's why our manager Chen came up with this solution. After looking Soo King-won up and down, Wang Zong showed no mercy and said, since the final contract wasn't signed, and Prosperity keeps mocking us over the amount in the guarantee letter, I think we should just let it go. Fu Corporation is big enough, we don't need to associate with Hui Yi. Upon hearing this, he was about to leave. Soo King-won quickly got up and said, Mr. Wang, please stay. This time, he really stopped, but deliberately took a few steps forward, trapping Soo King-won in the corner of the restaurant's private room. And? Huan Yushi? Him? Is there something else? Soo King-won frowned tightly, the sound of alarm bells ringing in his head as he approached, lowering his head, only wanting to find a gap to hide in. Who would have thought that Wang Zong would grab her wrist directly, the smile on his face turning from disdainful to sinister. You told me not to leave, and now you're avoiding me. What is the meaning of this? Please let go. She tried several times, but she couldn't match the strength of a big man like him. Still pretending to be innocent and getting addicted? Okay. Then I think this place isn't suitable for us to discuss cooperation, so how about we change the location? He said that he was going to forcefully pull her away. In a moment of urgency, Soo King-won didn't care about much, and directly lifted his leg to ruthlessly kick towards his important area. Wang Zong immediately grimaced in pain, then raised his hand and fiercely slapped across the face. You stinky woman, I'll kill you. This slap was the result of a man gathering his strength to strike. Soo King-won was caught off guard and bumped directly into the wall, his vision starting to blur. However, she knew she was not safe at the moment, so relying on her memory, she tried to walk out of the compartment. Suddenly, she felt a pair of big hands from in front of her wrapping around her completely. Subconsciously, Soo King-won tried to struggle until he heard Fu Yanxi's clear and gentle voice in his ear, like a fleeting illusion. Don't be afraid, it's me, I'm here. Chapter 23, Don't Pretend Strong. The rigid consciousness of Soo King-won suddenly collapsed at this moment. The body instinctively chose to trust Fu Yanxi as she passed out in his arms. She didn't see the sharp, handsome face of the man at this moment. His eyes, which never showed any emotion before, now also have a layer of ice. Fu Yanxi. Wang Zong was stunned, trembling all over, never expected to meet such a big shot today. You better pray that she is okay. The words of Fu Yanxi have no fluctuations in tone, yet they send shivers down the spine when heard. Looking at his back as he held the woman and left, Wang Zong was so scared that he collapsed on the bed, unable to stand straight. Soo King-won felt like he had a long dream. Starting from the mother's suicide and the blood on the floor, The scene flashed like a slideshow through the classroom at school, and then to Manager Zhang's angry face. Suddenly, a sharp pain woke her up. She furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes. The white ceiling of the hospital made her feel uncomfortable, so she subconsciously wanted to raise her hand to cover it. After moving my hand, I realized someone was holding it. Glancing over, Su Qingwen saw Fu Yanxi wearing a wrinkled shirt, one hand resting on the hospital bed while the other tightly clenched on himself. The lights were already on in the ward, so it must be midnight now. He wouldn't have been staying with me at the hospital all this time, would he? Otherwise, he is so obsessed with cleanliness that he would definitely change his clothes. Looking at his handsome face with a faintly furrowed brow, Su Qingwen could clearly feel that something about himself was changing. So, it turns out having someone accompany you when you are vulnerable gives you this kind of feeling. She has forgotten how long it has been. When I am sick, it's good to have someone by my side. After her mother's suicide, Su Qingwen moved into the hospital. Over the past decade, she has been busy earning money, enduring minor illnesses on her own. She has been struggling to make ends meet and coming to the hospital alone. Even with Fu Jiajia as a close friend, she always tries not to cause trouble to others as much as possible, because she believes that favors should be repaid, but she has nothing to offer. Perhaps feeling the movement of the person beside him, Fu Yanxi also woke up from his nap. Without saying a word, he instinctively raised his hand to check her forehead. After confirming that his temperature was normal, his tense, handsome face slowly relaxed. Is it still painful? Su Qingwen shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Fu. Sorry for the trouble. As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Yanxi's relaxed brows furrowed again instantly. He hates that Su Qingwen always refers to himself using nin. The person in charge of Hui Yi was handed over to the police for handling. Okay, that's good. Her respectful but distant gaze still irritated people. Di Lei Prosperity Gong Zhu Ji Nian Liu? How long have you been working at Prosperity? Fu Yanxi suddenly raised his voice, stern and displeased. If Su Qingwen's body had allowed, he almost stood up directly to respond to him. 1.5 years. Few corporations rule that female employees are not allowed to visit partners alone for discussions. Was no one informed you about it? His reprimand was thunderous and resounding, but it strangely made Su Qingwen feel protected. Next time, I won't do it again. There's no next time. Su Qingwen stared at him earnestly with a serious and old-fashioned expression, couldn't help but laugh because it seemed like he had scolded Manager Chen in the same way last time. Do you still laugh? Not at all, not at all. I'm not laughing at you. She quickly propped herself up, then glanced at her phone. It was already 4 a.m. Mr. Fu, it's very late. Why don't you go back and rest? I can handle it myself. Don't try to show off. He lowered his gaze and interrupted, his slender fingers collecting the test report and documents on the table before speaking gently. Let's go home together. Chapter 24. Can you behave better? Su Qingwen knew that at this moment he should remind Fu Yanxi that Eastwood Bay was his home, and he should not forget to go back. However, when she opened her mouth, no sound could come out. Just once, she wanted to indulge herself, just this once, craving for a moment of tenderness that should have belonged to another woman. Okay, go home. It may be that Fu Yanxi, possibly worn out from the previous day, for the first time in history did not wake up at 6 o'clock. When Su Qingwen opened his eyes, the man next to him was still asleep. His hand gently rested on his waist, his whole body slightly tilted. Occasionally the curtains were blown. The sunlight scattered on his deep face. The scene was so beautiful that she didn't want to look away. If only I were his beloved, how wonderful it would be. The thought suddenly emerged, causing Su Qingwen to freeze in shock, then quickly get out of bed. She didn't know how she dared to have such thoughts. Indeed, once a person tastes sweetness, greed will arise. Error. Try to refresh the page and reopen the add-in. If the problem persists, please contact us. In terms of feelings and reason, you should thank him. The pot on the porridge side just boiled, and Fu Yanxi woke up. Still the dark silk robe, his disheveled hair made him appear less stern, much more approachable. She also relaxed a little bit, smiled at him and said, "We can eat soon. How do you like your eggs cooked?" Fu Yanxi didn't sit down like a grandfather, but instead went to the kitchen to help her bring out the freshly toasted bread. Su Qingwen suddenly got accidentally scalded by the hot steam, let out a hiss subconsciously and quickly endured it back. She didn't want to leave Fu Yanxi with an image of being unable to do anything well, even if it was just a small detail. After the porridge was finally ready, Su Qingwen ladled 2 bowls out, but found that Fu Yanxi was not there. "Mr. Fu, don't you think this title is inappropriate at home?" Fu Yanxi appeared out of nowhere, holding a medical kit in his hand. Su Qingwen paused for a moment then smiled. "It's all right." She didn't know what to call him besides Mr. Fu. "In the house, you can call me Yanxi." He took long strides towards Su Qingwen. "Give me your hand." After being pulled by him, Su Qingwen looked back and found that the areas that had been burned earlier now had 2 swollen blisters. "The medicine may cause some pain, endure it." Su Qingwen quickly shook his head, trying to pull back his burned hand. "It's okay. This small injury doesn't matter. When I used to work at a hot pot and barbecue restaurant, burns like this were too common." She never paid attention to anything more severe than this. "Su Qingwen, can you behave yourself a little better?" After saying this, he bowed his head and began to tend to the wound. But Su Qingwen seemed to hear some indulgence and helplessness in it. No. I must have misheard myself. Or perhaps Fu Yanxi has mistaken himself for a substitute again. This tenderness should never belong to me. This is the first time they have breakfast together. Su Qingwen seems somewhat distracted, with his mind full of how to handle Hu Yi's project. Even though the person in charge was taken to the police station, they are the victim themselves. But this also increases the difficulty of the 2 companies' collaboration. In the future, Hu Yi will definitely start making things more difficult for themselves. After finishing her meal, Fu Yanxi elegantly wiped her thin lips. She still furrowed her brows, pondering the matter, with more than half of the porridge left in the bowl. "Are you really planning to turn this into a Hu Yi project?" Chapter 25. Don't call me Brother Fu at home. Of course, Su Qingwen didn't hide her eagerness either. The incident involving Han Yang has affected our year-end bonus this year. However, it is also an opportunity that I want to seize. If the Hu Yi project could be finalized at this time, saving the 3 groups from danger, Manager Chen would definitely be happier and value himself more than at any other time. Fu Yanxi raised his eyes to look at her, paused for a moment. His thin lips twitched slightly. "The head office plans to transfer a few people from Prosperity for financial training. Can I do that?" Su Qingwen almost immediately asked. "Well, if you behave, I'll consider it." "Mr. Fu, I will definitely listen to you." Does he even need to say that? Even if this wasn't the case, an assistant should still listen to the CEO. "I remember I just told you, don't call me Mr. Fu at home." She was stunned. He raised an eyebrow. After a long time, Su Qingwen awkwardly pinched her own leg and whispered in a barely audible voice, "Yanxi." Fu Yanxi got what he wanted. His brows relaxed. He stood up and pulled out a chair. "Go back and pack up. I will have my secretary notify Manager Chen. After further training, you will soon know how to handle Hu Yi's issue." After saying that, he quickly walked back to the main bedroom to change clothes and prepare for work. Su Qingwen gazed at his tall figure walking away, unable to help but scrutinize it. Calling him Yanxi makes him this happy. The person in charge of this matter, Hu Yi, did not make a big fuss about it, so temporarily no one in the company knows about it. Su Qingwen also breathed a sigh of relief. She doesn't want to recall this experience, nor does she want to retell the process to anyone, then force a smile to accept their possibly well-intentioned consolation. After the morning meeting was over, Fu Jiajia ran straight to her office and asked, "How did it go? Was the discussion with Hu Yi smooth?" "The person in charge on the other side has some issues, currently on hold." Fu Jiajia patted her on the shoulder and asked, "You've been so unlucky lately. How about we go to the nearby temple this weekend and pray?" Su Qingwen thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay." Although she doesn't believe in gods or Buddhas, with her mother's surgery approaching, she thinks that making offerings is harmless and might provide some psychological comfort for herself. The two were talking when Manager Chen walked in with a strange expression on his face. "Su Qingwen, when did you sign up to study at the head office?" "I saw the announcement on the website this morning around 7 o'clock, and your approval message arrived at my desk at 8:30. I saw it when I was eating breakfast, and then decided to give it a try." Su Qinghuan didn't expect Fu Yanxi to be so fast. At least wait a day or two to admit yourself. Isn't this suspicious now? I don't know how the headquarters selects, but since they've chosen you, you should be prepared to go. Manager Chen didn't want to say another word to Su Qingwen, so he left after saying this. Fu Jiajia made a funny face at his back, then smugly shook his head. Look, we haven't even prayed yet, and the Bodhisattva has already shown his spirit. Su Qingwen suddenly felt like laughing. Where is the manifestation of Kuan Yin? It should be Fu Yanxi's manifestation. CEO's office at the same time. After just finishing the meeting, Fu Yanxi sat in a chair, rubbing his forehead. There is a large pile of data reports in front of him, each of which he has to review personally. Unfortunately, at this moment, Zhu Cixi himself shamelessly came to knock on the door. Wow, I said, Mr. Fu. If you want to transfer that little assistant to your side, it's just a matter of talking. Why do you need to go through the hassle of running to the Fu official website to do some kind of staff selection training? When he saw this notification on the computer, he almost laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Let me guess, you probably just started eating meat, feeling excited, so you also want to have some adult excitement with your assistant on this big desk, right? Chapter 26. Does Fu Yanxi love Xie Wan Yu so much? In the past, I only thought that Fu Yanxi was like a stone, very hard, living like a monk who had renounced worldly desires, indifferent to whether she was a mature lady or a young model. None of it caught her eye. Now I realize he is not stubborn and ignorant, he just chooses who to listen to. Look, doesn't this guy also have a skill in flirting? When they went to meet the person in charge, the CEO unexpectedly insisted on escorting them himself. He said that if they were caught, they could just say they happened to be discussing work at the shop. Haha, really give him a big laugh. Do you have any business? Fu Yanxi never responds to idle gossip and focuses all his thoughts on work. Humph a few times, deliberately approached to disturb. Yes. Come and ask why you suppressed the scandal of Hu Yi's leader harassing in the workplace. This scandal can be completely held as leverage, making Hu Yi's CEO obediently sign. Fu Yanxi paused with the pen tip in his hand, his brows furrowed. That Xu Qingwen will be drowned in spit. This is related to the reputation of a girl. Although he has never lived at the grassroots level with just a little effort, one can foresee that if this matter were to spread, the employees of Prosperity and Hui Yi would definitely treat it as gossip for tea time. It would spread like wildfire, and the so-called truth would be distorted, focusing on Xu Qingwen being exed by someone. With Xu Qingwen's mouth, can she defend herself clearly? Zhou Cixi obviously just thought of these, couldn't help but secretly feel that it was Fu Yanxi who had thought more thoroughly. Why don't you tell her these things? If you keep silent, she won't know. I don't need her to know. That's never gonna happen in a million years. Fu Yanxi raised the corner of his lips, then put down his hand which had been massaging his brow. Naibu Liu Jita. You understand her. When dealing with Xu Qingwen, one can only do things step by step. If love is expressed too overwhelming, it won't move her, it will only make her want to escape. This woman has too little sense of security, and her guard is too heavy. It's not so easy to get into her heart. However, I have the marriage certificate in hand. When I received her incorrect message that night, and went to knock on her door, I had already made up my mind not to let her go. In the evening, Xu Qingwen handed over his work to another assistant before leaving the company. Because it was too late, I missed the last bus to the hospital. As she gritted her teeth, she reached out to flag down a taxi. Fu Yanxi's car drove straight to her side and slowly came to a stop. Get on the car. The car window rolled down, revealing Fu Yanxi's exquisite profile. Xu Qingwen quickly waved his hand. I can't go with you now. I have to go to the hospital to see my mom today. Glancing at her hurried explanation, Fu Yanxi sighed helplessly. I'll take you to the hospital. Do you hesitate again, wanting everyone in the company to pay attention to this side? Upon hearing this, Xu Qingwen quickly opened the car door and sat down. Today, Fu Yanxi did not bring his assistant, so he drove by himself. As it was a closed space, Xu Qingwen seemed a bit cramped being alone with him. Glancing at the flowers and gifts in the back seat, she felt her face heating up. Awkwardly, she brought up a topic that would only make the situation more uncomfortable. Mr. Fu, are we going on a date? Who are you dating? Of course you are my moonlight. Also, didn't I ask you not to call me Mr. Fu in private? Su Qingwen shrank his neck and covered up the emotions in his eyes. This is not to show my respect for you. Call me Yanxi. He reminded again. Su Qingwen was just about to speak when suddenly he remembered that his sweetheart was called Yanxi that day. Then it's no wonder he insisted on changing this title himself. Does Fu Yanxi love Xiaowan you like this? Even though I know I am just settling for a replacement, I still treat it with tenderness. Chapter 27. This is your boyfriend. Somehow, Su Qingwen felt a surge of aversion towards this term of address, so this time she didn't obey and simply pretended not to hear. Upon arriving at the hospital, she took her bag and prepared to say goodbye to Fu Yanxi before getting off the car. Who knew he suddenly clutched his own wrist? Wait, I'll go with you. Is Fu Yanxi coming to see his own mother? Su Qingwen quickly waved his hand and said, Don't worry about wasting your time, my mom's condition has improved a lot now. While speaking, Fu Yanxi has already stood in front of her with the flowers and gifts in the back seat. Let's go. There is no way, but Su Qingwen had to reluctantly take Fu Yanxi to the hospital. On the way, she kept thinking about how to explain Fu Yanxi's identity to her mother later. Upon reaching the hospital room door, Su Qingwen prayed in her heart that her mother was asleep at that moment, so the problem could be easily solved. Unfortunately, as soon as the door opened, she found her mother chatting enthusiastically with a nurse, very much awake. Upon seeing his daughter, Zheng Huxi was naturally happy, but his gaze instantly darkened when he noticed the tall man standing behind her. Su Qingwen knew his mother's temperament and was afraid that she would really give Fu Yanxi a hard time, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Mom, is this your boyfriend? She hadn't finished speaking when Zheng Huxi directly interrupted. The tone is very unfriendly. Su Qingwen subconsciously denied, afraid that her mother would say something shocking and never-ending. Of course not. He is the leader of my company and he knew you were sick, so he came specially to check on you. Upon hearing his daughter's explanation, Zheng Huxi immediately changed his expression and politely said to Fu Yanxi, Please have a seat. I'm really sorry my legs can't move off the bed. Huan, please wash some fruits for our leader. It's okay, aunt. I just came to see you. Fu Yanxi's handsome face showed no expression, only placing the things in his hands on the table. Has the surgery time been set? It's settled. My daughter's boyfriend even specially found an expert for me. Mom, please don't chat about useless things. You go wash the fruits quickly. Zheng Huxi saw his daughter going out and hurriedly said, Leader, my daughter has suffered a lot following me, often because I have to cause her trouble with work. Please be kind to her. Fu Yanxi nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Su Qingwen is very capable in her work. She is someone who is serious about everything, smart and hardworking since childhood. If it weren't for me holding her back, she wouldn't have ended up just getting into an ordinary undergraduate program. When talking about his daughter, Zheng Huxi's words just poured out. Back in the day during the high school entrance exam, she already had enough scores to go to Jingzhou City No-One High School, but just because Namho High School offered her 50,000 yuan, she just didn't go. If she could have entered No-One High School now. Mom, what nonsense are you talking to my boss again? Su Qingwen entered and saw her mother speaking passionately. Setting down the fruit, she quickly said, Mr. Fu, didn't you say you have something to do? If you're busy, please go ahead and don't let us delay you. Fu Yanxi knew what she meant, so he didn't make things difficult for her and just went along with it. Well then I'll leave first. I'll come see you another day. Good job. Huan, you go and escort the leader. Finally relieved, Su Qingwen took Fu Yanxi's hand and quickly left the ward. As soon as she walked out, before she could speak, she felt the man standing in front of her seemed to have a bit of displeasure. Su Qingwen, I found an authoritative doctor for your mother, but you credited this achievement to your boyfriend's head. Chapter 28. Su Qingwen, I have OCD. Su Qingwen clearly did not expect Fu Yanxi to care about this matter. She smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Fu, you don't know my mom. She's very traditional and can't accept the contract between you and me. I'm afraid she'll be angry if she finds out, so I didn't tell the truth. Are you planning to go back and reconcile with your boyfriend once the 1-year contract is over? His questions were too sharp, his gaze too piercing, staring at Su King-won. She didn't know how to continue. If I had known, I wouldn't have created this make-believe boyfriend. Now I'm just lifting a stone to smash my own foot. I haven't thought about this yet. She can't say she absolutely won't make up with him, afraid that he will suspect she is relying on him. You have thought about it. Fu Yanxi said coldly, otherwise, why didn't you tell your mom about you two breaking up? Su King-won was originally not good at telling stories, and now his brain was almost shutting down, speaking hesitantly. Regarding the matter of the contract, please reconsider it again. Fu Yanxi stood at the end of the hospital corridor, his whole tall body half submerged in darkness, his tone cold and distant. Su King-won, I have a cleanliness OCD, very serious. She didn't know how Fu Yanxi brought up the topic of cleanliness while chatting, and before she could speak, he had already disappeared without a trace. Fu Yanxi's thinking jumps too fast. Su King-won furrowed her brows tightly, feeling that finding a sugar daddy was quite difficult. Not only did she have to deal with his seemingly endless physical stamina in bed, but she also had to learn to understand a man's thoughts. Back in the hospital room, the doctor is conducting a heart monitoring for Zheng Qiuxi. Upon seeing her daughter enter with a worried expression on her face, she hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Did your leader criticize you?" "No." Fu King-won pulled the chair over and sat down, raising his hand to peel an apple for his mother. "I didn't say anything, I just asked him to take care of you more." Zheng Qiuxi paused and then frowned. This guy looks tall and handsome, but why is he so narrow-minded? I didn't say anything wrong, he got angry. Su King-won sighed and helplessly said, "Please don't guess randomly, okay? It has nothing to do with him, I'm just upset about work. When you encounter difficulties, take it slow, don't force yourself too hard. Go back earlier today, forget everything and have a good night's sleep. Those problems might naturally resolve themselves tomorrow." Yeah, she handed the apple in her hand over, then glanced at the time. "I really have to leave early today. While I have to go to the headquarters for training, I can't just leave everything to Prosperity side. Some things need to be sorted out thoroughly before I can go." After spending some time chatting with his mother, Su King-won finally left the hospital when it was completely dark outside. It looks like there's no need to go to Eastwood Bay today, so she went straight back to her previous accommodation. Just finished taking a shower and changed into my pajamas when the phone on the table started ringing. It's Fu Yanxi's number. After hesitating for a moment, Su King-won picked up the phone and said, "Hello, Mr. Fu." "Miss Fu, it's me, Fu Yanxi's assistant. Mr. Fu is drunk, and we are currently at Dinghong International. Can you come over to pick him up?" "Ah? Then how are you going to send him back to Eastwood Bay? You don't have a car, and you don't have the strength to help him. So how are you going to pick him up?" "No, I also drink alcohol." Su King-won furrowed her brows, thinking about asking her assistant to call Fu Yanxi's White Moonlight, but the words stopped at her lips and she swallowed them back. "I myself don't know what kind of misunderstandings or grudges there are between the two of them. If he didn't look for her, then it must be inconvenient. Sure, you can go ahead. Wait for me for a while. It will take half an hour." Chapter 29. Fu Yanxi gets drunk. Instead of wasting time, Su King-won simply put on clothes over his pajamas and went out, thinking that he would just drop off Fu Yanxi at Eastwood Bay and then return. After getting off the taxi at Dinghong International, I immediately saw Fu Yanxi's black Maybach. "Miss Su, here is the car key," the assistant rushed over as soon as she saw her. Su King-won didn't smell any alcohol on him, but as soon as he got into the car and sat next to the man in the passenger seat, the smell was quite strong. "Then you can send Miss Fu back, take care on the way." The assistant stood by the side of the road waving goodbye. She paused. "Aren't you coming with me? Who will help Fu Yanxi inside when they arrive at the destination? I still have things to do." Su King-won was speechless and had no choice but to sit in the driver's seat by himself. I secretly glanced at Fu Yanxi next to me. His suit and shirt were impeccable, his deep handsome face was tense, his thin lips were tightly pursed, and his whole body seemed to scream, "Do not approach." Luckily, he had his eyes closed, so she could pretend he was asleep. The car drove all the way to Eastwood Bay. Su King-wen opened the passenger's door and softly called out, "Mr. Fu." No response. She could only resign herself to begin moving the man, who was nearly 2 meters tall, using all her strength. After finally managing to get Fu Yanxi onto the bed in the bedroom, Su King-wen breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave when a pair of large hands reached around her waist. With a little force, she fell onto the bed along with the man. "Mr. Fu!" Su King-wen exclaimed, as his whole body was pinned beneath him. His hands that were just on his waist also misbehaved. "Mr. Fu, you're drunk. Let me pour you a glass of water." She remembered as she spoke, but those strong arms were simply not something she could move. "Have you considered it?" As soon as he spoke, Fu Yanchi's voice became hoarse. "If Mr. Fu regrets getting married, we can get a divorce, but my mother's medical expenses for now." Su King-wen looked down at her and furrowed his brows. "You have no conscience." There was still a hint of resentment in the words as they came out of his mouth. "Fu Yanxi is indeed drunk. I know that you saved my mother from danger at that time. If it comes to terminating the contract, I should immediately repay you, but I really don't have the money now." She almost wanted to raise her finger to swear. After a long time, he finally heaved a sigh. "I forbid you to resign." Fu Yanxi got off her and lay down beside her. "Turn off the lights, go to sleep." "But Mr. Fu, don't want to sleep. Just work until tomorrow." "Until tomorrow?" When Su King-wen thought about the night of registering for marriage, he realized that he had drained himself so much that he had to lean against the wall the next day, so he quickly obediently kept quiet. That night, she managed to escape, but in the morning she was awakened by a kiss. Looking at the enlarged, handsome face of Fu Yanxi in front of her, Su King-wen subconsciously wanted to hide, only to realize that her clothes had long disappeared. "Mr. Fu." He also ignored it and just did his own thing. Not until she was completely exhausted from calling out Mr. Fu one by one did Fu Yanxi let her go. Then he got up to take a shower. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Su King-wen felt that the person who got drunk last night didn't seem to be Fu Yanxi. It must have been herself. How did she end up staying in Eastwood Bay in a daze again? "I had someone send clothes over." Fu Yanxi walked out in a bathrobe, glanced at the woman on the bed. "I'm giving you a day off today. Cancel your rented house, pack up your things, and bring everything here." Chapter 30. Disband immediately. Su King-wen sat up, her body propped up, and asked, "Am I moving to live here? Is there a problem?" "Of course there is a problem. If I move in by myself, wouldn't that just be pure cohabitation? Then every day after work, we would be constantly seeing each other. Facing this moody and unpredictable iceberg all day long, I would at least lose 10 years of my life. This is the way. Will he find out about this sooner or later? When they get back together, they will return the house they rented. Are they going to stay here and watch other people show affection? Mr. Fu, I think it's not convenient for me to stay here. Don't worry, during the contract period, as long as you call me to come over, I will definitely come immediately." Su King-wen, do you really think of yourself as someone for sale? Fu Yanxi furrowed his brows, his tone not allowing any refusal, his speech completely commanding. "I said move here." "Ah, okay, Mr. Fu." After having breakfast, Fu Yanxi left the house. After being ordered, Su King-wen could only go to the rental house to pack up his own things. By noon, Fu Jiajia's phone call came. "Why didn't you go to work today? Manager Chen said the head office approved your leave. Good for you, Huan. Looks like you're going to climb the ladder quickly and transfer directly to the head office with Mr. Fu. This is not supposed to be for further study. I need to prepare things in advance. Your voice sounds so weak and lifeless, just like your throat after spending a night with a man." Fu Jiajia's opening line was definitely bold. Upon hearing this, Su King-wen's heart started pounding, so he quickly cleared his throat a few times and said, "Don't be silly." On the other side, Fu Jiajia giggled and didn't seem to doubt anything. "Oh, by the way, do you remember the Mr. Fu's crush I mentioned to you before? The chief lawyer named Wan Yu. She has returned to the country. Just now, someone saw her with Mr. Fu walking into the company, chatting happily together. Everyone in our company is talking about this." From Fu Jiajia's tone, it seems like you can almost hear that scene. "And the key point is, I carefully looked at the photo of Wan Yu. Hey, I found that you look a bit like her." Su King-won really doesn't want to hear this sentence. I can't say exactly why. I just don't feel like listening. Don't flatter me, I am a young lady of a wealthy family. But you are also very beautiful. When Director Xu from the marketing department sees you, his eyes are about to pop out. As long as you nod, you can easily step on Manager Chen's head. Okay, Jiajia, I have some things to do here, I will tell you after I'm done. Su King-won hung up the phone hastily, sat on the couch, and inexplicably opened the Fu Corporation employee group chat. After Fu Jiajia pulled herself in here, she looked at the contents inside for the first time. Soon, the photo of Fu Yanxi and Xia Wanyu walking into the company together appeared on the screen. Fu Yanxi still had the same cold and serious look, but Xia Wanyu by his side was smiling charmingly, tilting her head up and saying something to him, with unmistakable admiration in her eyes. The discussion in the group has already heated up, mainly praising them as a perfect match and a match made in heaven. While Su King-won was looking at it, he suddenly cleared the entire interface. Before I could even put down my phone, a text message came in with a beep. Add WeChat back. Who is Fu Yanxi? She paused for a moment, copied the number, clicked into WeChat to add it, only to find that he had already sent a friend request. Meanwhile, this account also spoke in Fu's employee group. Who is the group leader? Disband immediately. This is definitely written by Fu Yanxi himself. Not a single word is unnecessary. 31-40. Chapter 31. Mr. Fu must have gotten married. It seems he also knows that this matter has been spread. Su King-won accepted the friend request and saw that the WeChat conversation with Fu Yanxi continuously displayed the other party is typing in the chat box. It seems like you want to say something to yourself. After waiting for a while with no messages coming through shortly after, his WeChat name changed to the other party is currently typing. Su King-won wanted to ask him what he was hesitating about, but the question marks were all typed out, so she ultimately decided to act like she hadn't seen anything. I don't have much stuff in this rental, just some personal clothes and a few books on the financial industry, all packed up. She then called the landlord to negotiate the remaining rent refund. After going back and forth for a while, in the end, they only agreed to refund her 1,000 yuan and also demanded that she vacate the house today. Can't help it, it's your own fault for breaking the rules. After dragging both large suitcases into the taxi, Su King-won finally had a moment to glance at his phone. I arrive home at 6 o'clock in the evening. Is Fu Yanxi coming back today? She's really starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. Upon arriving at Eastwood Bay, Su King-won didn't dare to touch Fu Yanxi's belongings. She only placed her own suitcase in an inconspicuous corner. After everything was settled, she took her laptop to the table in the restaurant to work. Just logged into Prosperity's internal software, Fu Jiajia sent over a screenshot. Solid evidence, we know Mr. Fu must be getting married. When Su King-won saw the words, Mr. Fu getting married, she was suddenly startled, thinking that Fu Jiajia knew something. However, when she clicked on the picture, she realized it was a screenshot from Xia Wanyu's Moments, with the words on it saying, both Yanxi and I value our personal lives very much, so we hope that everyone will not secretly take photos. If I have a wedding, can I notify everyone? At the end, it was also accompanied by a smiling emoticon. This is a very subtle statement. There has been no acknowledgement of any relationship, nor denial of whether today's rumors are true or false. After being embellished by the gossip god Fu Jiajia, it really does feel like they have already privately registered, just without the ceremony. Yes, my marriage certificate with Fu Yanxi has not turned into a divorce certificate yet. How come read but not reply? You said Mr. Fu is getting married, can we get a raise as soon as you're happy? Su King-won thought for a moment. Just as he was about to type, the male protagonist in the incident came back. She looked up at the entrance, at the groom who had just announced their marriage, not knowing what to say for a moment. You can't just go to the people involved and ask for gossip. Have you eaten? Fu Yanxi took off his suit jacket, carrying a briefcase as he walked to the opposite side of her. Su King-won shook her head. No, but I'm not hungry. If Mr. Fu wants to eat something, I can make it for you. Although her cooking skills certainly cannot match those of five-star hotels, but after working various jobs over the years, she has also learned a lot. At this critical moment, I must show Fu Yanxi my abilities, so he doesn't think I can only cooperate in bed. It's also a way to earn some points for myself. Fu Yanxi was clearly taken aback by her words before nodding and saying, "Sure, whatever." Then sweet and sour pork ribs and onion braised pork slices. Su Qingwen quickly shut down the computer and got up, quickly walked to the kitchen refrigerator to check the ingredients. "No ribs? Wait for me, I'll go out and buy it." She was about to leave in a hurry, but Fu Yanxi reached out and grabbed her wrist with a long stride. "I'll change my clothes and go together." Chapter 32. Love him well for me. Fu Yanxi emerged from the bedroom, already dressed in a white casual outfit, giving off a much more relaxed vibe. He looked noticeably younger, like a college student still in school, ready to go play basketball and break a sweat. Su Qingwen was still thinking about how to make him stop following along. After all, going out with Fu Yanxi was too conspicuous. What if someone took a picture? "Let's go." "Mr. Fu, will there be any media or people from our company around this week? Don't you think, if they see us, it wouldn't be good?" she tactfully reminded. Who knew that Fu Yanxi seemed completely unconcerned? What's so bad about it? Since he said so, Su Qingwen can only follow the arrangement. Upon arriving at the supermarket, a high-end consumption place, there were not many people, and security was also well done. Everyone was busy buying their own things, with very few people looking around. However, even so, Su Qingwen intentionally kept some distance from Fu Yanxi, then walked to where the ribs were being sold and urged the vendor to weigh them quickly. Finally, pork ribs got the item in her hand. She turned around and was about to tell Fu Yanxi they could leave, only to see another person standing beside him. The array should change from Xiaowan Yu to Xiaowan Yu. This is the second time I have seen her. Even after work hours, Xiaowan Yu still dresses elegantly, wearing a Chanel cardigan paired with a high-end designer skirt. As she talked to Fu Yanxi, her smile became even more gentle and charming. They stood together, really a perfect match. Su Qingwen looked at her, then at the pork ribs in her hand, as well as the white t-shirt and jeans she was wearing, far from being shabby. Suddenly, she saw Fu Yanxi's eyes searching around, probably looking for herself. Subconsciously, Su Qingwen quickly ducked behind the nearby shelves. Why do I need to hide? She just subconsciously doesn't want to stand together with Xiaowan Yu. It's as if the old man upstairs was playing a joke on her. Just as she looked up, she saw Xiaowan Yu standing right in front of her. "I remember you, are you Su Qingwen?" Okay," she said, feeling a little awkward but still managing to force a smile. Xiaowan Yu pointed behind her and smiled. "Yanxi was looking for you just now, right? He went to the daily necessities section. You should go find him quickly." When she guessed correctly, Su Qingwen could only nod and softly said, "Well done." Just as she was about to leave, Xiaowan Yu suddenly called out to her. "Please help me take good care of him, can you? I know about the relationship between you and him, and I know that he did this just to provoke me, but I can't help it. In a few years, he will understand my good intentions." Xiaowan Yu, wearing high heels, stood in front of her again, earnestly holding Su Qingwen's hand. "Please temporarily love him in my place." Su Qingwen naturally has no idea what exactly is going on between Xiaowan Yu and Fu Yanxi, but it sounds like she has a lot of inner turmoil. And Xiaowan Yu could tell from this statement that she was certain that her relationship with Fu Yanxi would not last long. "Miss Xia, regarding me and Mr. Fu, this is the contract between us. I am just fulfilling my obligations. The contract does not include loving him for you." Error. Try to refresh the page and reopen the add-in. If the problem persists, please contact us. "No, Miss Xia, don't overthink it." Su Qingwen answered crisply. "It's just that I am me, you are you, irreplaceable. Have you looked in the mirror?" In Chapter 33, Fu Yanxi's marriage certificate. "What? You should know why Yanxi chose you." Xiaowan Yu instantly regained that noble and proud expression, her red lips slightly curved, her eyes contemptuously looking at her. "I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. If you want to listen, just pretend I never said anything." Xiaowan Yu's manner was like a warning to the mistress, as if she were the rightful wife. In reality, on Fu Yanxi's marriage certificate, it is written as Su Qingwen. She really wanted to retort back, but as the words reached her lips, she was scared off by herself. Thankfully, I didn't say it out loud. How big a misunderstanding would that cause? Why argue with Xiaowan Yu about this, when you don't even like Fu Yanxi, right? On the way back, Su Kinghoon was particularly quiet, his eyes fixed on the scenery outside the car window. Before, when she was alone with Fu Yanxi, she would also feel awkward and not speak, but today was different. Today she was silent. Just now, where did you go after you finished shopping? Fu Yanxi asked casually, his slender hand resting on the steering wheel as he waited at the traffic light. I randomly wandered around. What do you see that you like? Su Kingwen shook his head and said no. Inside, even a tube of toothpaste costs thousands of dollars she dare not like. Fu Yanxi sighed and took out a black card from the driver's armrest, handing it to her. Here, take it. I do not need this. Mr. Fu, could you please help me pay for my mother's medical expenses? I am already very grateful. Su Kingwen, this is for you to keep for emergencies. Fu Yanxi had already guessed she wouldn't want it, so he had prepared a reason in advance. There isn't much money inside. You can use it to buy groceries after work, just in case there's an emergency at your mother's place and you can't reach me. His reasons were so convincing that Su Kingwen couldn't refuse. Seeing her accepting it, Fu Yanxi knew he couldn't continue circling around this topic, so he directly brought up work. During your training at the headquarters, you were involved in an ENC project with Lin's secretary. Upon hearing this, Fu Kingwen immediately became excited. This is a big project. Well, currently the SNS company is planning a new round of financing, intending to expand its business scope, and then will contact securities firms for restructuring, preparing to start the listing process. Suddenly hit by this huge pie, Su Kingwen was still a bit bewildered. But I don't know much about this area. Therefore, you should first follow Lin's secretary to conduct market research, which may be a bit challenging. Compare the performance of SINs in the industry with that of other listed and non-listed companies to see which level it ranks at. I'm not afraid of hard work. She quickly discarded the slightly inexplicable sense of low spirits she had just now, and began to analyze seriously with Fu Yanxi. Currently, there are not many companies doing this, and in recent years, there is no need to worry about the market quickly saturating. Fu Yanxi nodded, his eyes showing a hint of appreciation. Error. Try to refresh the page and reopen the add-in. If the problem persists, please contact us. If it weren't for too much real-life pressure limiting her, she would have already taken the position of investment director, and even more. Su Kingwen is truly grateful. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for giving me this opportunity. This project is no longer about bonuses or no bonuses. It has been directly mentioned as a core investment by the headquarters. This is something that many peers dream of. Also known as Mr. Fu. Yanxi is too cheesy to call. She was also happy to forget herself and blurted out, otherwise, I'll still call you Fu Yanxi privately, just like back in school. Chapter 34. Are we not going to continue? Okay. Fu Yanxi nodded and then turned his head to look at her. Stop pretending now. Su Kingwen squinted and smiled. I'm just afraid of you misunderstanding. You mentioned our past classmates as soon as you came up, and now you might think I'm trying to take a shortcut. I will not give anyone a back door. His tone was calm but firm, exuding the authority of a leader. So I can only give you an opportunity, not clean up your mess. Su Kingwen had already witnessed this when he was on a business trip to Wulin City. If Han Yang's additional investment amount is too high in the end, she is completely confident that Fu Yanxi will decisively cut off this dead weight, along with the other three groups. By the way, the headquarters of SINs is in Jingzhou City. Next month, this project will probably require a business trip there, and you should go along as well. Su Kingwen secretly made an ulk gesture, unable to conceal the smile on his face. The next morning, Su Kingwen arrived at Prosperity Company, and immediately received an internal email from Manager Chen. Huiyi Company suddenly agreed to third-party intervention in borrowing and is willing to re-sign the guarantee letter according to actual funds. Have you gone to talk to them again? Manager Chen did not expect that Su Kingwen could handle this matter, so she specially came to her office again. She shook her head. Huiyi must have suddenly come to his senses. You can't tell Manager Chen that. Most likely because Fu Yanxi got some leverage on Huiyi's person in charge, so they are being cautious in their words. Fortunately, it was a narrow escape. Although Manager Chen's face was still stiff, it was clear that his attitude towards her had softened considerably. This time when you go to the head office, learn as much as you can and come back with valuable insights. Don't embarrass Team 3, especially by making any unwarranted guarantees. Got it. After finishing his meal, he left. Fujiajia then quickly came in and gave him a disdainful look behind his back. If it wasn't for you discovering the financial issues of Hui Yi, who knows, this project might have ended up like Han Yang's. He's so good, taking credit for the success, but when there's a problem, he'll just curse you out left and right. Su Qingwan is very open-minded, he said. Anyway, as long as the bonus is not too different from ours, it's fine. Fujiajia pouted. Let's not talk about him. How is your mother doing on her end? She is doing well. The hospital is willing to perform surgery on her first, and then I will slowly repay the money. That's great. Now you don't have to worry so much. She glanced around and pointed to the office across the street with her chin. So, when do you plan on finding a boyfriend next? When it comes to having a boyfriend, Su Qingwan is like allergic. Previously tabooed on the mother's end, these 3 words are now also forbidden in front of Fu Yanxi. I have no intention. Fujiajia pulled over the chair next to her and sat down, propping up her feet. How can this be acceptable? As your number 1 best friend, I have to remind you that if all the good men are taken, the ones left are all useless, she said. I think that Director Xu is pretty good. He's honest and not bad looking at all. He pursued you before, you didn't respond, but he didn't turn around and chase after someone else. That definitely deserves some credit. Su Qingwen's mind was all on the computer screen. After listening to her chatter for a while, she replied, I'm not worthy of them. You have such a divine face, like it belongs in the celestial realms, and you're saying you're not good enough for him. Fujiajia exclaimed passionately, even Fu Yanxi, Mr. Fu himself, has fallen for someone with a face similar to yours. What does that tell you? If it weren't for that Chewan Yu, Mr. Fu might have fallen in love with you. Chapter 35 Suddenly Faint. Fu Yanxi fell in love with himself. She really couldn't even imagine this, unless Mars collides with Earth. Right now, I just want to make money. I haven't thought about anything else. Alas. Fujiajia sighed deeply. If only you knew how to use this face, how good it would be for me. Su Qingwen was amused by her, and just as she was about to speak, received a message from a software called Mr. Lin. Hello Miss Su, Mr. Fu asked me to contact you. This is my phone number 13xx. If it's convenient, let's exchange contact information. She busily dialed her own phone number back, feeling secretly excited in her heart. Looking at her like this, Fujiajia originally wanted to say a few more words about her boyfriend's matter, but then she decided not to speak. In this situation, it is indeed very rare for a man to accept. It's not that they are heartless, but mainly because this is like an endless pit. Though when it can be cured, how much money is needed, are all unknowns. It's fate that determines our marriage. After exchanging contact information with Secretary Lin, Su Qingwen took the initiative to add her on WeChat. Is this also because of Fu Yanxi's relationship? Otherwise, how could I have the opportunity to meet the president's secretary of Fu Corporation? When we arrived in Jingzhou, I will be leading you in the preliminary research work of Sins. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Although I haven't met Lin's secretary in person, his voice sounds familiar and gives off a meticulous feeling. Guo Ran Fu Yanxi's people around will be influenced by him to be like that. Okay. I'll have to trouble you more in the future. Hui Yi's project is only missing the final contract signing. Su Qingwen just needs to keep an eye on the legal department to get the contract out. So today she spent the whole day researching information on energy conservation and environmental protection. Now, haze and air pollution can be said to be top priorities. Even the country attaches great importance to them, supporting companies in this field. It is no wonder that it is the core project of Fu headquarters. Also admire the strength of the parent company. In the domestic market, investments in this area are almost guaranteed to make a profit, with the presence of Fu in almost every successful project. She took notes on all the information she found, organized it into a document, and printed out a copy for backup. Not only did she research the performance of similar companies in China, but she also looked into the operational models and profit situations of companies in Europe and other key developed countries. During this busy time, Su Qingwen did not even have time to eat lunch until the phone call from the hospital came in, causing her to finally tear her gaze away from the computer screen. Hello? Miss Su, your mother suddenly fainted. The doctor's voice was urgent, indicating a serious situation. Su King-wen quickly saved the information and left the company, only sending a message to Fujiajia on the way to ask her to help request leave for herself. Upon arriving at the hospital, I saw several doctors conducting various examinations in the ward. She walked in hurriedly, and the first thing she saw was the heart rate monitor. Luckily, it has leveled off above. What's wrong? Why did my mom suddenly faint? Su King-hoon called the nurse over, furrowing her brows as she asked. The caregiver was also very panicked and carefully recalled. I don't know either. In the morning, I pushed her to walk around the back of the hospital. At noon, your mother said she wanted to eat some pickles, so I went to buy them. When I came back, she kept silent until just now when she suddenly fainted. After you come back from buying things, is she acting weird? Yes. Obviously she didn't want to talk. I asked her if she wanted the porridge to be heated up, but she didn't reply to me. Oh, and I also saw her holding something in her hand. The 36th chapter. You're not dead yet. What is this? I don't know about this. It doesn't look like a sharp object, so it shouldn't hurt her. I didn't ask any further. Su King-hoon hurried to the doctor. Doctor, how is my mother? Nothing major happened for the time being. She must have been shocked, leading to a sudden heart attack. What did you say to her again? The doctor frowned, his tone stern. I have told you before, the patient's emotions are unstable. Do not trigger her, it could bring danger at any time. I haven't spoken to her today. Su King-hoon paused, then immediately walked to the bedside and reached out to pry open his mother's fist. Sure enough, there was a note in the palm of her hand. When Su King-hoon opened it, the characters on it were in a strange font, looking quite sloppy. After so many years, you're still alive? How long do you still want to live in someone else's home? Her heart sank. She called the caregiver holding the note. Do you know who gave her this note? No. When we go out, I am always careful to take her for a walk around the neighborhood, never stopping to talk to people. The caretaker should be out to buy porridge. Someone deliberately mixed in and gave her the note. Su King-hoon clenched his fist tightly and headed straight for the hospital's monitoring room. Hello. I would like to check the surveillance cameras at the entrance of Ward 1. Because the clients who can stay in the VIP ward are either rich or influential, the staff in the monitoring room dare not be negligent and immediately start searching. Finally, the monitoring screen showed that 10 minutes after the caregiver left, a person wearing hospital cleaning staff uniform entered my mother's room. Can this person know who it is? I need to verify. I will inform you if there are any results. Okay, thank you. Su King-hoon even took a photo of this person's face before returning to his mother's hospital room. Sang Hyushi has already woken up, but his complexion is still very bad pale gray. Did you take that piece of paper away? Upon seeing his daughter, she was the first to speak. Su King-hoon was a bit angry, took a step and walked to her mother's bedside. Mom, after all these years, you're still getting angry over this kind of thing, and getting so angry that you faint. She didn't dare to imagine, if this went on back and forth, there might be a time when she just couldn't be saved. Surely this was written by that woman. I remember her handwriting. Jang Hyushi gasped heavily as he mentioned this. Su King-hoon was so scared that she quickly helped her to calm down. I don't want to bother with those things, Mom. I just want you to be safe and sound. Let's not let her affect us anymore, okay? Let's pretend that my dad died early, and all those extramarital affairs, all those illegitimate daughters have nothing to do with you. Hon Huan, how can I forget all this? I hate it. I hate them. If it weren't for those people, how could I have fallen into this situation, and my daughter wouldn't have had to start working to earn money since middle school, ultimately affecting her studies. That is a lifetime of future. Error. Try to refresh the page and reopen the add-in. If the problem persists, please contact us. Mom, have you ever thought that they are provoking you so much just to see you give up on life? Are you going to do as they wish? Sang Hyushi sneered. She can forget about it. Huan, as long as I'm alive, that woman will always be the third party. I will never agree to divorce him. As long as she is unwilling, no matter how the man sues, it's useless, because Jang Hyushi has been bedridden for years, and the man is at fault. The court will not grant a divorce. Chapter 37. We have already registered. Su King-hoon naturally knows the knots in her mother's heart after all these years. If you want to talk about hatred, do you not hate yourself? Back then, father secretly transferred assets and used emotional abuse to force mother to commit suicide. Overnight, the sky collapsed. She was still young at that time, crying and kneeling down begging father not to leave, but he didn't even look at her. When other children were going to school to study, I had to work for money, washing dishes and scrubbing toilets. I never knew what it was like to have a holiday. While other children were sleeping, I could only study and do homework in a cramped room. She also hates. However, compared to all of these, she would rather her mother be alive. At least in this indifferent world, she still has a loved one around. I will investigate this matter. If you don't want to see her become the third party, and don't provoke her again. Soo King-hoon tucked his mother in and gently patted her hand. Mom, I only have you now. Alright. Hoan for you, I have to keep on living. After comforting his mother's emotions, Soo King-hoon finally took a breath in the hospital corridor after she fell asleep. She suddenly felt like smoking a cigarette, not sure if that really helps relieve stress. After standing still for a while, Soo King-won was about to go to the monitoring room to ask about the results of the investigation when Fu Yanshi's phone rang. She looked at the time, and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. You are there. As soon as the hospital staff opened their mouth, Soo King-won's voice became hoarse. Fu Yanshi paused for a moment and said, Wait for me. Oh, it's not necessary, Fu Yanshi. She hadn't finished speaking, he had already hung up. Soo King-won doesn't want to keep causing trouble for Fu Yanshi. He already feels like he has received enough support from him in his career. If this continues, how can he repay the favor? Fu Yanshi arrived quickly. She had just been informed that the cleaner was not a hospital staff member, but someone who had stolen clothes to impersonate one. As she turned around, he was already standing behind her. When I saw him in that moment, how can I describe it? Soo King-won suddenly felt more confident. Fu Yanshi immediately called the hospital director without hesitation and requested him to handle the matter with utmost effort. Upon seeing Fu Yanshi, the dean naturally nodded and bowed, continuously guaranteeing that such management loopholes would never occur again. Because this involves the safety of the patients, the hospital immediately reported to the police. Soo King-won was supposed to go to the police station, but was stopped by Fu Yanshi. Let's eat first. I have no appetite. She is very worried that the mother and daughter will come back to make trouble again. This plan failed. There will definitely be a next time. Ni Yu Bing. Fu Yanshi frowned. His attitude was very firm. If you get sick, what will happen to your mother? Soo King-won was stunned. How did you know? I saw stomach medicine in your luggage, he sighed. How did your ex-boyfriend take care of you before? Fu Yanshi finally took her to buy a bowl of plain congee nearby, and stayed with her until cooperating with the police investigation. While Soo King-won listened to his phone ringing repeatedly, guessing that there must be an urgent matter on the other end, Fu Yanshi went out several times during the period. Every time she thought he should leave first, she could see him returning again. I'm okay being alone. We have already registered, Soo King-won. He spoke calmly and seriously, just stating a fact. Cliché in English is but. What do you mean it doesn't matter? You are just forcing yourself alone. Chapter 38. My wife woke up. Error. Try to refresh the page and reopen the add-in. If the problem persists, please contact us. However, she dared not. She dared not even say this, nor could she show anything in front of Fu Yanshi. After following him back to Eastwood Bay, Soo King-won washed up and went to sleep, exhausted. She didn't know how much time had passed when she heard a noise outside. I opened my eyes and subconsciously looked at my phone. It was 3 in the morning, and the man next to me still hadn't returned to the room. She put on a robe and walked out, only to see Fu Yanshi sitting in the chair with a furrowed brow, conducting a video conference with the head of the overseas company in the living room. It should have been delayed due to my own affairs, so the meeting was postponed to this time. A feeling of guilt surged up within Soo King-won when she saw that he was only wearing a thin white shirt, so she took out a blanket from her luggage. Hearing footsteps, Fu Yanshi glanced at her, then muted the video call with a slight nod. Am I disturbing you? Soo King-won shook his head. No, I got up to drink water. Cover yourself with this, don't catch a cold. She saw Fu Yanshi hesitate for a moment and instantly thought that this man must have a serious case of OCD. He probably finds this blanket dirty. Just as she was about to explain that it was new, Fu Yanshi reached out his hand and said, It's okay, thank you. Su Qingwen saw him take it over and put it on, then walked towards the dining room to get some water. Behind him, I heard Fu Yanxi apologize to the opposite side and speak in a low voice. My wife woke up. Wife? Wife? Is it me? He actually introduced himself to the other person like that. After drinking water and returning to the bedroom, Su Qingwen did not feel sleepy anymore, so she decided to continue working on her paperwork. The sky was already starting to brighten when Fu Yanxi entered the master bedroom, a hint of weariness adding to the depth of his handsome face. Su Qingwen quickly put down the computer, stood up. You should take a nap. If you're afraid you won't wake up later, I'll wake you up. Okay, he nodded, taking the bathrobe and entering the bathroom. She stood at the door waiting obediently, looking just like a young wife waiting for her husband. After finishing the shower, Fu Yanxi came out, and Su Qingwen quickly plugged in the hairdryer, speaking politely, "Can I help you dry your hair?" "Okay." He sat on the edge of the bed, his dark eyes occasionally staring at her busy figure in front of him, his thin lips curling up. Su Qingwen was afraid that his hair would not dry and he would catch a cold, but also worried that he was too slow and would delay his sleep, so he was a little nervous. Fu Yanxi suddenly reached out and embraced her slender waist, slightly raising his head. "I have to go to the company in 2 hours. That's me calling you. My point is, I don't want to sleep anymore." Before Su Qingwen could react, he had already taken advantage of a favorable position, pinning her whole body beneath him. Fu Yanxi made a significant contribution to the field of mathematics. Only once can it be done. When asked such a blunt question, Su Qingwen naturally did not answer, but quietly wrapped his strong waist. In this matter, Fu Yanxi has always been gentle, very considerate of her feelings, sweating profusely. Su Qingwen almost really forgot everything, but fortunately, the tattoo on his collarbone reminded himself. This man is just using himself as a substitute. His thoughtfulness, his care will one day be suddenly withdrawn. Su Qingwen frowned slightly, raised his hand to cover up the string of numbers with the blanket. At least for now, at this moment be more tolerant of her to dream for a while. Chapter 39. This voice sounds familiar. When Su Qingwen woke up, Fu Yanxi was already not at home. Because today is a weekend, she got up and cleaned the house after washing up. Then she carried the prepared meal to the hospital. Upon arriving at the one ward, Su Qingwen saw 2 men standing at the door, looking like typical bodyguards from a TV drama, dressed in black clothes and expressionless faces. As soon as I got closer, they both directly blocked my way. "To enter this ward, you need the consent of the people inside. I am the daughter of Zheng Qiushi." At first, Su Qingwen thought this was specially arranged by the hospital, but after inquiring, he found out that they were originally Fu Yanxi's personal bodyguards. After careful verification, she was finally allowed into the ward. When Zheng Qiushi saw his daughter, he quickly asked, "Who are those 2 standing outside? They're really intimidating. Today, even the doctors need to verify their identities before entering." Su Qingwen put down the lunchbox and explained, "Someone from outside has entered your hospital room, and the hospital is taking this very seriously. That's really not necessary. Besides, I haven't seen this in other wards." Zheng Qiushi took a few bites of food, suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, you haven't told me about your boyfriend yet. What does he do for a living? There's quite a lot of money in his hands." I asked about the price of the 2 ward. "Just the daily bed fee is 10,000. Tell me the truth quickly, don't try to hide anything from me." "Here 1 day costs 1,000 yuan. Su Qingwen was also surprised to learn about the price of the VIP ward for the first time. Previously, she thought it would be quite expensive, maybe around 1 to 2,000, but she didn't expect it to be tens of thousands. Seeing her even more surprised than herself, Zheng Qiushi's worries became heavier in his heart. What does this person really want from you? They spend money on you but don't tell you. She thought hard for a moment, panicking. Could it be that this person is lusting after your organs? Su Qingwen really admires her mother's ability to think outside the box. She is the first person who would think of Fu Yanxi as being involved in organ trafficking. She quickly helped her mother make the bed, then cleaned the wheelchair. "Mom, starting next Monday, I will be working at the headquarters, and I will also need to go on a business trip to Jingzhou City. There will be a few days when I can't come by, so please take care of yourself and don't worry me." "Do you want to go back to Jingzhou?" When this place was mentioned, Zheng Qiuxi's face darkened as if triggered by sensitive words. I am here for work, not for vacation, so everything has to be arranged by the company. Besides, she actually has no reservations about Jingzhou. Neither does she have any relatives or friends over there, nor does she have any fond memories worth missing. Be careful yourself. When you come back from your business trip, remember to bring your boyfriend. How did we get back to the topic of boyfriends again? He is very busy, no time. He will come over when he is free. You foolish girl, Mom is trying to look out for you. Even though we are currently using his money, it doesn't mean I accept any kind of son-in-law. If worst comes to worst, we won't go through with this surgery, I will leave the hospital. Su Qingwen felt a headache and didn't want to discuss this with her. Pull up a chair and sit down. Just took out my phone, only to find a missed call from an unknown number. It may be that the company has some issues, so she quickly got up and went outside the ward to make a phone call. There were a few rings, and someone answered on the other end. Is it Su Qingwen? Are you available to come to the headquarters now? I need to discuss the contract for the Hui Yi project with you in detail. This voice sounds familiar, she remembers it after hearing it once. It is Wan Yu. Chapter 40, Are you classmates with Yanxi? Okay, I will go there now. When it comes to work, Su Qingwen naturally cannot slack off. And after telling her mother, she quickly took a taxi to Fu's headquarters. She has only been here a few times, before it was only during Prosperity's annual meetings that she had the chance to visit. Upon entering the lobby, one can truly only describe it as magnificent and splendid. Just the natural crystal chandeliers hanging down must cost a few billion, and all around it's like a museum, displaying antiques and authentic masterpieces. According to Wan Yu, Su Qingwen took the elevator on the 12th floor and went directly to the 9th floor. Upon her arrival, she saw Wan Yu's office, with the 4 large characters of chief lawyer on the door, highlighting her importance to the entire Fu. You came very quickly. Wan Yu changed into another channel dress with light makeup, but still very elegant. Did Hui Yi's contract come out so quickly? Su Qingwen didn't want to exchange pleasantries with her. After all, his identity was awkward, so he directly cut to the chase. Well, Manager Chen of your 3 teams is very anxious, so the legal department has sped up to draft the contract. Wan Yu stood up from the chair and poured a glass of water for Su Qingwen. Normally, this kind of small to medium project wouldn't come to me, but Yanxi said for me to help you more, so I specifically brought this contract over. Every time she calls Yanxi, her tone is intimate and natural, as if their relationship is as solid as a rock, and no one can interfere. After seeing Su Qingwen remain silent, she smiled and said, Please have a seat. There are some details in the contract that need to be finalized with you, so you can't leave for the time being. Upon hearing her words, Su Qingwen finally pulled out a chair and sat down, with a standard posture, slightly curling his lips. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. At the end of the day, all of these projects belong to Yanxi. I came back this time to help him. Wan Yu lowered her gaze and took up the contract from Hui Yi, placing it on the table. To get back on track, regarding the breach of contract in this agreement, I think there are significant loopholes in the suggestions you submitted. Of course, I understand that you are new to this field and not a professional yet, but you should also be aware that the legal support for breach of compensation has a certain limit. If you exceed that, the court won't support it, and the other party won't care. Su Qingwen nodded, took out a pen, and wrote down notes on the contract. I know you want to intimidate the other party with this, but also, you have to recognize your own identity. It's not good to go too far. She said it casually, but hearing it in Su Qingwen's ears, this statement should have another meaning, right? I have no intention of crossing the border. I am just hired by Fu to do my best to fulfill the contract. Wan Yu was stunned for a moment and smiled. Now we are talking about work. Su Qingwen replied, I was talking about work. Oh, that's good. I was afraid you might have misunderstood something. After saying that, she continued with the details of the contract. I have to say, Wan Yu is indeed outstanding in the legal profession. After Fu Jiajie and Su Qingwen mentioned her, Su Qingwen privately searched her resume. In several major cases abroad, she has been involved, which can be said to have made a significant contribution to her. Being Fu Yanxi's moonlight, she is undoubtedly deserving. Are you and Yanxi classmates? Xie Yu's question interrupted Su Qingwen's thoughts. Are you junior high school classmates? Yanxi told me back then that he had a desk mate who often needed to skip class to go to work. 41 to 50. Chapter 41. Your reminder, I mind it a lot. She speaks in a casual tone in every sentence, as if having a conversation with a friend, yet every word reminds Su Qingwen of the distance between her and Fu Yanxi. Every time Xie Yu finishes speaking, she never asks follow-up questions, she just casually says it and then smoothly transitions to the next topic. Sometimes it gives Su Qingwen a feeling that it is just a wrong perception caused by being too sensitive. Finally, the contract is finally confirmed. Su Qingwen let out a sigh of relief, stood up, and said, "Thank you, Lawyer Chia, for your hard work. I'll leave now." "Oh, why the rush? Yanxi should be waking up soon. Let me go call him, we can have lunch together at noon." "Fu Yanxi, are you waking up soon?" She paused for a moment and then heard Xie Yu's explanation. "I don't know what he was up to last night. I asked him, but he refused to say anything. After 2 consecutive meetings this morning, I could see he was too tired, so I let him rest for a while." Su Qingwen thought, it's normal for Fu Yanxi to not say anything about it. Otherwise, how can he face his beloved Bai Yuan? He can't possibly tell her that he is with another woman, who is just a substitute. "I won't eat, I have something to do. Thank you, Lawyer Xia." After she finished speaking, she turned around and wanted to leave. Xie Yu was stopped by him at this moment, walking over quickly in high heels. "I have something to say directly, just a reminder, don't take offense. Your neck, Kiki, you need to cover it up when coming to the headquarters, it doesn't look good. Safety measures also need to be taken care of, otherwise, whether it's Fu or Yanxi, they won't tolerate the consequences." She pointed to the red mark on Su Qingwen's neck. Actually, Su Qingwen intentionally covered up with foundation, even in the hospital, her mother didn't notice. However, it may be a woman's innate sensitivity. Xie Yu definitely stared at herself carefully. "Miss Saya." Su Qingwen's voice was cold, with no emotion in her tone. "I take your reminder very seriously. I'd rather you remind Fu Yanxi not to always leave marks on me, it's better that way. She really doesn't like this kind of subtle criticism, both overt and covert, it's just boring." Undoubtedly, Xie Yu is indeed Fu Yanxi's white moonlight. She is noble, she is capable, but at least for now, she is still Fu Yanxi's legally recognized wife. In terms of ethics, Fu Yanxi gave herself the right to refute her. Su Qingwen walked out of Xie Yu's office with a straight back, only relaxing slightly when she entered the elevator. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the headquarters, Fu Yanxi's phone started ringing. When she answered the phone, his voice did have a bit of a groggy and husky tone, as if he had just woken up. Xie Yu didn't lie to herself. "Are you at the hospital?" "No. I have plans with a colleague to go to Buddha temple," Fu Qingwen said, looking up at the towering Fu Corporation building, which seemed to pierce the sky and made her squint involuntarily. "Do you need anything?" "In the evening, I go home to eat dinner. Oh, please send me the list of what you want to eat. I will buy the vegetables on my way back." Fu Yanxi paused, then suddenly said, "Your tone is off, what's wrong?" "I can do nothing." Su Qingwen smiled quickly. "I was just thinking about work just now, you go ahead and be busy, I have to hurry to catch the subway and meet my colleagues." She immediately hung up the phone and then glanced at the WeChat message Fu Jiajia had just sent. Huan baby, I have arrived at Buddha temple. My brother is also with me, you don't mind, do you?" "I don't mind. Wait for me, I'll be right there." Chapter 42. Su Qingwen, come here. Fu Jiajia's cousin, Su Qingwen, had met before. His temperament is completely different from hers. He is the mature and stable type. At a young age he became a physics professor at the university. He clearly comes from an educated background. Upon arriving at the entrance of Buddha temple, Su Qingwen saw a woman standing next to a pillar waving frantically at him. She walked over helplessly. "So many people, are you afraid of them laughing at you?" "I'm not afraid of anything, it's just because there are so many people, I'm afraid you won't see me." Fu Jiajia chuckled and then pointed to the person beside her with her chin. "This is my brother Nichizan. Remember him? He's a people-loving teacher who loves to talk a lot." Su Qingwen smiled, "I remember." At that time, both myself and Fujiajia had just resigned from our previous company and started working at Prosperity together. Her older brother was afraid that she would suffer, so he specially bought a small duplex nearby for her, fully equipped with furniture, appliances, and household items. One can tell that he is a caring and considerate brother who is affectionate towards others, and he has a good relationship with Fujiajia as siblings. Naijisen helplessly patted his sister's head. I'm doing this for your own good. Indeed, you and my mom are always on the same front. Fujiajia rolled her eyes, placing her hand on Su Qingwen's shoulder. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Su Qingwen. Beautiful and kind-hearted, currently single. Su Qingwen was taken aback by this introduction, but fortunately Naijisen knew his sister's temperament. He reached out his hand to Su Qingwen and said, "Hello, I'm Naijisen. We met last time when we helped Jiajia move." Hello. She politely shook hands, then withdrew her hand. 3 people first went to the main hall of the temple to pay their respects. After that, Fujiajia said she was hungry, so Naijisen suggested going to buy some food and water for them. After he left, Fujiajia quickly made faces at Su Qingwen. How is my brother? Is there any possibility between you two? Su Qingwen was stunned. Don't mess around. Why are you randomly pointing at the Mandarin duck's picture? I didn't cause any trouble. Seriously, yesterday my cousin came to North Zen City, and I just found out that he has been single for almost half a year after breaking up with his girlfriend. When Fujiajia learned about this, she almost jumped for joy. I wouldn't trust you with any random guy, but my cousin, I can guarantee with my life that he would make a great husband. He has a stable job with a high salary, and he is the only son in the family. You know, my uncle runs a chain of supermarkets, which is more than enough to cover your mother's medical expenses. Stop. Su Qingwen interrupted quickly. If that's your intention, then I'll leave. Why are you leaving? Haven't you set your eyes on my brother? I just never thought in that direction. She also knew that Fujiajia was doing it for her own good, but this thing just couldn't happen. In the middle of the conversation, Naijisen has already bought things and come back. Fujiajia was given a snack, and Su Qingwen's portion was intentionally made without garlic. I remember Jiajia saying that you don't eat garlic. After thanking Su Qingwen for a while, he didn't feel embarrassed, but after being criticized by Fujiajia, he only felt uncomfortable all over now. After wandering around the temple, she suggested that she should go back to the hospital to see her mother. I'll drive you. I came by car. Naijisen looked gently at Su Qingwen. Fujiajia also nodded vigorously beside. Great, I also want to go shopping next door. You go ahead and take her first. Not needed. Su Qingwen hadn't finished speaking when suddenly she heard someone call her name from behind. She turned around instinctively and saw a black Maybach parked on the side of the road. The car window half rolled down, revealing Fu Yanshi's exquisite handsome face. Su Qingwen, come here. Chapter 43. Know Your Identity. Mr. Fu. Su Qingwen didn't have time to react, and behind him, Fujiajia had already exclaimed with a thunderous question. Fu Yanshi suddenly appeared here, to a degree of disbelief no less than winning the lottery. She did not need to turn around to imagine Fujiajia's expression at this moment, inevitably a round of questioning, so Su Qingwen had a sudden inspiration and immediately put on a very professional smile, quickly walking to the front of the car. Mr. Fu, is there something work-related? Fu Yanshi glanced coldly at the person behind her, without exposing them. Get on the car. Okay. Su Qingwen nodded quickly, then turned to Fujiajia and waved. I have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. Let's meet up next week. While the situation has not yet deepened, she quickly got on the car. During the journey, both of them remained silent, and the atmosphere in the car was somewhat eerie. If you were to ask for a reason, Su Qingwen also had no idea what he was suspicious about. It can't be because of not sleeping well last night, right? As they were about to reach the supermarket, Su Qingwen finally broke the silence. I haven't bought groceries yet. Can you pull over by the roadside? Fu Yanshi kept his thin lips pressed together as he drove the car into the underground parking lot of the supermarket. As Su Qingwen was about to get off the car, he suddenly grabbed her wrist. Who is that person just now? Just now. It is my friend Fujiajia. We worked together at Prosperity. She was also on the last business trip to Wulin City. So he should know now. It was such a serious consequence to suddenly shout his name on the street. The key point is that Fu Jiajiet is still a huge loudspeaker. It is clear that Fu Yanshi's attention is not on this. Where is the man? It's her cousin. And then. Su Qingwen blinked his eyes, not understanding his meaning. Could it be that he thought Ni Zhizhen was compatible and wanted to include him in Fu's followers? Then, he is a professor in the university physics department, his father is in business, running a chain of supermarkets, and he is the only son in the family. She recounted everything she knew. However, Fu Yanshi's face became increasingly gloomy. You know very comprehensively. Just as Su Qingwen was about to speak, he had already taken a step down from the car. Although she is not very good at guessing other people's thoughts, she could still see that Fu Yanshi was angry, which led to the development of the whole incident, giving the feeling that a husband suddenly caught his wife behaving inappropriately. Of course, Fu Yanshi did not take the initiative to mention it, nor did Su Qingwen go after asking. She was very aware of her own identity. After buying groceries and returning to Eastwood Bay, she cooked while he worked, as if everything was normal. Apart from that night, Fu Yanshi was especially fierce. The 2 weekend days passed in the blink of an eye, and finally the day arrived for Su Qingwen to enter the head office. Early in the morning, she deliberately washed herself carefully, put on professional work clothes, and before leaving, she repeatedly confirmed that she had everything she needed to bring without missing anything. Let's go. At the entrance, Fu Yanshi was already in a suit and leather shoes. His tall figure was impeccable even at home. Every move exuded elegance and cultivation. She was holding a laptop bag in her hand, and she paused. I can just take the subway. If someone sees me getting out of the CEO's car, it would definitely cause quite a stir. My car is parked directly in a private spot where nobody will see it. That's not necessary. I just happen to be familiar with the subway route. I don't want to repeat it again. His tone was tinged with a sense of commanding firmness. Chapter 44. I sincerely admire Fu Yanshi. Fu Yanshi rarely speaks in this tone privately, which means he has made up his mind. Then, take Mr. Fu. Upon arriving at Fu Yanshi went straight to the meeting room. Su Qingwen feels like he's in endless meetings all day long. She carried her bag and went straight to find Lin's secretary. Seeing this person, she finally understood why his voice sounded so familiar. Isn't this the person who blocked her at the door when she was in Wulin City trying to get a contract from Fu Yanshi? Miss Chu. Secretary Lin didn't seem surprised at all, as if she already knew who she was. You don't have to be so polite, just call me Ho Xu. She is here for further studies. In layman's terms, she is following Lin's secretary to apprentice and learn. How can she let others call her Miss Xu? She said this in a way that made Secretary Lin feel a bit flattered and surprised. Mr. Fu personally asked me to take you. Should I call you Miss Xu? Having followed Fu Yanshi for so many years, Lin's secretary has never seen him with any close relationships with the opposite sex. Even with the chief lawyer Xiewan Yu, he always maintained a proper and respectful relationship. Now, suddenly breaking this pattern to ask him to take care of the girl in front of him, her identity must be special. At least in Mr. Fu's eyes, she is a very special presence. Unable to resist him, and unable to explain clearly the relationship between myself and Fu Yanshi to Secretary Lin, Su Qingwen could only nod and say, so I will trouble you more in the future. I have not been in this industry for long, so I may need more of your attention, but I can withstand criticism. Please point out any mistakes, and I will definitely correct them. Lin's secretary had never seen a girl who was willing to lower herself so much right from the start. It was quite unexpected. When I received Mr. Fu's order at the time, I thought it must be a young lady with a temper. After all, this person in the company is backed by Mr. Fu. As a result, his fondness for Su Qingwen increased significantly. Let me first take you to familiarize yourself with the project department. At the same time, you can get to know your office. Okay, you worked hard. After following Secretary Lin around the headquarters, she became familiar with the layout of this area. When she stood on the top floor of the Fu building's observation deck, looking at this luxurious building and the entire map of North Zen City related to Fu, she genuinely admired Fu Yanshi. This is not about bowing to his wealth, but more about his ability and serious attitude towards work. Even though V has so many assets and status, he still fights on the front lines, busy every day, working overtime and staying up late more frequently than himself. Being repeatedly recognized as a national outstanding young entrepreneur, he is truly a role model in the industry. After the visit ended, Su King-hoon immediately threw himself into work. The working atmosphere here is much more intense than at Prosperity. Everyone is almost never looking around. Each person's eyes are fixed firmly on the screen. After a day's work, she felt tired, but strangely fulfilled. At the end of the workday, Su King-hoon tidied up his desk, then confirmed with Lin's secretary about tomorrow's flight to Jingzhou City. Just as he was about to leave, Fu Yanxi's phone rang right on time. She suspected that Fu Yanxi had installed surveillance cameras in her office. Come in the morning position. Have you also finished work? There is a meeting for an overseas project at 1 a.m. We can do it at home. Su King-hoon nodded, hung up the phone, and headed straight to the underground parking lot. She had a smile on her face, but from afar, she could see Xia Wanyu standing next to Fu Yanxi. Also, when someone arrives at the headquarters, this kind of situation should be quite common. Chapter 45. How could he possibly be jealous? Fu Yanxi saw her just 1 second before Su King-hoon wanted to find a place to hide herself. Su King-hoon. His voice is deep and magnetic, with a calm and steady tone. Unable to hide, Su King-hoon had to go over with a stiff smile. Mr. Fu, lawyer Xia. We walked ahead first. When she approached, Fu Yanxi opened the car door and sat inside. Xie Wanyu waved his hand and smiled at Su King-hoon. Okay, drive safely, Yanxi. Let's talk about our matter when you come back from your business trip. Su King-hoon only got on the car after watching Xia Wanyu walk away. She sneakily glanced at Fu Yanxi, wondering what our matter Xia Wanyu mentioned would be. Tired, huh? Fu Yanxi used his slender fingers to tug at his tie, and also casually unbuttoned the top button of his shirt. Looking from Su King-hoon's perspective, one could faintly see the intricate tattoo on his collarbone. Thank goodness, Secretary Lin didn't give me too many tasks. If the workload is too high, just tell him. Fu Yanxi's intention of bringing her to the headquarters is not to make her work frantically all of a sudden. Su King-hoon nodded, and his phone suddenly rang at an inappropriate time. She took it out and saw a new friend request. CS request to add you as a friend. Whose is this? After hesitating for a moment, Su King-hoon finally clicked on Prove. Less than a minute had passed before Fu Jiajia's phone rang, clearing up the confusion. My cousin added you on WeChat. He said he has a research project recently, and if you're free, he would like to chat with you. The girl is really determined to play matchmaker. I didn't bluff you, Manager Chen is definitely interested. If you introduce 3 groups, your status will definitely rise rapidly. Ok, I added it. Thank you for giving me this great opportunity. She helplessly said a few words before hanging up, then looked at Fu Yanxi, who didn't react this time. Fortunately, it seems that his previous displeasure was not because of jealousy. It's obvious he couldn't possibly be jealous. Back at Eastwood Bay, Su King-hoon began packing her bags. Adhering to the principle of excellent service, she even went to knock on the study's door. Fu Yanxi, do you need me to help you pack your luggage for your business trip? He was leaning diagonally against the desk, looking at the company's financial statements. His bathrobe was loose, exposing a large expanse of pale skin. Hearing the sound, he sat upright and said, I need a few white shirts and 2 suits. Okay. There are also pajamas, underwear, and condoms. Su King-hoon looked at him unconsciously while Fu Yanxi remained calm. How does he say this vocabulary so lightly and naturally? Wouldn't it be a bit awkward? Furthermore, with such tight business trip schedule, Fu Yanxi actually has time to think about these things. Quietly, he left his study. Su King-hoon obediently helped him iron and fold his clothes, put them neatly into the suitcase, then fetched a tie, socks, underwear, and a box of contraception. Before putting it in, she specifically looked at the box which said 5 pieces per pack should be enough. After everything was in order, Su King-hoon took out his phone to look at it before preparing to take a bath, only to find that Ni Zhizhen had sent him 5 or 6 WeChat messages. Roughly, they said hello and briefly introduced the smart mobility vehicle that they, several professors, had developed together. She watched the concept video made by Ni Zhizhen. Not only can achieve unmanned driving, automatic parking, but also added 4-wheel 360-degree steering and early low-altitude flight. This surprised Su King-won a lot. Currently, the market for dual-use vehicles, which can be used on land and in the air, is still vacant. Domestic technology in this area has also been relatively immature. Chapter 46. Until now, he's the only man. Fujiaji at this time is really trustworthy. I have to go on a business trip tomorrow. I will talk to the leader about it when I come back. This is indeed a good project. After a while, he came back and asked, "Are you also going on a business trip tomorrow?" "Well, go to Jingzhou City." "Lucky. I am also going to Jingzhou tomorrow, invited to give a lecture at the University of Science and Technology. If you are available, we can meet up and discuss this project in detail." Suddenly invited, Su King-won was unsure if he truly just wanted to talk about work, or if Fujiaji had other ideas in mind. However, she did think the project was really good. You can't afford to miss out on this project just because of your doubts. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "Okay, we will contact you anytime." After putting down her phone, Su King-won went into the bathroom. When she came out, she saw there was an unread message on her phone, not an unread WeChat message. The following sentence means, "A little bit open, the number is still virtual. I heard you're being a mistress for rich men. What do you think your mother would do if she found out?" Boom. Su King-won felt like he had just been doused with a bucket of cold water. There's no need to think, she knows it's from father's mistress. Unable to cause trouble at mother's hospital, she's trying to start from her own end. What do you want to do in the end? Find a way to get your mother to agree to the divorce, and I won't tell her about it. Su King-won saw this message, so angry that her hands were shaking. She never imagined that a person could be shameless to this extent. For over 20 years, she has been a mistress, and is still scheming to force the rightful wife to divorce. Somehow, I can't help worrying that my mother will find out about this. If the matter of marriage agreement is brought to her attention, she would absolutely refuse to undergo the surgery, and might even cause many subsequent problems due to heightened emotions. When Su King-won didn't respond, they added another sentence. Do not have a mentality of wishful thinking. Since I have said it, I will do it. Fu Yanxi entered from outside, and what he saw was her solemn expression. Walking slowly, he touched Su King-won's shoulder and asked, "What's wrong?" She was taken aback, instinctively covering the content on her phone. "No, nothing much." Su King-won, I think you should tell your friends that you are currently married. Suddenly being mentioned this topic seriously, she hesitated for a moment. Oh. Especially, she will definitely continue to ask. I'm not good at making up stories, let alone making up a person. Fujiaji is very clear about her temperament. She will not let go of her husband's background without digging 3 feet deep. She won't be easily fooled by just anyone she fabricates. Then tell her. Fu Yanxi's dark eyes kept staring at her small face, trying to capture something from it. What should I tell her? Subconsciously questioning, Su King-won revealed that she had never even thought about making Fu Yanxi officially marry her. After a few seconds of silence, Fu Yanxi furrowed his thick eyebrows and said, "So I'm not allowed to be seen like this? But our contract is only for 1 year. We'll have to explain when we divorce." Su King-won analyzed very rationally and explained, "I know that you don't like Fujiaji introducing boyfriends to me. Afraid that I might have some unclear relationships during the contract period, afraid of causing you some physical effects. You can rest assured, I absolutely have no such intentions. If you think words are not enough, then add a breach of contract clause in the contract. I have no objections." Last time she had already deeply considered what Fu Yanxi meant by saying he had misophobia. It simply means he can't accept sharing a woman with other men. Especially with the filter of his white moonlight substitute on his own body, his concern is very understandable. In fact, Su King-won has only been with one man so far, but she doesn't want to say that she gave her first time to him, feeling like being morally coerced. Chapter 47. Arriving in Jingzhou. Upon seeing her so serious, discussing their marriage as if it were work, Fu Yanxi let out a sigh. Please wait a little longer. Perhaps I was too impatient. The next morning, the assistant came to pick them up and took them to the airport. Throughout the journey, he was busy communicating with shareholders, not even having time to drink water until he boarded the plane and finally leaned back on the seat to rest. Su King-won naturally won't disturb him, so he can take this time to look at the relevant materials sent by Lin's secretary. The more she delves into this project, the more questions she actually has. Regarding the energy-saving company, there are indeed good prospects, but is it really necessary for the esteemed CEO Fu Yanxi to personally travel to Jingzhou for business? Even if the investment amount is doubled, it might not make a dent in this Buddha statue. Perhaps he has other things to do. From North Zen City to Jingzhou, it takes 3 hours by plane. Su Qingwen has already taken several pages of notes, while the man next to her is still asleep. Last night's early morning meeting also didn't know what time it ended, making him so tired. After landing, Fu Yanxi slowly opened his eyes, with a slight furrow in his thick eyebrows. Have we arrived? Okay. Su Qingwen quickly took the cup of warm water and handed it over. You haven't eaten anything this morning, you've been sleeping all this time, your stomach might feel uncomfortable later, so drink some water first. He took it and took a sip. Thank you. Don't mention it. After she finished speaking, she started collecting data. This natural feeling of two people getting along is exactly what Fu Yanxi wants. He does not like Su Qingwen's carefulness when facing him, always looking up to him as a superior to a subordinate. After getting off the plane, the CEO of SNS company personally came to the airport to greet, and even the local media stood at the entrance of the hall taking photos. Upon seeing the camera, Su Qingwen immediately stood behind Secretary Lin, with great tact to lower her own presence. Mr. Fu is willing to come over, Jingzhou City shines brightly today. Exaggerated, I am just a person from Jingzhou. This time I came back to support the development of my hometown, it's the right thing to do. Only Fu Yanxi can make such flattering remarks sound so nice. The media followed him and started filming. Su Qingwen also sneakily took out her phone and took a picture of Fu Yanxi's back. He was wearing a light-colored windbreaker with a dark blue suit inside, which made him look tall and straight, standing there like a star posing for a magazine. Despite being very simple in attire, he exuded an air of elegance, with every move reflecting his gentlemanly demeanor and refinement. This man, whether in his student days or after entering society, always stands at the pinnacle of the pyramid, as if born to only gaze down upon the masses. Soon, Fu Yanxi was surrounded and got in the car. Su Qingwen quickly picked up the laptop, wanting to catch up with Secretary Lin. As soon as her foot lifted off the ground, she heard Fu Yanxi's voice. You, Qingwen Xu, sit in the car with me. After saying this, the eyes of the people present couldn't help but fall on her. To avoid further speculation, Su Qingwen quickly put on a professional assistant smile and walked over. All right, Mr. Fu. Finally getting on the bus, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the men around him weren't resting, Su Qingwen lowered his voice and said, If you keep calling my name, they will notice me. She didn't understand why Fu Yanxi had to shout so loudly. Wouldn't it affect his reputation? Are you afraid of seeing people? Chapter 48. Her father. I'm not afraid of seeing people, it's our relationship that I'm afraid will be speculated. Since entering the business world, Fu Yanxi has never been involved in any scandals. The only gossip might revolve around his relationship with Wan Yu. Right now, it would be a problem if it were leaked that he is accompanied by a female assistant and they are behaving intimately, as it would attract unnecessary trouble. Anyway, just follow Secretary Lin, you won't be too far away from him, let alone get lost in Jingzhou. Our relationship, there's nothing to be afraid of being guessed. Fu Yanxi said matter-of-factly. Just because it's not public doesn't mean anything, the couple who got their marriage certificate have nothing to fear from rumors. However, when Su Qingwen heard this, it didn't mean the same thing. Fu Yanxi deliberately approached himself so intimately and even had to do so in public. Could it be that he has had another dispute with Wan Yu? Is he trying to provoke Wan Yu by doing this? She found out the identity of this tool person, and she became more and more disgusted. You can't avoid it, you have to be prepared at all times. After all, Fu Yanxi was looking for himself, spending money and effort, isn't that what he wanted? Su Qingwen didn't speak again, but just looked out the car window. It's been 5 or 6 years since I last came back. The last time I was here, I hastily returned the rented house and rushed to North Zen City with my mother for medical treatment. Nowadays in Jingzhou, development is progressing rapidly, with tall buildings standing everywhere. Especially with the rise of the ed industry, many technology villages have been established here. The government is also fully supporting economic development, and after attracting foreign investment, foreigners are now commonly seen on the streets. The car arrived at this SNS company. Fu Yanxi still walked in front like a star surrounded by a crowd. Su Qingwen intentionally followed Secretary Lin slowly into the room, then whispered, "Before coming, I checked the information and photos of the shareholders of Sins. The man in the gray suit following their CEO is named Sun Goai. His ownership of Sins shares has changed 3 times. It seems like he had wanted to leave Sins before, but then he saw Fu showing interest and decided to hold on to his shares again. The time notes can also be matched." Following her words, I nodded. "Your analysis makes sense. We need to have a meeting with our lawyer and company accountant to discuss this in conjunction with the changes in business registration." Okay. Because Fu Yanxi personally came to the social networking site meeting, it alarmed many units, so it is difficult for him to withdraw today. In the afternoon, Lin's secretary couldn't hold on anymore and called Su Qingwen over. "You are from Jingzhou, is there anything delicious here?" "Ah, is there? But you don't have to accompany Fu Yanxi, Mr. Fu, to socialize, do you?" They seemed to have just said they were going to the hotel to sit down and chat. Today, Mr. Fu brought a secretary in charge of public relations. In a while, not only the people from Ascendant's company but also leaders from the Environmental Protection Bureau will come. I am not suitable to follow along. Su Qingwen suddenly realized, so that's it. Let me treat you to some rice noodles here. Let's make it quick, we can finish in half an hour, without delaying anything. Lin's secretary raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Mr. Fu values you for a reason. This assistant is so observant, it's a bit of a waste for them to be stuck in this branch of prosperity. Su Qingwen squinted and smiled, realizing that Secretary Lin was not as stiff and old-fashioned as he had previously thought. On the contrary, the smile he usually wore was much warmer than Fu Yanxi's. After searching for nearby rice noodle restaurants on their phones, they hailed a taxi and headed directly there. Just as he sat down and finished his meal, Su Qingwen suddenly caught sight of a figure that was both unfamiliar and yet familiar. Su shied. She has a father. Chapter 49. Infidelity within marriage. This world is really small. Before coming, Su Qingwen had thought that he might meet the Xu family, but he didn't expect to see him as soon as he arrived. No wonder that woman has been acting up lately and mentioning divorce. It turns out they have returned from overseas. This is not a good thing. Do you think Sun Goai wants to leave Sins because there is a problem with the company? Lin's secretary's voice brought her thoughts back. Su Qingwen nodded, deliberately sitting with her back facing. Su shied. Otherwise, even without Fu's funding for the listing, the profits from Sins are not bad. Unless he has a better option, it would be a cautious decision to withdraw the stocks rather than leaving the money idle. Those who are able to invest in a company at its early stage must have a special trust in that company. Either they have a very good relationship as close friends, or they are relatives in some way. In either case, as the original shareholder, he must definitely think carefully before taking any action. Moreover, stock changes take some time from declaration to realization, indicating that Sun Goai is determined to leave. Can you check the shareholding situation of Sun Goai in other companies? Su Qingwen smiled and immediately took out his phone to flip through it, then placed it in front of Secretary Lin, saying, "This is the latest." Su Qingwen, I declare that I will now look at you with new eyes. Lin's secretary is also a workaholic. Just as the noodles were served, he started looking at documents without even taking the time to eat. He praised her with just a sentence, but it caught the attention of Su Shied behind him. Su Qingwen. Greater than, is this Su Qingwen? Truly, it's you. Su Shied took a few steps over, just about to speak, but she stood up first. Lin's secretary, I have something to do first. Delay you 10 minutes, we'll be back later. Lin's secretary waved her hand. Okay, you can go now. Su Qingwen took the lead, walking ahead, followed by Su Shied as they walked out of the rice noodle shop. As soon as he stood still, he spoke in a hostile tone. What are you doing back in Jingzhou again? Work. If it wasn't for this, she wouldn't want to set foot on this land again. Do you still need to work? Aren't you with a wealthy person now? Su Shied really didn't leave any face for his daughter. He said it out loud on the street, without even lowering his voice. Are you involved? Su Qingwen was already impatient. My daughter and I haven't asked you for money, nor have we borrowed your fame. It's best for you to not inquire about my affairs. Who are you talking to? Su Qingwen, I am your father. Stop acting all high and mighty, just like your mother, with her stubborn attitude. Seeing her cold and indifferent expression, Su Shai couldn't help but raise his voice. Initially, Su Qingwen just wanted to quickly finish dealing with him and go back. But when he heard him mentioning his mother, he naturally couldn't bear it. How could we talk about moral character? Well, this statement coming from a man who abandoned his family and cheated while being married is truly laughable. You. Please stop. Tell that woman to stop as well. My mother and I have compromised to this extent, not because we are weak, but simply because we refuse to fight over rubbish. If you continue to push us step by step, I am not afraid to expose everything to the media. That Xu family in Jingshu City still have dignity and reputation. Think about the consequences yourself. After dropping those words, Su Qingwen turned around and went back into the shop. Behind him, Evzrushide was furious. Dare to threaten me? Fine. Don't blame me for not showing any mercy. Prepare to collect your mother's body. Chapter 50 Block someone's mouth. Su Qingwen just thought he was barking like a dog. That woman has always wanted to become the main wife, so she kept pushing Su Shai to divorce, causing countless disputes. However, Zheng Qiushi absolutely refused to sign the divorce agreement, insisting on letting her continue to bear the name of the third party. She can understand her mother. This is the important reason why Ms. Zheng Qiushi insists on living, even putting herself second to it. After returning, Secretary Lin saw that her complexion was not very good, so she didn't ask further, treating it as if nothing had happened. After eating, the two of them were called back to the Sezinist company. Fu Yanxi and his companions must have just finished their meal, sitting on the sofa in the banquet hall at the moment. Their suit jackets are draped over their arms, and their long legs are crossed together. Upon seeing Su Qingwen, he waved his hand and called her over. Not daring to neglect, she quickly walked to Fu Yanxi's side, giving a polite smile. Mr. Fu. Let me introduce you. This is Wei Zong from Sezinist company. Hello, Wei Zong. Wei Zong saw Fu Yanxi deliberately calling this person to introduce himself. Naturally, his identity was extraordinary, so he smiled and reached out his hand. Hello. Su Qingwen was specially arranged by me to take charge of our cooperation this time. You can directly contact her for any future issues. The words of Fu Yanxi were like throwing a bomb onto a calm lake. Su Qingwen was blown up and confused. When did she become the project manager herself? She's still quite young. Looking at Miss Su's young age, I never thought she was such an important right-hand man to Mr. Fu. I must have underestimated her. Wei Zong suddenly put an extra layer of filter on Su Qingwen, with a hint of flattery in his eyes. After all, it's difficult to please Fu Yanxi, so I can only focus my attention on other people and see how it goes. You flatter yourself. Su Qingwen was forcibly pulled into this conversation by Fu Yanxi and did not leave the Sin's company until it was dark. On the way back to the hotel, she really didn't understand and couldn't help but ask. Most of the support for this project still comes from Lin's secretary. Am I just taking credit for someone else's work? Isn't that right? Just arrived at the headquarters, and already making enemies, there's no hope for any development. Lin's secretary handles a lot of projects, and she doesn't care about this. Fu Yanxi raised his hand to rub his forehead, feeling exhausted from a day of socializing. He doesn't care, that's his business. What I'm doing is unethical. Su Qingwen. Fu Yanxi suddenly shouted her full name, his tone serious. Everyone in the head office, even the most basic employees, have impressive resumes. If you want to stay, you must have one too. Only by doing this can we shut others up. If it's because of this, then I'd rather not stay at the headquarters. After training, I'll return to prosperity. Su Qingwen is stubborn. If it's something that doesn't belong to her, she'll feel guilty taking it. After tossing and turning, thinking day and night, Fu Yanxi frowned, fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. This project was originally intended to be handed over to you. Lin's secretary has long known that they are in a supporting role. Do not doubt, I have said that I will not give anyone backdoor access, but I believe that with your abilities, you can handle the project as the main person in charge. It's just that you are not proficient in many aspects, which is why Lin's secretary is appointed as your mentor. Looking at Fu Yanxi, Su Qingwen always felt that this man is completely unpredictable and she couldn't figure him out. The one who cold-heartedly rejected the application is him, and now suddenly promoting himself is also him. 51 to 60. Chapter 51 Back to School. She suddenly fell silent, and only then did Fu Yanxi meet her gaze. What? Are you questioning your own abilities? Thank you for Mr. Fu's trust. I will do my best. Since Xu Qingwen couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. Since he couldn't see through it, he decided not to bother looking anymore. Now the opportunity is right in front of him. No matter what his intentions are, it's always a good thing for himself. If this project goes smoothly, I can not only repay Fu Yanxi's money within a year, but also not worry about my mother's medical expenses in the future. Stop at the Jinging Road intersection. Fu Yanxi suddenly spoke, and the driver quickly nodded, finding a place to stop. Only then did he realize that they had actually arrived near their alma mater. Would you like to go for a walk? Fu Yanxi raised an eyebrow. She nodded. Okay. Actually, Xu Qingwen doesn't have many memories of her junior high school days. Fu Yanxi really stands out as a representative figure in them. Walking again in front of the school, she took out her phone and snapped a photo, then carefully stored it in her online album. Do you still play basketball now? When she saw the new playground at the school, she was reminded of Fu Yanxi at that time. After playing basketball, all the other boys come back smelling of sweat, but not him. Even if it means being late for class, he still runs to the shared dormitory shower near the dormitory to take a bath. At that time, I was still young and did not realize that he had cleanliness obsession, which resulted in accidentally dirtying his school uniform several times later on. Sometimes he would still hit. Fu Yanxi walked beside her, his tall figure blocking some of the moonlight, casting shadows on her. Suddenly, Xu Qingwen saw the fast food restaurant across the school gate. It's still open. In junior high school, I used to work there. The owners were a couple from the Northeast, always smiling. After finishing night self-study each time, luckily this shop is still open. She only has the chance to enjoy a meal where she can sit down and savor it slowly throughout the day. I want to go there and take a look. After finishing speaking, she didn't wait for Fu Yanxi to say anything and quickly walked over in that direction. What surprised Xu Qingwen even more was that the boss had not changed. It was still the same couple. They were currently inside, wiping the floor, indicating that today's business was about to end. Excuse me, can I have another bowl of hot noodle soup, please? She hesitated for a moment, then walked over and spoke up. Because if I miss this time, I don't know when I will come back to Jingzhou. Sure, you can sit over there and wait for a moment. The boss lady pointed to a nearby seat and was about to go get utensils for her when suddenly she froze. Hey. Why do you look so familiar? Xu Qingwen squinted his eyes and smiled. I am Xu Qingwen. I used to come here to help out during middle school. Oh. You are that little girl? I was wondering why you looked so familiar. The boss lady is friendly, and as soon as I stood next to her, she began chatting. You must have graduated from university by now, right? It's been many years since we graduated. You are much prettier than before. Back then, I told my old man at home that you would definitely be a beauty in the future. Look, my words have come true. Xu Qingwen smiled. She liked their intimacy, even though they hadn't seen each other in so many years. There was still no sense of distance. Are you closing up this early now? I remember back then, didn't we all wait for the junior high school night self-study to finish? We have always closed when it gets dark. The boss lady thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. All right. It was because there was a very tall and handsome young man who gave us some money, asking us to stay open until 10 o'clock every night. Chapter 52, If I Didn't Have the Space. Young man. Upon seeing the surprise on Xu Qingwen's face, the boss lady raised her eyebrows and said, Oh, you didn't know. I thought he was making such a request just for you. After all, back then, the only person who would stay behind after evening self-study and not rush home, but instead come to eat hot noodles, was often just her alone. It shouldn't be because of me. She did not think anyone would treat her like that in junior high. After chatting with the boss's wife for a while about the changes in the school, Xu Qingwen didn't want to delay their return home, so he packed up the hot noodles and took them away. Upon leaving the store, she saw Fu Yanxi standing across the street waiting for her. He didn't follow into the store, just stood there smoking a cigarette. You haven't been here before, have you? He is a rich young master, so he would not deign to eat the ordinary food that common people eat. Have you been here before? Fu Yanxi stepped out his cigarette, casually helping her carry the takeout bag in her hand, then continued walking by her side. Su King slightly lifted her head. I am not as noble as you think. Although the Fu family was indeed wealthy at the time, they were far from reaching the heights they have now. Do you think their food tastes good? It's okay, I've been eating it for 2 months in a row. This really surprised Su King. She covered her mouth and laughed a few times. I'll tell you a secret, I worked here secretly for 2 months during junior high school. Luckily, I was tall and wasn't recognized as child labor. Otherwise, I would feel guilty towards the couple. At that time, I even begged them to accept me. Fu Yanxi raised his lips slightly, listening quietly to her talk about past events. They walked and chatted along the way, arriving at the pre-booked hotel. The noodles in the takeout bag had already clumped together, but Su King still tasted them. The taste is indeed the one in my memory. She wanted to take another bite, but it was taken away by Fu Yanxi. Don't eat it, it's already cold. Not good for your stomach. He seems to be very concerned about his stomach problem. Su King paused for a moment, feeling that Xiaowan Yu must also have a stomach problem, so Fu Yanxi always reminded himself. It's not that she always deliberately thinks of Xiaowan Yu. It's just that every time Su King faces Fu Yanxi's concern for her, images of his tattoo on his collarbone, the password to his place, and Xiaowan Yu's intimate Yanxi keep popping up in her mind. Hungry? Fu Yanxi saw that she was not talking, thinking that he had mistakenly snatched her noodles, so he gently said, I will have my assistant bring some food over. Not necessary, I bought these noodles on a whim anyway, she said, standing up and grabbing her nightgown from the side of the bed. I'm going to take a shower. Su King walked quickly into the bathroom, looking at herself in the mirror with an indescribable annoyance. She suddenly dislikes her own face. Even though it was because of it that Fu Yanxi noticed her and her mother had the chance to undergo surgery, but it always reminded herself of being a substitute. Ever since signing the agreement with Fu Yanxi, his gentleness, his thoughtfulness, his meticulous care make Su King say that she was not touched at all. That was fake. Because from childhood to adulthood, she really rarely had been cared for by anyone. The most cruel thing is, she knows it crystal clear, all these heartwarming gestures are given to Xiaowan Yu through her own face. If it were not for the space, I probably would not even have the chance to talk to Fu Yanxi alone. Tonight, Su King was particularly proactive. Even though he had no strength left to raise his hand after being asked by him, he still didn't call it quits. Chapter 53 Mr. Fu and Lawyer Xia. The next morning, when Su King woke up, Fu Yanxi had already left. On the living room table outside the suite, there was the breakfast he had arranged to be delivered in advance, along with a note he had personally written. Today there is a charity event, I will contact you when it ends. She just said it. Fu Yanxi coming to Jingzhou must have other things to do. After brushing up, having breakfast, Su King met up with Secretary Lin. Because she had already thoroughly researched Sun Goi's information yesterday, today she only needs to investigate the operation of the Sins company in depth. Although their leader had sent over all the reports overnight, they still decided to conduct an on-site investigation at the company for caution. After a busy day, Su Kingwen's admiration for Fu Yanxi has reached a new level in his heart. She said, why does Fu Yanxi have to emphasize to Wei Song that she is the project manager? Wow, today when she came to Sins, whether it's a leader or a grassroots staff, everyone is cautious and thoughtful towards her, even pausing for a moment to reply with proper punctuation. In this way, it will be much easier for Secretary Lin to investigate the actual situation. After all, not many people are focusing on him. In the evening, she and Secretary Lin found a casual restaurant to dine at. As soon as they sat down, Su King began looking through all the investigation materials. Lin, the secretary, laughed and said, You just saw me today, why are you avoiding my gaze? Turns out you're afraid I'll get angry. This project has had a significant investment, it is a quite core project. Lin secretary, you have made a lot of preparations for it. And I ended up taking away all the credit by parachuting in. If I were in your shoes, I would also be unhappy. That's because you've just entered the workplace not long ago, Secretary Lin said nonchalantly. Who did it? How much was done? Mr. Fu has a clear idea in his mind, otherwise he wouldn't have made Fu's work so big all by himself. Although you are just a figurehead for this project, in reality, it doesn't make any difference to the compensation that should be paid to me. Doing this can also shift the attention of the other company, improve the accuracy of our investigation, and reduce investment risks. Why should I be angry? After being analyzed like this, Su King-won really feels that his experience is still shallow, and in the investment banking industry he is just a newbie. Of course, this also needs to be supported by Mr. Fu. Secretary Lin suddenly added, having such a big project on your resume is equivalent to jumping straight to the level of an investment banking director. When you want to leave Fu and jump ship, other companies will definitely be fighting to have you. I will not resign from Fu. That's natural. I've been following Mr. Fu for so long, and I've never seen him care for anyone like this before, Secretary Lin said, raising her eyebrows at her. Except for Lawyer Xie, you are the only one. The summer lawyer is back. However, you two also have differences. Lawyer Xie has made great contributions to Fu, so it is normal for him to have Mr. Fu's attention. Su King-hwan took a few bites of rice, then casually asked, have you heard, Mr. Fu and Lawyer Xie seem to have known each other since childhood. They did indeed know each other early, but I don't know about the others. Oh. By the way, you and Mr. Fu had a good relationship before, right? Last time in Wulin City when you came to see Mr. Fu, he had just finished a meeting and hadn't rested for long. But when he heard your voice, he still let you in. During that period, he will not meet anyone. Suddenly the past was brought up. Su King-won felt a bit embarrassed. Well, not only were we classmates, but also seatmates. Ah, I remember now. That business trip, were you staying in room 1501? Chapter 54, did you just bring a box? When I said that seeing the name Su King-hwan, it seems very familiar. Su King-hwan knew that this topic could not be discussed further. If they delved deeper, all the absurd incidents of that night would have to be revealed. She doesn't want anyone to know about her agreement with Fu Yanxi. It's best if everyone just thinks that Fu Yanxi is only nice to her because of their classmates' relationship. Oh, Secretary Lin, could you take a look at their trademark patent document? Doing charity is never just for show. He personally reviews the list of every batch of impoverished students he sponsors, cross-checks the actual situation, and then secretly sends someone to investigate whether there are even more impoverished families that were not selected. If parents are seriously ill, Fu Yanxi will make sure to bring more attention and try best to prevent students from being delayed in their studies due to livelihood issues. At the end of this day, he was also very tired. Just as he boarded the bus back to the Jingzhou city center, Fu Yanxi immediately called Su King-won. Hello, Mr. Fu? He knew that Secretary Lin was by his side. Well, I want to see the summary of the due diligence you did today. Bring it to me tonight. Okay. Just hung up, Fu Yanxi raised his hand to massage his temples, and immediately Zhu Sizi's phone call came in. Once you threw all the company's matters away, you ran off to Jingzhou. How is it? Does that girl know the things you did for her and is moved to tears? She will not know. Including the shop at the school gate, why didn't he follow up? Because he was afraid the shop owners would recognize him as the young man who gave them money. Sometimes Fu Yanxi actually finds himself quite ridiculous. Compared to Su King-won's cautiousness, isn't he even more timid and indecisive? We really admire Mr. Fu, he is truly great. When are you planning to come back? I am almost done with my work here too. Let's call Saiwan Yu and have a good drink together. We won't go home until we are drunk. Eating is fine. I don't drink alcohol. Oh, it's not like you got yourself drunk again. Fu Yanxi suddenly smirked. I've never been drunk. The car arrived at the hotel. Fu Yanxi returned to his suite wearing a windbreaker, looked around, only to find himself alone. He knew that Su King-hwan was afraid that Secretary Lin would find out something, so he specifically booked a separate room for himself before going on a business trip. At this moment, she should be in that room. After taking the phone and sending a text, not long after, I heard a furtive knock at the door. He opened the door, glanced at the documents in her hand. You really brought the summary over. I'm afraid what if Secretary Lin also comes to find you? Fu Yanxi gently tugged at his thin lips, reaching out to unbutton his shirt one by one, revealing his strong and muscular physique. I didn't expect him to suddenly take off his clothes. So King-hwan was startled, her cheeks burning up, quickly turned around. Are you going to take a bath? Watching her tangled and shy expression, Fu Yanxi chuckled softly, then bent down to grab a set of new pajamas from the luggage. The long fingers flipped through it a few times and said, "You only brought one box." "What?" "This." He walked to the bedside table and shook the empty little box. "Family planning products." "Oh right. Is it all used up at home?" Su King-hoon gritted his teeth and shook his head. "No. I thought you would be tired from your business trip." Who would have thought he would use up all 5 tablets in one night? Fu Yanxi crossed his arms across his chest and looked at her. "So what do we do now?" Chapter 55. Not suitable for having children. What can we do? Su King-wen also stood there in a daze, not knowing what he meant by this. "Forget it." Fu Yanxi strode towards the bathroom, opened the door. Just as she was about to relax, she heard the rest of his sentence. "Wait, I'll go out to buy." "Don't." Su King-wen immediately said. "Let me go instead." Going to the supermarket with a personal assistant, no one would suspect anything, especially when you are a girl, so no one would think too much. However, when Fu Yanxi went out, things were different. If someone sees or takes a picture he has gone to buy that thing, it would be explosive news. Upon seeing through her thoughts at first glance, Fu Yanxi sighed deeply and said, "You don't need to be so cautious. That's not possible. What if we get caught?" When the time comes, it is not just a matter of Fu Yanxi's reputation, but if his own mother were to find out, the consequences would be too terrible for her to even contemplate. While Fu Yanxi was taking a shower, Su King-wen quickly ran out to buy a box of things, and to cover up, also bought a lot of snacks. Worried about seeing Secretary Lin in the elevator, she simply climbed the stairs up instead. Tiptoeing into the room, she found that he had already taken a shower. However, it seemed like he was working because she could hear not only Fu Yanxi's voice but also some foreigners talking. Su King-wen naturally wouldn't disturb, holding the phone quietly sitting on the sofa just inside the door. As soon as she sat down, she saw someone sending her a WeChat message. When clicked, it is Nejizan. "Sorry, I don't know if I'm disturbing your rest. My speech is over. Are you free to come out tomorrow?" She hurried back. "Yes, I will finish handling the company's affairs tomorrow morning and contact you." "All right. You're still not asleep? I thought you girls would be beauty sleep." After seeing that he seemed to want to continue chatting, he started a new topic again. Su King-hoon thought for a moment and replied, "Just need to sleep." She is not aloof. It's just that her current self must reject all romantic advances from the opposite sex, regardless of whether they mean it or not. She doesn't consider it. "Not only because of the contract with Fu Yanxi but also because of my own situation. How can I be qualified to talk about feelings? Even if the man's family is rich, it is not appropriate to go after their property, let alone have the right to demand help from the other party to treat his mother." After sending this WeChat message, Liu Wangking paused for a moment before realizing that someone was behind her. "Are you done? Are you done yet?" Fu Yanxi was wearing a bathrobe, his dark eyes staring at himself unclearly. Could it be that he saw himself and Nejizan chatting on WeChat? Su King-wen subconsciously wanted to explain, but then felt, what if the other person didn't mean that? This is not a case of having 300 taels of silver here. Yes, his voice was always cold and deep, devoid of any emotion. "Did you buy the things?" Su King-wen still could not chat with him openly about this, just lowered her gaze and handed him the bag in her hand. Fu Yanxi took out the box of essential items from a pile of snacks. "The business trip will end in 3 days. Do you plan to go shopping again tomorrow?" Su King-wen's cheeks blushed at his words, his eyes avoiding. "We can. Try to use less." Looking at her like this, Fu Yanxi raised his thick eyebrows slightly. "Su King-wen, we are currently not ready to have children." "What?" She stood there in a daze. How did we suddenly jump to the topic of children? "Mr. Fu, I didn't mean that." Is he misunderstanding something, thinking that he is hinting at him? Chapter 56. Accompany me back to the Fu family. I don't know if he's tired or just doesn't want to go out and buy again tomorrow. That night, he broke the habit and only asked for one time. Although Su King-wen was also tired and didn't want to raise his hand. After Fu Yanxi finished cleaning up, he lay down behind her, his arm lightly resting on her waist. He was tired too, and soon the sound of steady breathing could be heard. After waiting for a while, she slowly turned her body, creating some distance between them. For so many years she has been living alone, suddenly having someone by her side. she feels a bit uncomfortable. Feeling thirsty, Zhu Qingwen tiptoed out of bed, poured himself a glass of water, and just as he was about to go back, he suddenly saw the phone on the table light up. This is Fu Yanxi's personal phone. After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't resist her curiosity and walked over to take a look, only to find that it was a message sent by Xia Wanyu. Aunt's depression has relapsed again. I can go back to see her next week, don't worry. Your work is important, I will accompany her for the checkup. Before this message, there was another one, but you can't see it unless you unlock it. Su Qingwen silently took a sip of water, returned to bed, but found that she was not sleepy. They are truly a golden boy and a jade girl. The point has been accepted by both the company's employees and Fu Yanxi's family. It can be seen that both the Fu family from top to bottom really like Xia Wanyu. She even helps take care of Fu Yanxi's mother. And myself is becoming an increasingly awkward presence, thinking of terminating the contract but lacking the economic strength to do so. Feeling clueless about what to pursue next, yet all signs point to being merely a substitute for Xie Wanyu. Everything currently possessed seems to have been gained through Xie Wanyu's influence. After thinking about it over and over again, the only solution is to hurry up and make money, so I can get out of this awkward relationship as soon as possible. The next morning, Su Qingwen woke up and, out of habit, wanted to stretch his arms. As soon as his arms were raised, he realized that the man next to him was still there. He has already finished taking a shower and is now leaning against the head of the bed, flipping through materials, looking at them seriously. Woke up, I ordered breakfast from the hotel. In Fu Yanxi's voice, there is still a bit of hoarseness, a low tone with some graininess. The bathrobe on his body is without a belt, loose at the chest, revealing his strong abdominal muscles. Early in the morning, Su Qingwen couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at this. The phrase Gen Ji in English is very exciting. Perhaps her voice was a little loud. Fu Yanxi's body stiffened. He slightly turned his head to look at her. Caught off guard, she quickly shifted her gaze. Okay, let's have breakfast. I think you're more interested in eating me. No, absolutely not. She had a look on her face as if she wanted to raise her finger and swear, just like she did in junior high school. Everything she did was very meticulous and naive. When others were joking, she took it all seriously. How did your investigation of this project go? Fu Yanxi asked as she changed clothes, no longer teasing her. Su Qingwen turned his eyes to the side, then quickly got out of bed to get the materials he had organized. It's almost done, just a few more items that need some time. I'm afraid they might cheat, so when going to retrieve documents or similar things, I left my phone number. This way, if they want to check or switch packages, they must notify me first at the commercial office. Fu Yanxi nodded in satisfaction. You have thought very thoughtfully. It's still all thanks to Mr. Fu willing to give me a chance. Since you appreciate me so much, will you agree to one thing? His hand pausing on the button of his shirt. Su Qingwen nodded directly. You say. This weekend come with me to visit the Fu family. Chapter 57. Directly discussing the topic. Return to the Fu family? The first thing that came to mind was Xia Wanyu's message to Fu Yanxi. I accompany you, isn't that a good idea? This identity of mine is quite awkward. There's nothing wrong, just accompany me. If you don't want to get off, you can wait for me in the car. Hearing his meaning seemed to really just be accompanying him, with no intention of having herself involved. Su Qingwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. That line, tell me one day in advance, I'll arrange the work. Fu Yanxi nodded, watching her relax from her tense appearance as if facing a great enemy. He momentarily doubted if it was the right decision to bring her to the Fu family so hastily. He just wanted to make his mother have an impression of Su Qingwen, and then slowly find a way to accept her. One morning, Secretary Lin efficiently checked all the sins thoroughly. Su Qingwen couldn't help but feel moved silently in his heart, realizing that only extraordinary people could work by Fu Yanxi's side. It was almost noon when she suddenly remembered her appointment with Ni Zhizhen. Try sending an emoji, the other person replied instantly. I was just thinking whether to disturb you first, but I'm afraid you're busy. There is nothing much going on here. We can meet up and discuss the project in detail. Her words are always simple and direct, leaving no room for the other person to have any imagination. After a while, Ni Shizhen sent Su Qingwen an address. Lin's secretary, I have an interesting project that I'm interested in. Do you want to go with me? These days of interaction, Su Qingwen actually found that he got along well with Lin's secretary, who appeared to have a cold face but was actually warm-hearted. Both people are wholeheartedly focused on their work with a shared goal. I still have to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, so I can't go with you. You also need to come back before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There are several confirmation letters that need you to communicate with the legal department. Su Qingwen made an oak gesture, quickly tittied up, and then took a taxi to the agreed location. Along the way, she occasionally looked out of the window and couldn't help but feel amazed at how much Jingzhou City had changed. The old shabby houses from before have almost all been demolished, replaced by tall buildings and skyscrapers. While I don't have much sentiment towards this place, it is after all the city where I was born and where I spent the most important period of my life as a student. Looking back now, it seems like the difficult days of the past are not as deeply etched in my memory, to the point where I can't even remember them clearly. A taxi parked by the side of the road, and the driver handed her the taxi receipt. Su Qingwen glanced casually and spent 17 yuan on a taxi. The date below is August 20th. In 5 more days, isn't it Che Wan Yu's birthday? No wonder. Why did Fu Yanxi suddenly decide to go to the Fu's house, and he didn't even have to get off the car, just needed to go there? Now it seems that I was probably just a tool again that day. The purpose is to make Xia Wan Yu jealous. Sometimes she really wants to ask Fu Yanxi clearly what misunderstandings and issues are between him and She Wan Yu, causing him to torture each other like this, and even bringing disaster to herself as an unknown person. She entered the restaurant with a complex mood. Ni Shizhen was already waiting there for Su Qingwen. Unlike his usual conservative and old-fashioned attire, today he is wearing a white sportswear outfit, looking young and energetic. However, the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose still reveal his scholarly demeanor. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Ni Shizhen directly pushed the menu to her. Su Qingwen waved his hand. No, I came after having eaten. Na woman. Ja ji tan zu tai. Ditch sang ting and la. So shall we? Go straight to the point? She nodded. Okay, you may speak. Cough cough. Ni Shizhen paused for a moment, then took a long breath before speaking. Do you think I am suitable to be your boyfriend? Chapter 58 does not comply with regulations. Ah. His topic is too sudden. Isn't he here to discuss the project? Looking at Su Qingwen's stunned little face, Ni Shizhen couldn't help but curve his lips. Scared you? Is something. She laughed awkwardly, not at all sure how to handle the situation. Ni Shizhen was the first to break the awkward situation. I'm sorry, I was too abrupt. I did come here today because of the project, but I couldn't help but make a little joke since I found the sunlight shining on you so beautifully. After he finished speaking, he pushed the files and documents that were placed to one side in front of Su Qingwen. Take a look at these, they are design drawings and several national certification patents, he said. She took it and looked through it. The introduction inside was very comprehensive, showing that it had been carefully organized. There are several patents obtained by a group of people, as well as some patents personally signed by Ni Shizhen. For this part of the project collaboration, I need to bring these back to discuss with the higher-ups. However, personally, I feel that if we can achieve mass production, this should be a good project that the country should strongly support. The development of technology has always been a top priority. Ni Shizhen always had a warm smile on his face, like a friendly big brother next door. This time I was in a hurry, but when I returned to North Zen City, we have created a concept car in our lab. I will invite you to experience it. His tone was gentle and soft as he continued. I am mainly in charge of this project, so I will wait for your response. If you decide it's not feasible after discussing with your team, I will contact the company separately. That I need to hurry. Su Qingwen finally showed some smile, after all. The sincerity shown by the other party was quite a lot. For high-tech projects like this, usually during the financing period, many investment banks are simultaneously approached, and the highest bidder wins. Today, Ni Shizhen saying this undoubtedly means that she is giving the decision-making power to her. Although she knows in her heart that Prosperity 90% will likely pass this project, she is cautious and does not dare to immediately guarantee anything. You should have attracted a lot of interest with your first round of funding announcement, shouldn't you? Ni Shizhen paused for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, and nodded. There are many people who have contacted me, but my little sister had already informed me beforehand to give my first choice to prosperity. If the cooperation is successful in the end, I will definitely ask the leader to add Jiajia's name as well. You two sisters have such a good relationship, he smiled. My sister is too active. At first, I really thought your friendship wouldn't last long, but I didn't expect you could actually tolerate her. Su Qingwen thought of Fujiajia, slightly hooked his lips. She really treats me well. Throughout her life, she has been able to feel very little warmth and concern. Fujiajia is the most continuous and pure emotion in it, accompanying herself for many years. Every time we meet, she never stops talking about you. If you're a guy, I will start to suspect that my sister has fallen in love with you. Ni Shizhen and Su Qingwen chatted for a while about Fujiajia's childhood stories, and finally the atmosphere between the two was more harmonious, without the initial restraint and awkwardness. They didn't finish until Secretary Lin called. Su Qingwen took a taxi directly to the commercial bureau of Jingzhou City. On the way, she suddenly received a phone call from Xiaowan Yu. Do you have the core technical diagram of the Huiyi project in your hands? Yes. Please send it to my email, I need to use it. After a pause, Zhu Qingwen furrowed his brow slightly, but this doesn't comply with the regulations. If you are in urgent need, you can inform our manager Chen and he will provide it to you. After all, technical diagrams have confidentiality obligations, let alone core technology. Chapter 59. Just add me, that's enough. I don't have time, the contract needs to be annotated with the appendix. I have to take a look. Only then can the legal department issue the final contract. Xiaowan Yu seems really in a hurry, her voice carrying a bit of a commanding tone. Don't waste any more time, the lawyer from Prosperity is waiting here, just send it to this email. After speaking, she hung up the phone directly. Soon, an email address was sent to Su Qingwen's phone. Considering Xiaowan Yu's position as the chief lawyer for Fu, she wouldn't do anything that would be detrimental to the company. So Su Qingwen decided to open the documentation for the Huiyi project and send over what she needed. When the Bureau of Commerce arrived, Su Qingwen got off the car and only then did he notice that Fu Yanxi was still standing beside Secretary Lin. Is he done with his work? Quick, just waiting for you to confirm and sign. Lin's secretary waved her hand, urging her. Su Qingwen hurriedly walked over in high heels, and as she passed by Fu Yanxi, she even lowered her head and said, Mr. Fu, hello. Following Secretary Lin, she continuously secretly memorized the communication techniques between him and the staff, always remembering that she was here to learn. Everything is taken care of, and this business trip has been successfully completed. All that is left is to wait for the next steps. After leaving the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Fu Yanxi was still standing in the same place, holding a cigarette between his slender fingers. During working hours, he always dresses impeccably, wearing a sharply tailored suit and neatly combed hair, never even changing into short sleeves during the summer. Are you okay? Su Qingwen nodded. After treating you all, today I'm treating you guys. Fu Yanxi stubbed out his cigarette and threw it into the nearby trash can. Thank you, Mr. Fu. Lin's secretary had already followed him onto the car, while Su Qingwen was sluggishly walking behind. After arriving at the hotel, the waiter led them directly to the reserved private room. Suddenly, Su Qingwen heard someone shouting his name. She turned around instinctively and saw a young man walking briskly towards her. She felt like she had seen his face before, but couldn't recall his name. Su Qingwen, it's really you. The boy looked at her in surprise, then smirked confidently and said, Forgot me? I'm your junior high school classmate, Feng Tenyu. Remember that time in 9th grade when I confessed to you and you rejected me? Upon hearing the words middle school, Su Qingwen instinctively looked at Fu Yanxi. Following her gaze, Feng Tenyu also appeared. Fu Yanxi? I didn't read it wrong, did I? This is someone who can only be seen on a TV screen. You read that right. Compared to Su Qingwen's stunned look, Fu Yanxi appeared very natural, striding over to her side, and then gesturing for Secretary Lin to go in with the others first. Over the years apart, you have really become more and more handsome. Back in middle school, you were the tallest and most stylish in our class. Feng Tenyu was quite talkative, completely unaware of anything wrong. Hey. Why did both of you suddenly leave the group earlier? Su King-won also wanted to speak, but he always touched on the wrong subject. Accidentally deleted. Fu Yanxi stood in front of her and continued the conversation. Then let's add each other on WeChat. I'll bring you guys back. Recently they said they want a classmate gathering, you guys should come together. Fu Yanxi didn't put on any president's airs and graciously took out his phone. After Feng Tenyu was busy adding it, he handed the mobile phone's QR code to Su King-won. Suddenly, Fu Yanxi spoke up. Just add me, I'll pull her in. Chapter 60. Your peach blossoms are quite prosperous. Oh, okay. Feng Tenyu finally realized something was wrong, looking at Su King-won and then at Fu Yanxi. You too. I work at his company. Without waiting for Fu Yanxi to speak, Su King-won quickly spoke before him. Yuan Lei Shi Zi Yang. Feng Tenyu also felt a sense of relief, and his gaze looked boldly at Su King-won. She has always been beautiful. In middle school, even though she was wearing tattered clothes and her hair tie was old with loose threads, Su King-won's exquisite features could not be hidden. Now, she is dressed neatly, with her hair falling like seaweed down her shoulders, her bright yet pure eyes, dainty nose, when looked at individually or together, seemed like they came out of a cosmetic surgery template. Upon seeing that he seemed to want to say something else, Fu Yanxi took a step back before she could react. Let's chat another day, we have plans today. Oh, then you guys hurry up and get busy. Come over and chat when the party is happening. As a man, Feng Tenyu still noticed Fu Yanxi's cold, polite attitude, so he didn't insist on adding Su King-won's WeChat in person. Thinking anyway until she is pulled into the group, I can also join. Fu Yanxi took Su King-won into the VIP room, where several dishes that had been pre-ordered were already served. Lin's secretary has already reserved the seat for the boss, and then the seat next to it is also vacant. Therefore, Su King-won had no choice but to sit naturally next to him. Regarding the case of our subsidiary accepting 3 billion non-performing assets from Tianyu Group, it has been decided to target Tianyu Dairy for debt-to-equity conversion. The contract portion has already been handed over to lawyer Cha. Lin's secretary is a workaholic. Whenever Fu Yanxi is too busy, he takes the opportunity to quickly start reporting his work. Well, she will now have a leeway out for the company. Fu Yanxi replied in a low voice. The confident tone and indifferent attitude both indicate his trust in Xie Wanyu. Su King-won unconsciously glanced at his deep profile. How can one describe the feeling after hearing this? It is the tacit understanding between him and Xie Wanyu that he doesn't need to remind someone who has always been cautious. Fu Yanxi suddenly looked up. She quickly turned her face away and picked up the chopsticks on the table. She looked around but had no appetite, not wanting to eat any of the dishes. In the end, she only picked up a piece of green vegetable, bowing her head and chewing on it. After signing the debt restructuring agreement, we will hold 23% of shares in Tianyu Group. Once I return to North Zen City, I will confirm with the other party the specific repayment method and amount. Is the interest rate calculated at 6%? Lin's secretary nodded. They naturally want it to be as low as possible. But 6% is already the bottom line that we can accept. Hard work. Actually, Fu Yanxi's bottom line is 5%. The extra part will all depend on Lin's secretary's negotiating skills. He has never disappointed Fu. After finishing a meal, Su King-won returned to the hotel and immediately started to detail and submit Ni Zhizin's project until Fu Yanxi returned from his meeting in the living room. Then she put down the keyboard. By the way, you haven't added me to the class group yet. She suddenly remembered this, thinking that Fu Yanxi had forgotten. After finishing, he buttoned up his shirt and exclaimed, "What are you going in for?" "Your peach blossom luck is flourishing, it's everywhere." He leisurely put on his robe and walked up to her. Not even Feng Tenyu is enough, he's not qualified. When it comes to his love rival, she's just not good enough. 61-70. Chapter 61, Letting Men Cause Trouble. Fu Yanxi has already entered the bathroom, while Su King-won is still trying to figure out what he meant by those words. He seemed to not want to join the group going to junior high school, and he doesn't like Feng Tenyu. During the business trip in Jingzhou, she learned a lot from Secretary Lin, not only improving her due diligence arrangements but also mastering the art of communication with others. After returning to Bijan, Su King-won had a 2-day leave, but she spent all her time communicating with Lin's secretary about Ni Zhizin's project. finally cleared up the project submission. She was just about to tidy up and go to the hospital to see her mother when Zhang Huxi's phone rang. "Mom, have you returned to Beijing yet?" Listening to her mother's voice, Su Qingwen sensed that something was off, as it sounded slightly stiff and unnatural. "Well, after finishing my work at the company, I am planning to go to the hospital to see you. That will wait for you to come." She hung up as soon as she said this. Looking at the blacked-out screen of her phone, Su Qingwen was somewhat worried that father might be bothering mother again. After all, she had just returned, and there was nothing she could have done to upset Mrs. Zhang. As she stood up to leave Eastwood Bay, just as she opened the door, she saw Fu Yanxi's car pulling up. "Go to the hospital." After he stepped out of the car with long strides, he took one look at Su Qingwen and immediately guessed what was going on. "Well, I have been on a business trip these days. I will go ask the doctor about her condition. I will accompany you." "Young." Su Qingwen immediately refused, then realized her tone was a bit harsh, and quickly added, "My mom doesn't really like seeing guests. It's not directed at you." Fu Yanxi did not press her further, nodding lightly. "Then I'll take you." Su Qingwen did not refuse their kind offer anymore. After all, it was difficult to catch a taxi on the Eastwood Bay side. At the hospital, she stood in place, waved goodbye, watched Fu Yanxi's car leave, then turned and walked inside. At the entrance of Ward V1, two tall and imposing bodyguards are still standing, catching the curiosity of passers-by who glance their way. Carrying the fruits bought just now by the hospital, Su Qingwen pushed open the door and saw Zhang Huxi on the sickbed. She looked serious, raised her eyes to her daughter, and said, "Come here." Su Qingwen, without any defenses, closed the door and walked to the bedside. Before she could even speak, her mother's slap fiercely struck her face. There was no time to dodge. A crisp sound reverberated throughout the ward. The slap was so fierce that her fair little face immediately showed a red fingerprint. Shocking. "Mama, do you know why I hit you?" Zhang Huxi clenched her fists tightly, her breathing becoming rapid. This was the first time she had ever laid a hand on her daughter. Immediately, Su Qingwen thought of the message that woman had sent to him. "You are so young and yet so ill-mannered, willingly going to let a man harm you. Don't call me mom in the future, I don't have a shameless daughter like you." Faced with mother's constant accusations, she just covered her cheeks and listened, but did not argue. "Hurry up and get me discharged. I am not waiting here for any surgery. I would rather die than use this dirty money to extend my life." Zhang Huxi's voice was so loud that it made her ears ring, and she couldn't tell if it was because of the slap just now or something else. "The experts have already scheduled the surgery time and it cannot be cancelled. That's it, let me die now." Zhang Huxi's emotions began to escalate again, and Su Qingwen, disregarding the pain on her cheeks, quickly went over to grasp her mother's hand. "Mom, were you told by them, right? What purpose do they have? You should be very clear. Regardless of who told me, is it true that you are being financially supported by a man?" The mother's barrage of questions caught Su Qingwen off guard. She didn't expect that her relationship with Fu Yanxi would be discovered so quickly. "Yes, if I want my mother to live." "When did you ever have a choice?" "Mom, it's not true." Chapter 62, I really wasn't kept by anyone. "Is it not true? Good, then tell me, where did the money for the surgery come from? Why would your so-called boyfriend be willing to lend you so much money at once?" Su Qingwen moistened her dry lips, lowered her eyes for a long time. "I really wasn't kept. I got married and registered with him." She didn't want to tell her mother about this, but now there is no other way. Su Qingwen knows Zhang Huxi's personality very well. She can really go as far as to rather die than spend a man's money. Perhaps by bringing up the topic of marriage, there is still hope of persuading her. Perhaps it was unexpected for Zhang Huxi to see that his usually obedient daughter got married without even telling him. He looked at her, opened his mouth in disbelief, and couldn't say a word for a long time. Su Qingwen was afraid that her mother would faint again, so she hurried out to find a doctor. Fortunately, she was timely injected with antihypertensive drugs, but it also kept the doctor busy throughout the process. Until the sun outside sets, night falls, and the ward regains its quietness. Zhang Huxi lay on the hospital bed, not speaking, not closing his eyes, just staring at the ceiling. Su Qingwen stood on the side like a child who had done something wrong, being punished. Is the wedding really happening? Suddenly, Zheng Huxi spoke. Let him come over, I want to ask him face to face. Su Qingwen pursed his lips tightly and refused to relent. It's not that he didn't want to come, he's just extremely busy with work. Did you marry him because you wanted to help me raise money for the surgery? Zheng Huxi's legs may not move, but she is not stupid. How could she not know that her daughter is doing all of this for her own sake? But she only has one daughter. She is very afraid her daughter will follow in her footsteps. No. Hu Qingwen answered decisively, we are in love, Mom. He treats me very well. It's really good. Why? Then why don't you dare to come see me? Do not tell me to only listen to what those people say. Okay, you say he's busy, then I'll give him time. Before my surgery, I must see this man, otherwise forget about scheduling a time, I definitely won't have the surgery. After leaving the hospital, Su Qingwen did not go directly back to Eastwood Bay, but instead walked to the seaside. As it is already late at night, without the hustle and bustle of the daytime here, you can only hear the sound of the sea waves crashing onto the beach one after another. The wind was quite strong, whistling as it blew across her slightly swollen cheeks, causing a faint stinging sensation. Su Qingwen rubbed his arms, feeling the chill, his gaze unfocused. When she used to live in Jingshu City, she also loved to come to the seaside at night, especially when she was troubled by something that she couldn't resolve. She always felt that the vast expanse of the sea could give her the strength to face her problems without avoiding them. Tired? She was already very tired. The problem still needs to be solved. The crux still exists. Mother must have surgery. She didn't know how long she had been sitting on the beach until Fu Yanxi's phone call came, and then she stood up. Where are you? I am at the hospital. The following passage in English, with correct grammar and spelling. Su Qingwen. Fu Yanxi's voice lowered slightly. The entrance to the ward is guarded by my people. She forgot about it. I'll come pick you up. Send me your location. He will never ask too much. His first reaction is always to see her first. Su Qingwen glanced at the taxis passing by not far on the road. No need, I will take a taxi back. It's already late, you go to sleep first. She doesn't want to face Fu Yanxi now, because she hasn't figured out how to ask him for help to see her mother. Chapter 63. If possible, she also wants to. Rushing to hang up the phone, Su Qingwen quickly flagged down a passing car on the road. Now she treats Fu Yanxi just like work, must be responsive, must be available on demand. Thinking of her mother scolding herself for being shameless, if possible, she also wants to. Upon arriving at Eastwood Bay, Su Qingwen saw Fu Yanxi still in his suit, maintaining his businesslike demeanor. He was sitting at the table in the living room, conducting a video conference. The CEO is not easy to be, especially Fu Yanxi. Fu can reach his current position thanks to his cautious working attitude. Hearing a noise, he glanced towards the hallway and gestured for her to wait. Where would Su Qingwen dare to disturb his work? He bypassed the living room and entered the bedroom. Only then did he dare to make some noise. After thinking for a while, she called Fujiajia on her phone. After talking to her about her mother wanting to meet her boyfriend, of course, she didn't mention anything about marriage, let alone bring up Fu Yanxi. Do you need a guy right now to help you act in front of Aunt? Fujiajia accurately pointed out the source of Su Qingwen's distress. Yes. What are you still hesitating about? My brother. I'll call him now. As she was about to hang up, Su Qingwen quickly said, No. I know my mom's personality the best, she definitely won't say anything nice. The majority of it is just making things difficult for him from start to finish. Neishizan is not related or familiar with himself, so why should he let others suffer from such frustration? Also because of this, Su Qingwen dared not mention this matter to Fu Yanxi. In case he is harshly scolded by his mother, how should the contract be terminated? It's okay, my brother won't mind. However, I won't have the face to see your brother again in the future. I stayed up several nights to finish his project, and I don't want my personal life to affect work. Fujiajia knew that she was always stubborn about principles, so she added the last sentence. Let An have the surgery done first, everything else can be discussed later. She will ask other male friends to see if they can help. Su Qingwen sighed. All right, then I'll count on you. You have to make it clear to them, my mom will definitely make things difficult for him, and she might even resort to violence. Just the strength of the slap she gave herself today is enough to show Ms. Zheng's level of anger. Relax. By the way, you should also apply some medicine on your face, got it? Don't always be indifferent to everything. After hanging up the phone, Liu Qingwen sighed heavily, wondering when he could truly let go of this suspended heart until his mother's surgery was complete. Suddenly, the door of the bedroom was pushed open. Upon walking in from outside, Fu Yanxi immediately noticed the anomaly on her cheek. What did your mother hit? He was so clever that he guessed it right away. Su Qingwen instinctively covered the affected area, awkwardly pulling at his lips. No, I accidentally bumped into something. She doesn't want to expose her own wounds to anyone, whether it's Fu Yanxi or anyone else. No one is obligated to take on her negative energy. You can tell me anything you need. He took long strides towards her, approaching step by step, causing Su Qingwen's heart to race along with him. Fortunately, Fu Yanxi just opened the bedside drawer and searched for the anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving cream in the medicine box. I'm okay, tomorrow will be better. If you keep covering the wound, it will not heal, but only make it worse. He is talking about the wound, and he is also talking about her. Chapter 64, I allow you to be pampered. Fu Yanxi took out the ointment, specifically went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and then came over to apply the medicine for her. Su Qingwen backed away. Even though they had a very close relationship, it was still uncomfortable when he suddenly got so close. I can handle this by myself. It's not like it's a wound in an unreachable place. With that, she was about to go get the ointment. Fu Yanxi didn't give in. There was a hint of annoyance in his gradually sinking gaze. Bring your face closer. Don't worry about it. He didn't speak anymore, just looked at her. Reluctantly, Su Qingwen had no choice but to move over like a child and obediently lean in. Because they were so close, she could even see the fine hairs on Fu Yanxi's face. Due to his pale, cold skin, from a distance it was impossible to notice this level of detail. Fu Yanxi carefully spread the ointment evenly on her face, cool and comfortable. Su Qingwen unconsciously raised her gaze to look at him, his serious and focused eyes, as if he were treating something he cherished very much. Being too gentle may not have any effect, but being too forceful may cause pain. Fu Yanxi has a really good-looking appearance. It's not the kind of beauty that comes from being feminine, but rather exudes a natural air of elegance. Facial features are deep and three-dimensional, with a strong and stylish jawline. His eyes, as black as ink, draw people in deeply. Even his eyelashes are long as if they have been grafted. If the swelling hasn't gone down by tomorrow, I'll take you to the hospital after work. He spoke up, only then did Su Qingwen snap out of it, lowered his head. I'm really not that delicate. Recently could be said to be the only time in her life when someone truly cared about her, which is why she occasionally showed some inappropriate behaviors. Next to me, I allow you to be delicate. His words are gentle, but his tone is firm and unequivocal. Su Qingwen raised his head and met eyes with Fu Yanxi. Neither of the two moved until one of them spoke. Do you need me for something, right? Tell me no matter what, I will solve it with you. In Su Qingwen's mind flashed countless scenes, imagining how his mother would react when she saw Fu Yanxi. She might scold him, insult him verbally, or even lay hands on him. Possible. His words are too gentle, his tone too affectionate, almost drowning himself. He said no matter what, he will solve it together with himself. Fu Yanxi, Su Qingwen was just about to speak when his phone suddenly rang. Fu Yanxi frowned, and both of them turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. The following text is from Xiaowan Yu. Wait a moment, I'll answer the phone. He picked up his phone and walked to the bedroom door before answering. Are you by yourself? The driver can't be reached. All right, you stay at home, I will come over now. After hanging up the phone, Fu Yanxi walked back. What were you about to say just now? Continue speaking. Su Qingwen has already woken up. She pursed her lips and reverted back to her usual carefree demeanor. It's nothing. Just wanted to say thank you to you. It is obvious that Fu Yanxi does not believe this. Is Kaya in trouble? You should go check it out quickly. After changing the subject, he hesitated for a moment, nodded, stood up, and grabbed his suit jacket. You go to sleep first, don't wait for me. I'm not sure what time I'll be back. I'll find you again tomorrow. Okay. Su Qingwen watched as Fu Yanxi hurriedly left, then smiled bitterly. What were you just thinking about? Just a substitute and still want to take Fu Yanxi to see my mother. Chapter 65. I hate Su Qinghuan more. After returning to China, Xie Wanyu lived in a high-end residential area not far from Eastwood Bay. This is the house of Fu Yanxi's parents before. Then they both moved abroad, so they left it to her. In the eyes of the Fu family, this girl will eventually be married into the family. Fu Yanxi parked the car in front of the villa, then called Xie Wanyu. Come out, I'm at the gate. I'm sorry, can you come in and carry me out? I am in so much pain, I can't stand up. So serious, he furrowed his thick eyebrows. Then I will call 120 now and have them come directly. Xie Wanyu paused for a moment before saying, no need, it's just appendicitis. I'll rest for a bit and then go out. Wait for me. Well, okay. Fu Yanxi didn't get off the car. He thought for a moment and felt that it wasn't appropriate to meet Xie Wanyu alone late at night, so he called Zhu Cici to go to the hospital together. That's someone who values brotherhood very much. As soon as he heard Xie Wanyu was sick, he immediately shouted that he would come right away. Soon, Xie Wanyu walked out of the villa with a pale face. She opened the passenger door and sat in. Looking up, she saw Fu Yanxi seeming hesitant to speak. Finally, he didn't say anything and just said, fasten your seatbelt. Zhou Cici from the hospital has arranged it for you. It's urgent. The surgery can happen tonight. Thank you. Xie Wanyu tugged at her bloodless lips and leaned back in her chair. There are only the two of them in the car. She only needs to turn her head slightly to see his deep profile. Facing the light coming through the windshield, Fu Yanxi's facial features appeared sharp and delicate, as if meticulously crafted by God. Upon first seeing Fu Yanxi, I instantly tasted the feeling of being in love. Xie Wanyu still remembers the time when, because Zheng Huxi was adamant about not divorcing, he even caused an incident of attempted suicide, forcing himself and his mother to hide in Jingzhou. In the end, they had to rely on the relationship between his mother and Fu Yanxi's father, who used to be classmates, to be taken in by the Fu family. That year he should have been only 13 years old, but he was already much taller than himself, standing beside his parents, looking incredibly handsome. However, that year, both my mother and I were forced to leave the country under the pretext of studying abroad, and were sent to New Maria. Therefore, she hates her father who gave birth to her, she also hates Zheng Huxi, and she hates Su Qinghuan even more. Why did I have to work so hard to climb my way to Fu Yanxi's side, while she could easily move into his house? For so many years, Xie Wanyu has never had a chance to enter Fu Yanxi's private space, not even once. Will she get mad at you if you leave her alone at home? Xie Wanyu still couldn't accept mentioning Su Qinghuan's name, so she used she as a substitute. She might still be in pain, so her voice is somewhat weak, but she is speaking in a tone that considers Fu Yanxi. Therefore, Zhu Cici's side will make arrangements. Because it sounded like her situation was very urgent, and Fu Yanxi's own residence was close to hers, that's why he decided to help out. No matter what, after returning to China, Xie Wanyu has been busy with company matters non-stop. He even saw her account online on the company's internal software just now. If he refused, it would be really impolite. Oh, then he just brought her along earlier, don't let her misunderstand anything. Today she is not feeling well. Fu Yanxi believes that Su Qinghuan would probably not want anyone to see the swollen and red half of her face after being slapped. Chapter 66. Last night's words were not finished. Xie Wanyu's fingers slowly clenched into a fist, but she could only smile on her face. Sorry to bother you so late at night. No problem. The car quickly arrived at the hospital, and Zhu Cici was already standing eagerly at the door waiting. Unlike Fu Yanxi, he immediately walked over, opened the passenger door, and picked up Xie Wanyu horizontally. La Fu, don't leave yet, come help me. The doctor asked the hospitalized patient to fill out the patient information. I will take her for the checkup first, you go deal with these. He nodded coldly, parked the car in the nearby parking space, and then walked towards the hospital while sending a WeChat message to Su Qinghuan. Take a good rest. If your face still looks very noticeable tomorrow, you can work from home. I will talk to Secretary Lin. The message was sent, but there was no reply. Therefore, she must have already fallen asleep. Fu Yanxi made sure that Su Qinghuan did not reply. Then he walked into the hospital with peace of mind. On this night, without Fu Yanxi by her side, Su Qingwen surprisingly couldn't fall asleep. How long has it been before she started to adjust to his presence? Fu Yanxi sent a WeChat message. She saw it but didn't want to reply. The next morning, Su Qingwen, with still slightly red cheeks, went to the bathroom to freshen up. Due to lack of sleep, she looked a bit tired in the mirror, with faint dark circles appearing under her eyes. Taking the foundation and applying 2 layers, just enough to cover the fingerprint as well. After changing into new clothes and just stepping out of the bedroom, she unexpectedly heard some noise in the kitchen. Su Qingwen walked over, flip-flops driving behind him, to see Fu Yanxi actually wearing an apron and preparing breakfast. When did he come back? Woke up? Wait for me, I'll be ready in a moment. Su Qingwen scanned the sofa in the living room, on which a neatly folded blanket was placed. Did you sleep in the living room? Sorry to bother you. Because this house has good soundproofing, Su Qingwen didn't hear any noise from outside. Fu Yanxi brought out the toast and fried eggs, only to find that Su Qingwen had already tittied up and looked ready to go to work. He furrowed his brow. If I don't come back, you don't plan on having breakfast. Anyway, I'm not hungry, so I'll go to the office early to organize the data. Diseases of the stomach are all caused by irregular diet. Oh. After listening to it, she didn't feel any warmth in her heart either. After all, these concerns should have been directed towards Xie Yu. Come over for dinner. Okay. 2 people sit down, both maintaining silence. Without communicating, she doesn't even lift her head. The last one to break the silence was Fu Yanxi. You didn't finish your sentence last night. What trouble did you encounter? Last night? I said it already. You have already found the best doctor and the most expensive ward for my mother. Now we just need to wait for her health to be stable enough for surgery. I have nothing else to worry about. Are you sure there is nothing? Su Qingwen quickly waved his hand. I didn't lie to you. Oh, why do you keep pressing me? You don't give me any face at all. Just because my mom and I had a little quarrel over a trifle, and she was in a bad mood, so she hit me. Fu Yanxi stared at her small face, feeling a bit deceived by her. How is lawyer Xia lately? I see she is really dedicated to the company. I sent her a file at 2 in the morning the day before yesterday, and she was able to receive it immediately. She's fine, she had appendicitis surgery. Oh. Then you have to care more about her at this time. All women. Su Qingwen knew that at this time, women's hearts are the easiest to be touched. Like this, Fu Yanxi and her should also reconcile quickly. Chapter 67. Why do you have to do this again? If it is a work-related injury, the company has a specific department responsible for handling this. Do not worry about him. Fu Yanxi's answer was seamless, with a calm expression as if discussing the weather. If I hadn't seen his tattoo with my own eyes and knew his family's door lock code, I might really doubt his feelings for Xie Yu. Dan ni menbushi, pengyuma. Greater than, but aren't you, friends? So you plan to visit her with me? Su Qingwen shook his head like a tambourine. I've been a bit busy lately. Is that project in Ni Zhizen's hands busy? Fu Yanxi paused with the milk cup in hand, looking at her. It's not like I'm busy with just this. I am also working on the Sins project with Lin's secretary. She is not guilty of anything, even if Fu Yanxi looks at herself. Okay, do it well. He didn't say anything more. After they finished breakfast, they went to work separately. In the hospital, Xie Yu, who just had surgery for acute appendicitis, has just woken up. When her vision blurred, she saw the shadow of a man in front of her. Fu. Upon hearing the sound, the man turned around. It's Zhou Zizi. Finally, you've opened your eyes. If you don't wake up soon, I will have to call the doctor. After not seeing the person she loved, Xie Yu slowly closed her eyes and licked her dry lips. Only you by yourself? Yes, I stayed up all night watching over you, can't you see? Look at my dark circles. Zhou Zizi never stops talking once he opens his mouth. Xie Yu felt a faint pain in her lower abdomen, but no matter how painful it was not as heart-wrenching. No matter how hard I work for Fu Yanxi, I can't even exchange it for a glance when he wakes up. Xie Yu has always been courteous and distant towards Zhou Zizi, because the Zhou family and the Fu family have been good friends for many years. If someone were to see that their relationship was very close, she worried that Fu Yanxi's parents would look down on her. After all, No parents of the groom could accept their daughter-in-law having a scandal. Yes, everything she did was in preparation for marrying Fu Yanxi. We are friends, no need to say this. Zhu Cixi seems to be carefree, but when it comes to taking care of others, she is diligent. Do you want some water? The doctor said you can't eat anything for now. Xie Wan Yu shook her head, her delicate little face pale and bloodless. Do you have anything you want to tell me? I want you to call Yanxi over. Zhu Cixi was silly, but he also understood Xie Wan Yu's meaning. Why are you doing this again? He really likes that girl. Perhaps Zhu Cixi used to think that Fu Yanxi was just using the excuse of not wanting to get married as a shield, claiming to have someone he liked. But ever since seeing his efforts for her, Zhu Cixi realized that Fu Yanxi was not making excuses, he was serious. Don't you think the reason why he likes that Su Qingwen is because she looks similar to me? After blinking his eyes, Zhu Cixi recalled Su Qingwen's face in his mind, and surprisingly it really was. It's unnecessary for him to find a stand-in. Xie Wan Yu has always been by Fu Yanxi's side, completely unnecessary to engage in any substitute literature. Because he did not want to follow the arrangements at home. Zhou Cixi did not speak because he felt that the reason was somewhat far-fetched. Not to mention that Fu Yanxi is very filial, his relationship with his parents is considered pretty good among the wealthy families. Just talking about his personality, he doesn't seem like the type to easily put a woman in his heart. Can you call him and tell him I'm very serious? I want to see him. Chapter 68 3 Days. Her voice was very weak, with an irresistible plea. Zhou Cixi has known Xie Wan Yu for many years. She always maintains a noble and elegant demeanor. This is the first time she has humbled herself to ask for help. Ah, okay then. He sighed and walked out of the ward. At the corner of the hospital corridor, Zhou Cixi lit a cigarette, took a puff, and searched for Fu Yanxi's number. Several sounds echoed before his voice, which had a deep and gritty quality, finally came through. Need something? I am overwhelmed with work here in Xie Wan Yu. Could you please help me out if you are free? I need to go home earlier. Upon hearing Zhu Cixi's words, knowing that he would say so, Zhu Cixi took a deep drag of his cigarette, feeling somewhat irritated. I'm not trying to criticize you, but do you think you're being a bit too harsh on Xie Wan Yu? No matter what, her acute appendicitis was caused by working late nights. Not to mention we've been friends since childhood. Just as the leader of Fu, you should at least come and offer some comfort to the employees who have been working tirelessly, right? If I were a man, I would have gone long ago, but now I am married and my status is not suitable. Married. You always have these two words on your lips. Does that mean you don't want any other kind of relationship? Zhu Cixi raised her voice, her tone full of indignation for Xie Wan Yu. Does it mean that if she's not willing, you won't come to help me in difficult times in the future? Fu Yanxi paused noticeably, then said after a few seconds, I'll ask Su Qingwen later if she's available, we can go together. Looking at the disconnected phone, Zhu Cixi really regretted agreeing to Xie Wan Yu's request. Su Qingwen came to visit Xie Wan Yu. It's better not to come. In Fu Corporation's meeting room, Su Qingwen listened as Lin's secretary explained, diligently taking notes to ensure nothing was missed. Sometimes Secretary Lin doesn't speak, and the whole meeting room can only hear the sound of her pen scratching the paper, rustling. After the meeting, Su Qingwen meticulously sorted through the notes he had taken. Lin's secretary walked over and said, I have a feeling that you will definitely make a name for yourself in the investment banking industry. Just that kind of seriousness, that determination, is something very rare in others. Su Qingwen squinted and smiled. That's because you're such a good teacher. Your case analysis is precise and detailed, which has helped me gain a lot of knowledge. This is something that cannot be learned in 3 groups at Prosperity. I see that you have memorized a lot, but understanding is more important. If you don't understand something, ask me. Ok. She packed up her things, ready to get up and leave. Just as she reached the door, her mother called on the phone. Su Qingwen quickly found a secluded corner to have the conversation, not wanting to be overheard by anyone. Hello, Mom. When do you plan to delay until? Is it so difficult to meet your husband? Is he working 24 hours a day? After being asked 3 consecutive questions by Sheng Huxi, Su Qingwen was unable to answer any of them. Not only is he busy, I am also busy. Well, you guys take your time, I'm checking out of the hospital today. No. Su King-won knew that his mother was capable of doing this. I promise you within 3 days, okay? I will definitely bring him to see you. I have talked to him before, and he said he is nervous and doesn't know how to face you. Take away my daughter, didn't even inform me as an elder, will he be nervous? Haha. You see. Why do you have to speak in such a tone? Does he have to be poor just because he is busy with work, as if he has nothing at home? Is it necessary for me to have started from scratch with him? The 69th chapter pushed aside Juicy. Although Su King-won did not look down on poor people, she could not understand her mother. She thinks that if she marries a dishonest man, whether he is rich or poor, he would still cheat on her. If she ends up with someone who is poor and cheats on her, she would be even angrier. And with Ms. Zhang's current attitude, who would dare to bring her along? Be beaten to half-death before even entering the door. So I have to see for myself. You must pass this test of mine before I can acknowledge your marriage. I understand, I will take him there. Su King-won's tone was full of helplessness. The work pressure is already overwhelming, but mother still has to add another burden on herself. Finding a fake boyfriend is even harder than staying up late to write a few more business proposals. After putting down his phone, Su King-won leaned against the wall and let out a long sigh. She was allowed little time to consider these, as the evaluation of SNS will start immediately. Whether the project can be invested in or not depends on this step. After sorting out his emotions, Su King-won quickly returned to the office to tidy up the documents. After this busy day, another day has passed. The good news is that SNS project has passed the assessment and they have decided to invest in them. The bad news is, Fu Yanxi went to the hospital to visit Xia Wanyu. Su King-won really wanted to ask Fu Yanxi how many more times will he deliberately make Xia Wanyu jealous like this in front of her. Can't this man be a bit more flexible? It's making her want to just tell Xia Wanyu the truth directly on behalf of Fu Yanxi. However, just thinking about it, after all, canceling the contract now would be disastrous for myself. As the end of the workday drew near, Su King-won began to pray that Secretary Lin would request overtime today, preferably the kind that lasts the whole night. Unfortunately, Wanyin Bodhisattva did not hear it. As soon as the time was up, Fu Yanxi's phone rang. Come to the underground parking lot. Okay. Su King-won leave the office slowly, take the elevator up, take the elevator down, and walk towards the CEO's reserved parking spot. Fu Yanxi saw her, got out from the driver's seat, and asked, "What's wrong?" "No. I'm a little tired." God knows how much she wanted to fake being sick and say she couldn't go. But Fu Yanxi paid so much money, rarely made demands on herself. If she made excuses to cancel this, then it wouldn't be long before she was terminated. All of them are just causing trouble because they have no money. I will take you home to rest. He spoke naturally without a hint of hesitation. Su King-won was still a little surprised. Can she not go? Fu Yanxi replied with a bitter smile. Of course, but I'm afraid I'll have to make a trip. Even Zhu Sitsi himself has accused himself of being heartless. Upon reflecting on himself, it seems he really did some questionable things. Because Fu Yanxi has always been used to keeping a distance from women, so when faced with situations where he could be misunderstood, he instinctively keeps his distance. You go, don't worry about me, I'm not a big problem, just go back and lie down for a while. It will be fine. Su King-won breathed a sigh of relief as if she had been granted amnesty, and her mood along the way improved as a result. Fu Yanxi glanced at her in the rearview mirror. I always feel like she doesn't look tired. After sending Su King-won back to Eastwood Bay, Fu Yanxi drove to the hospital. As soon as I entered the ward, I saw Zhu Sitsi helping Xia Wanyu to sit up. Upon seeing Fu Yanxi's figure, Xia Wanyu instinctively pushed Zhu Sitsi away. Yanxi, you're here. Yes, he carried the freshly bought fruits and supplements and placed them on the table. Upon seeing the situation, Zhu Sitsi frowned and said, You guys chat? I'll go get her some medicine first. Chapter 70, The Secret of 825. After he left, Xia Wanyu, barely managing to support his weakened body, forced a composed smile and said, I'm sorry, Yanxi. It seems like the contracts in my hands will have to be delayed for a few days. But don't worry, I will deal with the business soon. Zhu Sitsi promised to bring my laptop to the hospital. Fu Yanxi still appreciates her attitude towards work, but as the CEO, he still has to put a stop to this desperate behavior. You just keep it for now, the legal department is not just you alone. I will have Lin's secretary and Su Qingwen make a few more trips for the contract. Do not. Upon hearing Su Qingwen's name, Xie Wan Yu suddenly raised her voice, and realizing it wasn't appropriate, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I don't like others interfering with my work. It's not personal. Besides, I have nothing going on at the hospital, so working might actually be more interesting. Take care of your health. I really don't mind. By the way, Yanxi, due to my sudden surgery this week, I won't be able to fly to see Aunt. She just called me and heard about it, and then she said she wants to return to our home country. Is Mother going back to the country? Fu Yanxi immediately furrowed his thick eyebrows. Her body is not suitable for long flights. I said the same, but she insisted on coming to see me, saying she was worried that there would be no one to take care of me after the surgery. Please hire more caregivers for you, she can't take care of you even if she comes. Yes, I also said that. He faintly felt a headache, saying in a low voice, I will advise her on this matter. Yanxi interrupted Xie Wan Yu and said, Do you not want Aunt to return to the country because of her health or because of Su Qingwen? Perhaps unexpectedly, when she hit the nail on the head, Fu Yanxi just gave her a cold glance and said nothing. You know Aunt won't like Su Qingwen. I suggest you don't tell her about this for now. Xie Wan Yu switched back to her friend's tone that was already perfectly crafted, and said with a deep and sincere voice, Otherwise, all the previous treatments would be in vain, and it could even be worse. I will consider it carefully. Upon returning to Eastwood Bay, Su Qingwen's feeling of relief from earlier didn't last long. When she saw herself alone in this large room, she couldn't help but fantasize about Fu Yanxi and Xie Wan Yu in the hospital at this moment. Will they embrace tightly together? Fu Yanxi either tenderly stroked Xie Wan Yu's face or gently applied medicine for her, just as he did for himself. Frustrated, Su Qingwen patted his forehead and tried to get rid of unwanted distractions. It's better to just do the housework. When you're busy, you won't have time to overthink. She took the cloth and circled from the bedroom to the living room, only to discover Fu Yanxi's cleanliness obsession. It was surprising to see a big man like him keeping the house so clean. Inside and out there was not a speck of dust. What time does he wake up in the morning? As Su Qingwen helplessly thought of going back, he passed by his study and noticed that the door was slightly ajar. Go in and pick a book to read, he shouldn't get angry, right? Pushing the door open like a thief, she turned on the light and looked back and forth on the walls, all covered in books. Suddenly, Su Qingwen saw several neatly arranged junior high school textbooks. This is a rare item. I don't even know where I threw my own away. She eagerly took out a book, but before she could even flip through it, she discovered a letter that had also been pulled out by her. Su Qingwen picked it up from the ground. The envelope had a few strong and powerful words written on it with a sharp pen. Do you know the secret of 825? 71 to 80. Chapter 71, A stand-in hired with money. It's 825 again. How much does Fu Yanxi love Xie Wan Yu? She could not imagine that he, such a serious and old-fashioned person, lacking in compassion, would be willing to go to such an insane extent for love. Set a password, get a tattoo, write a love letter. No matter which item is singled out, none of them seems like something Fu Yanxi would do, yet he did them all for Xie Wan Yu. Su Qingwen did not read the letter, he simply silently placed it back in its original place, along with the books, and walked slowly out of the study. She felt that she had crossed a line. This was Fu Yanxi's issue. She shouldn't go to see, to think, or to generate any emotions. An impersonator hired with money doesn't have this qualification. After Fu Yanxi and Zhou Siti returned, they left the hospital. He got on the car, didn't start the engine, but instead directly called his mother. Hey, are you done with your work? Because of the time difference, it is already late on Fu Yanxi's mother's side. Fu Yanxi leaned back in his chair, raising his hand to rub his temples. I heard from Xie Wan Yu that you are going back to our country. Yes, it's perfect timing. It's her birthday and she's having surgery. I'll go back to see her. Fu's mother's voice was gentle like water, as if she wouldn't get angry at all. In both her tone and manner of speaking, It is clear that she completely treats Seowon Yu as her own family member. Fu Yanxi knows that his mother is not as others see her. Her control desire is very strong. It's not a big surgery, I just came out of the hospital. Your health is not good, the doctor reminded you to rest more, try not to make long journeys. I haven't been back to my country for a long time. This time, I plan to stay for a while and rest in my home country. This way, I can frequently see you and Wen. Mom, you should focus on getting better first, then you can research these things. Originally, Fu Yanxi planned to let his mother gradually adapt to Su Qingwen, from meeting each other to getting to know each other, and then becoming familiar. If she suddenly returns to her country at this time, the matter of getting married definitely won't be able to be kept hidden for long. You don't seem to want me to go back. Fu Miu also sensed some meaning from his son's words, and then asked, Did you have a fight with Wan Wen? You too. We are friends privately, but in the company, we are superior and subordinate. There is no quarrel. He interrupted his mother, not wanting her to continue to speculate further. Once I finish my work, I will come see you. He originally intended to take Xu Qingwen with him. Unexpectedly, my plans were disrupted by Xiaowan Yu. You are already tired from work, so let me go back to our country. I have already bought the plane ticket, and I told Wan not to tell you about this surprise, but she couldn't keep it a secret and told you. Mrs. Fu smiled and said, After you two get married in the future, she will definitely be eaten up by you. I'm not talking to you anymore. It's almost midnight here. I need to rest. Good night, son. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Fu Yanxi felt that his headache was getting worse. It seems like my mother's return to her home country is set in stone. I can only try to avoid things that will upset her, and then find an opportunity to send her off again. He placed his phone on the passenger seat and started the car, driving back to Eastwood Bay at the fastest speed possible. Upon entering, I saw Xu Qingwen lying on the table in the living room, seemingly fast asleep, not moving at all. Fu Yanxi walked over lightly and covered her with the blanket from the sofa. This slap did wake her up. Did you come back so early? Chapter 72, The First Time Eating Strawberries. Su Qingwen looked at the man in front of her, almost thinking she was dreaming. Shouldn't he stay up all night to take care of Seowon Yu after surgery? There is another friend here, you don't need me for anything. Fu Yanxi casually replied, and then took off his suit jacket and put it away. Su Qingwen blinked. Is he a boy? Another friend, is he a man? Fu Yanxi nodded. Yes, he is more suitable than me to take care of Lawyer Chia. With that being said, Su Qingwen could probably make a pretty good guess. Before, I always wondered what was the big deal or misunderstanding between Fu Yanxi and Xiaowan Yu that kept them from being together even though they clearly loved each other. Now I understand. It turns out there was a third party involved. After thinking about it, Fu Yanxi's introverted and reticent demeanor is definitely not as charming as that enthusiastic rival, so Xiaowan Yu is wavering between the two men. It's no wonder he always wants to take himself to Xiaowan Yu to get angry. Have you eaten? I don't know her depth of analysis. Her first concern is always whether she is hungry or not. No, I am on a diet. Su Qingwen really has no appetite. No, I can't. Eat less tonight. I'll have my assistant send it over. His words always carried a charm that made it impossible to refuse. It's as if he was born to be a leader, and everyone should obey his commands. Su Qingwen stood up. Watched as he took out some fruits from the fridge, washed them, placed them in front of himself, and picked out the biggest and reddest strawberry to hand it over. This is something I specifically asked someone to bring back for me. Su Qingwen took it, feeling a bit puzzled. How did you know I like strawberries? Although she likes it, it has been a very long time since she specifically went to buy some. Upon further thought, it seems like it has been over a year since she last ate it. During junior high school, that time you finished all during just one lunch break. Middle school? Su Qingwen was reminded by him, and suddenly remembered that the first time he had eaten strawberries since he could remember was in junior high school. Vaguely remember that there was a classmate who was very generous. She gave each student a box of strawberries. Only then did she have the chance to taste such an expensive fruit. You haven't even forgotten about this, she said as she took a bite. Oh, so sweet. He smiled silently, holding a slender hand with a nut in it, ready to hand it over at any moment. Of course, Fu Yanxi did not forget. because that extravagant classmate is himself. During English class, they were learning the word strawberry. As her desk mate, he happened to notice Xu Qingwen staring at the strawberry illustration for a long time. Fu Yanxi knew that if he only bought a gift for her, Xu Qingwen would definitely not accept it. So he took out the prize money he had won from a competition, contacted a fruit orchard, and in the name of the class monitor, gave each classmate a box of fruits. Xu Qingwen looked at him and picked up a piece, asking, "Why aren't you eating? It's very sweet." Then she held it out to his mouth. He did not refuse, opened his mouth and took a bite of the strawberry, accidentally biting her fingertip. Struck by a sudden shock, Xu Qingwen hastily withdrew her hand, her cheeks instantly turning red. All of them have been through it, so she naturally knows the current atmosphere and what would be more suitable to do. Fu Yanxi gently lifted her up in a princess carry and walked towards the bedroom, then proceeded to plant a kiss on Xu Qingwen's lips, not willing to leave for a long time. He kept kissing her until she was almost out of breath, her face turning as red as a strawberry blush. It's very sweet. Chapter 73. Do not come back before 10 o'clock. Luckily, the assistant's dinner arrived just in time. He only made trouble once and then let Xu Qingwen go. However, it still took away most of her strength. He even had to carry her to the dining room to eat. Before going to bed, Fu Yanxi leaned against the head of the bed and read a book for a while. As she gazed at his deep profile, Xu Qingwen thought several times about asking about Xia Wan Yu, but in the end she didn't speak up. She glanced at her phone, realizing that tomorrow would be August 25th. On this day, Fu Yanxi probably would not return to Eastwood Bay, which happens to be the same time his mother had given herself a 3-day limit. The next day, as soon as Xu Qingwen arrived at the company, he immediately started working tirelessly. Lin's secretary still has several major projects on hand, so he can't focus solely on social media. Therefore, he has delegated most of the tasks that he can let go of to Xu Qingwen. By noon, she finally lifted her head from a pile of documents and found a stairwell to call Fu Jiajia. "Tomorrow, at the latest tomorrow, I have to have a boy accompany me to meet my mom." "Huh?" Fu Jiajia looked visibly uncomfortable. "I helped you look for it, but he said he can only do it next week. Can't you wait a little longer? My mother said that within 3 days, I must bring someone to see her, otherwise she will leave the hospital." If possible, Xu Qingwen would prefer to postpone this time, preferably to the point where even his mother forgets. "Aunt really knows how to get a grip on you." Fu Jiajia pursed her lips. "What should we do? I'll communicate with my friends again, you don't need to worry for now." As soon as Xu Qingwen returned to the office, he saw a message from Fu Yanxi on WeChat. "The hospital said your mother wants to postpone the surgery. Don't worry, I will handle this matter without delay, thank you for your concern." She knew that her mother must think that she wouldn't bring anyone over, so this was a disguised warning. Xu Qingwen sighed, thinking of Mrs. Zhang. She felt a bit disheartened and defeated, but more than anything, she felt helpless. "Is there anything I can help with?" Fu Yanxi's WeChat came again. She tapped at the corner of her lips. "Yes. Take him to the hospital room to see Ms. Zhang, who scolded and threatened him, even insulting him. Can he handle it?" Sighing, Xu Qingwen replied, "No, she just got upset over a small matter. I will talk to her, it will be fine. She is also a bit scared of the surgery." Upon exiting the screen, she sent another text message to her mother. "Tomorrow, I will definitely bring someone over. Please do not delay the surgery, it is difficult to gather so many experts together." She spoke her words out, but Fu Jiajia didn't reply to herself until getting off work in the evening. Returning to Eastwood Bay with a heavy heart, Xu Qingwen couldn't even look at the information on his computer. All he could think about was this matter. One cannot just magically conjure a man to accompany oneself tomorrow, can they? After sensing Xu Qingwen's impatience, Fu Yanxi, who had finished work, returned to the bedroom. A tall figure stood next to her, exuding a strong sense of oppression. "What's wrong?" "No problem, reading the contract is giving me a bit of a headache." "In that case, let's handle it tomorrow." Fu Yanxi forcefully shut down her computer, then pushed her onto the bed. After a heated argument, he got up to take a shower. Suddenly, at the bathroom door, he paused and said, "I have an important matter to attend to tomorrow." On Xu Qingwen's lips, she could still faintly feel his warmth, but the next moment, it was as if she had been thrown directly into a freezer. Oh, she knows Wan Yu's birthday. Do not come back before 10 o'clock at night. Go to your mother's place and wait for a while first. Chapter 74. I'm coming to pick you up. Okay. Don't worry, even if she doesn't come back all night, it's okay. After Fu Yanxi finished his instructions, he went to take a shower, while Xu Qingwen lay on the bed and let out a deep sigh. Shouldn't you consider finding a place in advance, so that you won't end up being kicked out and left homeless on the streets? On that night, Xu Qingwen tossed and turned, finally falling asleep only as dawn approached. When he woke up, there was no one beside him, only the breakfast he had prepared in the restaurant and the unchanged note. She sat down to eat something and contacted Fu Jiajia. My friend is not in the country now. What should I do? Can I hire someone by spending some money? The only option now is to resort to this. What time are you planning to go to the hospital to see aunt? After thinking for a moment, Xu Qingwen said, I'll go after work, around 5 o'clock. Wait for my message. I'll try to give you a convincing excuse. If it really doesn't work out, you should discuss with aunt and wait for 2 more days. My friend is returning to the country. She felt a severe headache, but what else could she say? Fu Jiajia could see that she had already tried her best to help herself. After packing up and heading to work, even Lin's secretary noticed that her condition was not right. After the morning meeting, he specifically called Xu Qingwen into the office. Is your workload too heavy recently? You can tell me. There's no such thing, it's just that I didn't sleep well last night. She just finally made her way into the project. She's not going to let go easily. Don't work overtime when you go home in the future, it will affect your work the next day, not worth it. Okay, I understand. Coming out of the office, Xu Qingwen glanced at her phone again. Still no news about Fu Jiajia. She has already started to draft in her mind, otherwise it is easy to be exposed when deceiving Ms. Zheng. An hour passed, several hours passed. Xu Qingwen really hoped for the first time that Fu Jiajia, this talkative person, would contact her soon. But no. Until the end of the workday, there was still no contact. Reluctantly, she had to organize the documents, grabbed her bag, and walked out of Fu building with heavy steps. Out of the blue, she saw a familiar figure standing at the door, seemingly waiting for someone. I am Ni Zhizhen. Unlike the last time we met, he was dressed very formally today, with a suit and leather shoes, especially in front of the Fu Tower, giving him a sense of a business elite. Now it's quitting time. As girls passing by, many of them glanced towards him, then lowered their heads and whispered to their classmates. Yes. Although not as handsome as Fu Yanxi, Ni Zhizhen is also very attractive, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and wearing a pair of sophisticated gold-rimmed glasses on his face. His entire being exudes a scholarly and refined aura, making him warm and gentlemanly, in stark contrast to Fu Yanxi's noble yet cold and aloof demeanor. Mr. Ni, are you here to discuss the project? Xu Qingwen hesitated for a moment, then walked over to greet them. No, I'll come pick you up, he said with a gentle smile. Jiajia has already told me. Don't worry so much, we are friends. I can help with this little favor, it's my honor. Xu Qingwen awkwardly pursed her lips. Has she ever told you? Everyone has said it. Ni Zhizhen interrupted softly. Aunt, I understand your feelings, but this is my first time pretending to be someone's new husband, so I'm a little nervous. Please don't be disappointed in me. The 4 words newlywed husband really sounded awkward to Xu Qingwen no matter how she heard them. At the moment, it seems there is no other choice. Mr. Ni, where are you from? He chuckled and raised an eyebrow. Are you also planning to call me Mr. Ni in front of your mother? Chapter 75. Are you ready? Xu Qingwen obviously didn't think too much, and was stunned for a moment when he heard that. Just call me Zhizhen. That's what my family calls me. She nodded, although feeling a bit awkward, but in this situation, what else could be criticized? Just getting a body back to fulfill the duty for her mother would be enough. Let's comfort her first and get the surgery done. Following Ni Zhizhen onto his car, Xu Qingwen only then realized that he had truly come prepared. Not only did they buy a fruit basket in the back seat, but there are also several expensive supplements. How much money do they have to spend? She secretly took out her phone and checked the balance in her bank account. I have no idea if this amount of money, which is in the thousands, will be enough to repay them. Following her gaze, Ni Zhizhen smiled and said, Jiajia said you were busy with work and wouldn't have time to prepare. So I bought some on the way. You can't visit parents empty-handed. Aunt won't believe it. He thought so thoughtfully that Su Kingwin felt even more embarrassed. I've already taken up your time, and now I need you to think so much for me. I'm really grateful. How much does all these things cost? I'll transfer the money to you. Not needed, not much. Consider it as me visiting your mother instead of Jiajia. Otherwise, she will have to buy some things to visit as well. One coat to rule them all. This money you must have. Su Kingwen knew that what she was saying sounded somewhat awkward and distant, but what she feared most was owing others. Regardless of money or personal connections, one must do their best to make up for it. Regarding this array, you calculate so clearly, how can we brew the feeling of a small couple between us? When we go to meet your mother later, won't she see through it at a glance? Ni Jizhen also saw her temperament, soothing softly. In this way, you first enter a state from the heart. Take me as your boyfriend. As for these things, it's not too late to get through today. She looked at Ni Jizhen, stiffly pulled her lips and forced a smile. Knowing that his advice was right, but suddenly letting herself fantasize about being with her best friend's brother as a loving couple, she still felt uncomfortable all over her body. The car quickly arrived at the hospital entrance. Before they could go in, Zheng Huxi's phone rang. We are downstairs, coming over right away. Su Kinghuan hung up his phone and looked at Ni Jizhen with a hint of worry. Mr. Ni, you need to be prepared mentally. My mother is very angry about this matter and may act impulsively. Don't worry, Jiajia has really emphasized it repeatedly, Ni Jizhen said, placing his big hand lightly on her shoulder, and he slightly hooked his thin lips. Once we're inside, I'll start calling you Huan Huan, and you call me Jizhen. Don't forget. Suddenly there was physical contact. Su Kingwen felt uncomfortable, as if all the hairs on his body were standing up. There is only one chance. If his mother finds out he is pretending, things might get worse, so today's play must be performed well. Nodding, she closed her eyes, trying to convince herself not to push him away. Thinking about it, the face of Fu Yanxi unexpectedly popped up in my mind. It seems like I can only imagine Ni Jizhen as Fu Yanxi. Then my guard and my heart will be let down a little. Are you ready? In his ear, his voice was filled with indulgence and gentleness. No one would doubt that he was temporarily brought over. Su Kingwen thought, he must have treated himself as Fu Jiajia's younger sister. That's why he immersed himself in the role so quickly. Ready, let's go. No matter what, you can't escape it. Chapter 76, Ask them to come over now. Su Kingwan and Ni Jizhen walked together to the door of one ward. The two bodyguards on the left and right saw them, hesitated for a moment, as if they were debating whether to stop them. After all, Ni Jizhen is a new face. This is my boyfriend, Fu Kingwen said, knowing her mother could hear her, so she had to say that. Standing aside, Ni Jizhen couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips, leaning over to whisper softly to her. This doesn't seem like introducing a boyfriend. It's more like we're about to sit down and negotiate a contract in the next second. She recalled her own words just now, then suddenly realized and laughed at her own stupidity. When Zheng Huxi first saw the two of them, it was the look they exchanged and smiled at each other. Mum. Upon seeing his mother's face contorted in pain on the hospital bed, Su Kingwen quickly suppressed his smile, walked over and stood by the bedside, trying to keep his distance from Ni Jizhen and his mother as much as possible. Because she was afraid that Ms. Zhang would scold her, she got agitated and ended up giving her a slap. Sorry, Aunt. I've been really busy with work lately and haven't been able to come visit you. It's my fault. Ni Jizhen's boyfriend quickly entered the scene, his handsome face full of apology and fear, showing a hint of nervousness and awkwardness, as if meeting his girlfriend's parents for the first time. But Zheng Huxi is not an easy person to deceive. She looked back and forth between the two of them, finally locking her gaze on Ni Jizhen's face. Did you two really register? He lowered his head, his tone sincere. Although I know it's not right to do this, I truly love Huan Huan and want to spend the rest of my life with her. Nanini? Zheng Huxi suddenly asked his daughter. Su Kinghuan was taken aback, still unable to be as natural as Ni Jizhen. I'm definitely sincere too, otherwise I wouldn't have impulsively gotten married. What is your parents' attitude towards my daughter? They couldn't possibly not know about this, right? They know. Ni Jizhen quickly spoke up. And they really like her, saying that I am lucky to be able to marry such a beautiful girl as my wife. Ha! Zheng Hushi coldly laughed. Since that's the case, why didn't they come today? Su Qingwen knew that his mother was about to start making things difficult for the person, so he quickly interrupted, Mom, didn't we agree that I would bring him here myself today? If their family really approves of you, why would they only let him come by himself? When a family marries off their daughter, even the wedding certificate has been obtained, it's unbelievable that they haven't even met the in-laws. No one would believe it if you said it out loud. Su Qingwen knew that her mother had already come up with a series of challenges waiting for her here. Can't fool your way through this. When the situation entered an extremely awkward and unsolvable scene, suddenly, Ni Shizhen exclaimed with surprise, Aunt, does that mean you're willing to meet my parents? Obviously he didn't expect him to say that. Zheng Hushi raised an eyebrow at him. They knew I was coming today and mentioned it to me several times, saying they wanted to come along to show the sincerity of our family and their approval of Huan Huan, our daughter-in-law. However, Huan Huan had told me before that you prefer peace and quiet and are afraid of being disturbed, so I didn't let them come. Su Qingwen secretly gave Ni Shizhen a thumbs up in her heart, thinking that he was indeed a great teacher with a quick mind. After the results are announced the next second, Zheng Hushi spoke up directly. If it's really because of this, then please ask them to come over now. Otherwise, your parents might think that I am difficult to get along with as your future in-law. Now. Mum, you don't. Dear Aunt, since you don't mind, I will now give them a call. My parents will be very happy to come and meet you. Chapter 77, On the Way to the Hospital. The script deviated too much from the original track, which made Su Qingwen's heart skip a beat while performing. Where can Ni Shizhen find two people to play his parents? And if this play continues, in the end the mother will continue to be difficult. It will not become a large-scale TV series. As Su Qingwen saw him turn away and make a phone call outside the ward, she furrowed her delicate brows and said, Mom, this is too much. His parents also have jobs. They can't just drop everything and come here. It was he who first mentioned it. His parents really want to come see me, so I agreed to it. What's wrong with that? Zheng Hushi had thought of 10,000 ways to verify whether his daughter had truly gotten married or had truly gone to play with wealthy men. At this moment, Su Qingwen found it difficult to make a decision. He glanced at the doorway and said, I'll go see how he's communicating with his parents. If it's not convenient, please don't make it difficult for him. Maybe we can arrange another day for this. Give him some time to prepare. No way. Zheng Hushi firmly refused. If you guys conspire to cheat me, do I have to give you time to find an actor? At the corner outside the ward, Su Qingwen followed the sound to find Ni Shizhen. Upon seeing her, he smiled lightly and gently comforted. Don't be afraid, my parents said they will come over after tidying up. Su Qingwen was stunned. Did you really call them? Yes. Ni Shizhen knew her worries, so he wanted to reassure her and advise her to relax. He didn't want her beautiful face to be marred by worry all the time. Since I have promised to help you with this favor, I will definitely help you all the way. When Jiajia told me about your mother's situation, I had already anticipated how she would verify our relationship. I informed my parents in advance, and they gladly agreed and even praised you for being filial. Mr. Ni, I really don't know how to thank you. Just now, there was a moment when she wanted to break the jar and tell her mother the truth. Please don't call me Mr. Ni, call me Zizhen. If you really can't get used to it, just like Jiajia, call me Zizhen Ji. I am older than you by a few years. This title can be accepted. Su Qingwen nodded, then quickly forgot again. To Brother Shen. Be obedient, temporarily set aside your principles for the purpose. She lowered her gaze, strong in a way that made people ache. Thank you, and tell my mom I'm sorry. Why did Aunt say this? As a mother, she wants to understand her daughter's boyfriend. Isn't this a natural thing to do? It's also because she cares about you that she did this, I completely understand. As a teacher, he has known many parents over the years and understands their hardships. Su Qingwen moved his lips, but in the end he didn't speak. She also finds it difficult to explain her twisted family relationships to others, let alone describe her mother's terrifying control issues. When Ni Shizhen and Zheng Hushi returned to the ward again, Zheng Hushi remained silent, with his arms crossed, looking like he was just waiting for his parents to arrive. Su Qingwen gave him a chair to sit on, and then sat at the bedside of his mother. Absent-mindedly, I took out my phone and glanced at it. only to be astonished to find that Fu Yanxi had sent me 2 WeChat messages. Remember, don't go back to Eastwood Bay before 10 o'clock at night. This is what he sent shortly after he got off work. The most recent one was 5 minutes ago. Who are you with? After hesitating for a while on the screen, Su Qingwen lightly edited a few words to avoid the main issue. At the hospital accompanying my mother. Very soon, Fu Yanxi's message came back. I am now on my way to the hospital. Chapter 78. Fu Yanxi got into a car accident. Is Fu Yanxi coming over? Su Qingwen almost didn't catch the phone and stood up directly from the chair. It surprised Zhang Qiushi again. What's wrong again? No. It's just the company leader sending me a message, asking me to transfer some data. I'm going out to make a phone call. She didn't even have time to give Ni Zhizhen a glance before hurriedly rushing out the door. Fu Yanxi can't come. It was hard enough to cover up the lie. If he comes, who knows what will happen. Isn't today Xie Wanyu's birthday? How does he still have time to come to the hospital? Su Qingwen was busy calling Fu Yanxi repeatedly, but the phone rang 1 or 2 times with no one answering. She immediately felt nervous and then sent him a few WeChat messages in response. Please don't come first. Whatever it is, wait for me to come back to talk about it. My mom is emotionally unstable right now. You really shouldn't come. However, these messages also received no response. Fu Yanxi seemed to have disappeared suddenly. Su Qingwen waited at the hospital entrance for another 10 minutes, but still didn't see anyone. So Fu Yanxi must have seen the WeChat message, right? Or maybe there was something urgent at the company halfway, so he had to go back to attend a meeting or something like that. Otherwise, by this time, he should have arrived at the hospital. Su Qingwen breathed a sigh of relief only when he made sure that his car was not there. Upon returning to the ward, Ni Zhizhen's parents had already arrived, holding even more valuable supplements than those bought by Ni Zhizhen. Zhang Qiushi carefully scrutinized the faces of the family of 3, making sure that Ni Zhizhen was not trying to trick him by bringing in 2 temporary actors, and his attitude finally improved a little bit. Please have a seat. I'm sorry I can't get up to greet you. Huan, could you please wash some fruits for our guest? Okay. After all the fuss, the result finally turned out well, and Mrs. Zhang agreed to proceed with the surgery as scheduled. After seeing off Ni Zhizhen's family, Su Qingwen glanced at the time, 9 o'clock in the evening. Fu Yanxi has 1 more hour to return to Eastwood Bay. She opened WeChat again, but there was still no message from Fu Yanxi. Su Qingwen is a bit strange. He shouldn't have held the meeting for so long even if it was impromptu. Out of the blue, the phone's ringtone suddenly rang. She thought it was Fu Yanxi, but when she took out her phone and checked the screen, it was Xie Wanyu's number. Hello, Attorney Xie. Even though she didn't want to answer, Su Qingwen still had to pick up for work. Where are you? Su Qingwen looked back at the hospital gate behind her. I just came out from visiting my mother, and I was just about to go grab a meal. And she was in a car accident. Come to the city hospital, I have something to ask you. Fu Yanxi had a car accident. She felt her heart sink, immediately hung up the phone and hailed a taxi to go to the city hospital. At this moment, it seemed like she didn't have time to consider the awkwardness of meeting Xie Wanyu later, only worrying about Fu Yanxi. Upon reaching the city hospital, Su Qingwen hurriedly ran into the emergency room. From a distance, she saw Xie Wanyu dressed in a patient gown, with a tall man by her side. Walking quickly over, Su Qingwen had just opened his mouth to ask. Xie Wanyu received a hard slap right across her face. Su Qingwen's ears suddenly started ringing loudly. If Yanxi has any troubles, I will definitely not let you off easily. What are you doing? Zhu Siti also did not expect that the usually graceful and polite Xie Wanyu would take action. She quickly stepped forward to support the swaying Xie Wanyu and said, You just had surgery. Do you not know that? This kind of woman is not worthy of you personally taking action. What if you strain the wound? Chapter 79, Why haven't you left yet? It's because of her. Yanxi is the reason why this kind of thing happened. If it wasn't for Zhu Siti blocking her, Xie Wanyu would have gone all out to fight with her, completely disregarding her ladylike image. Now Lei Fu is inside saving lives. We can settle the account later. After seeing everyone around looking over this way, Zhu Siti managed to persuade Xie Wanyu to leave, one way or another. Upon returning, Su Qinghuan was still standing in the same place, with a clear handprint visible on his face. With her delicate little face, she indeed had a somewhat pitiful appearance. Let him get angrier without hitting one place. Why haven't you left yet? Zhou Zizi already had little fondness for Fu Yanxi's assistant, feeling that the guy was purely driven by youthful enthusiasm, and once the novelty wore off, he became tasteless. Now, with this incident on top of that, he couldn't even be bothered to look at her anymore. Fang Ren, is it because of me that you had the accident? Su Qingwen caught some clues from their conversation just now, but still didn't know the whole story of the event. Shouldn't Fu Yanxi be accompanying Xia Wan Yu? How is the car accident related to oneself? Oh, today is August 25th. Didn't you know? She knows, so what? Zhu Zizi scoffed coldly. Don't act all ignorant and innocent with me. Think about what you just did. You're already married to Liu Fu, but you still went and seduced other men. Su Qinghuan, you really take the cake. To be able to make Fu Yanxi wear a green hat, you're one of a kind. Seduce other men? Fu Yanxi knew that I took Mr. Ni to the hospital. This sentence is not a question. If you don't want anyone to know, don't do it yourself. I can explain it. She never thought that this incident would result in Fu Yanxi getting into a car accident. If Zhou Zizi hadn't pointed it out just now, she definitely wouldn't have thought of it here. You better roll away quickly, leave here immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid I might lose my temper and break the rule of not hitting women. After saying that, Zhou Zizi took a step and left. Su Qingwen stood alone in the bustling corridor. She gently touched the swollen area on her cheek, but her gaze never left the bright red light coming from the emergency room. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. From dusk till dawn, Su Qingwen waited, but did not see Fu Yanxi come out, nor did he receive any news about him. Until Lin's secretary's phone call came. Why did you miss the morning meeting? When she opened her mouth, she realized that her voice was so hoarse that she could barely speak. Can I take a day off today? Is there something important? Perhaps hearing Su Qingwen's hoarse voice, Lin's secretary paused. All right. Then come over early tomorrow. As he was about to hang up, Su Qingwen suddenly asked, Wait. Lin's secretary, is Mr. Fu at work today? Mr. Fu seems to have had a car accident. He didn't come to the company today, but I just received a notification that he will go on a business trip as planned tonight. It shouldn't be a big deal. Is it him who personally called you? Dui, Sen Yu Liao? In English is what's wrong? Su Qingwen self-mockingly tugged at her lips. Oh, it's nothing, thank you. It seems that Fu Yanxi has already left the hospital, only I am still here waiting foolishly. Overnight, she was always thinking about how to explain Ni Zhizin's situation to Fu Yanxi, but now it seems that this explanation is unnecessary. He doesn't need it at all. Chapter 80. Falling in love is sinful. Su Qingwen felt that her mind was in a mess, as if it had been stirred into a muddy puddle, unable to think about anything. She came out of the hospital in a daze because her legs were swollen and aching like they were filled with lead after standing all night. Having a hard time moving forward, Su Qingwen saw a breakfast shop next to him, so he walked in and randomly ordered some food, then sat down to relax. The landlady walked over with fried eggs and milk in her hands, and when she saw her like this, she was startled. Oh my goodness, girl, what happened to your face? It's bleeding, quick, wipe it off. After speaking, she quickly ran back to help Su Qingwen get medicine and iodine. Upon hearing this, Su Qingwen then used the front camera of her phone to look at the wound on her cheek. Really, in a sorry state. The skin near the eyes was scratched by Xia Wan Yu's nails, and maybe due to frowning just now, it pulled the wound and made it bleed again. She thought that recently her left face must have been going through a difficult time, as it had been hit 2 times in a row. Hey, don't you feel any pain? You're still laughing. The landlady is a warm-hearted person, always helping her wipe disinfectant iodine on her hands. He must have known it would hurt a lot, yet he saw her inexplicably smile, and there was some doubt that this girl's beauty was accompanied by some sort of mental issue. Thank you, I'll do it myself. Su Qingwen took the medicine from her hand, her gaze falling on the table, where the just brought over fried eggs and milk sat. Fu Yanxi always loves to make these 2 things for breakfast. Inadvertently clicked on this only when self-conscious. It seems like habit is truly a terrible thing. She did not eat, Nor did she continue to take her medicine. Instead, she sat quietly for a while, then left by putting the money for breakfast and iodine on the table. Su King-hoon hired a taxi to return to Eastwood Bay. After all of my clothes and belongings are there, so even if I terminate the contract with Fu Yanxi, I still have to go and pack up. As she entered the password lock, the door was pushed open, and the first thing she saw was a floor full of rose petals. As Su King-hoon walked along it, he suddenly saw in the living room the numbers made of numerous fresh and vibrant strawberries. 825. Fu Yanxi, really so romantic. It seems this is the reason he told himself not to return to Eastwood Bay before 10 o'clock, because he wants to surprise Chia Wan Yu here. Thinking of Fu Yanxi's cleanliness obsession and dislike of others entering his house, Su King-win felt like an ugly duckling, so he must have carefully arranged these things himself. In the love between the prince and princess, it feels like a big joke. In the fairy tale, the ugly duckling eventually transforms into a beautiful swan, but what about herself? From childhood to adulthood, she is almost forced by life to make countless choices that she does not want to make. In order to earn money, she has to give up a better school. In order to earn money, she has to do numerous hard and tiring jobs. In order to make money, she has to sign this absurd contract with Fu Yanxi. Upon looking at Xie Wan Yu again, with just a wave of her hand, she can easily pick up a lawsuit and make a profit of a figure that she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Su King-won must clearly command himself. Always remember his identity, don't fantasize, don't be sentimental, don't have thoughts that don't belong to him. She suddenly squatted down, hugging her own body with her hands, and started sobbing softly. It turns out that people are really divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades, and they are all at heights that they can never reach. It turned out that falling for Fu Yanxi was a crime. The once spacious living room suddenly became cold, and a sense of helplessness and loss flooded her heart from all directions, but this time Fu Yanxi wasn't there to hold her and say, "Don't be afraid, it's me." 81-90. Chapter 81, Is It Really Over? While working, Fu Jiajie received a phone call from Su King-won. Her hoarse voice really startled her. "What's wrong with you? Did my brother say that your mother didn't notice? And it has nothing to do with my mom." Su King-won hesitated for a long time on the phone before awkwardly asking, Can I temporarily stay at your place for a few days? I will find a house as soon as possible, at most for a week." Fu Jiajie was stunned for a moment. "Are you not renting out your house anymore?" Kind of." "Then why don't you just move in with me? Why bother with temporary accommodations?" She was also helpless. "I suggested it before, but he just wouldn't agree. Remember how you kept saying how great it would be for us to live together? You can cook for me, help me tidy up the room, and keep me company. So it's settled, you're moving in tonight. Well, let's talk when you finish work and meet up." After hanging up the phone, Fu Jiajie sat at her desk, her eyes rolling a few times, that immediately called her cousin back. "Please don't forget that Hoan is moving house today. We might need some help to move the luggage." Neishizan smiled helplessly on the phone. "You cunning little ghost, even learning to beat around the bush when speaking." "Wow. What's the point of beating around the bush? It's not like I'm chasing after someone. You don't have to come." "Wow," he laughed. "I'll come over as soon as I finish work. Thank you for accommodating, okay? This is almost there." Fu Jiajie sneered. "Don't be fooled by the fact that my daughter Huan is struggling now, but given time, she will definitely excel in her career. By then, you will have a beautiful and talented wife to be proud of, so just enjoy it secretly." Yes. Just like that. See you tonight." Putting down her phone, Fu Jiajie took a deep breath. "Now we just have to wait for my best friend to become my sister-in-law. If it really happens, then Huan will truly become a part of the family." Su King-won packed up all of her belongings, cleaned the master bedroom, and then picked up the strawberries in the living room one by one, and put them in the refrigerator. Although it does not belong to oneself, it would be a pity if it were ruined. Standing in front of the fridge, she looked at the full redness and impulsively picked up a strawberry to taste. Really sweet. Su King-won suddenly realized what Fu Yanxi repeatedly emphasized about cleanliness. It means that even as a substitute, one must be physically and mentally clean. So when he found out that she took other men to her mother's ward, he was so angry that he rushed to the hospital, even delaying his date with Xie Wan Yu. So this time, should it be the real end for myself and Fu Yanxi? As per the contract regulations, if he terminates the contract first, he will not be held responsible for his mother's medical expenses. Su Qingwen thought that when he earned enough money, he would definitely return it to the person, considering it as buying back his dignity. At 6 o'clock in the evening, she dragged her suitcase and took a taxi to a ride at Fujiajia's building. The little girl bounced down the stairs to greet, with Neijizhen following behind. You finally want to come and stay at my house. My dear Huan, do you know how happy I am? I am just temporarily staying. Once I find a suitable house, I have to move out. Su Qingwen still insists on not owing anyone any favors. She is afraid that living together for a long time, she has received too much kindness from Fujiajia, but she hasn't been able to repay anything. Chapter 82. She told someone else in person. I forbid it. You have to live with me. Fujiajia pouted, about to complain. Neijizhen's gaze suddenly fell on her cheeks. Huan, your face. Upon being reminded by him, Fujiajia also looked over and immediately widened her eyes in surprise. Oh no. What's wrong with you? Did An hit you again? No, this time it's really my own fault. Su Qingwen said with some embarrassment as he covered the wound with his hand, clearly unwilling to talk about it. Fujiajia was about to accuse someone of lying when Neijizhen pulled her back and gave her a look, signaling her to stop speaking. Come on, let me help you carry the luggage upstairs, Jiajia said. Today can be considered a housewarming celebration. I'll treat you to a nice meal. Wow. Cousin, you are still the most generous. Let's go, Huan. Let's go upstairs. Su Qingwen nodded and followed behind them. Out of habit, he took out his phone and looked at WeChat. Still no news from Fu Yanxi. He hasn't sent any WeChat messages, made any phone calls, or shown any signs of activity. Lin's secretary could clearly say that he called Lin's secretary himself in the morning, which proves that he is awake, just didn't want to contact himself. Yes. I am not an important person. Why should Fu Yanxi bother to contact me after waking up from the accident? In the hospital's VIP ward, the doctor is dressing Fu Yanxi's wound. Fortunately, not many facial injuries were sustained, only a collision with the forehead. Due to the forward momentum, a mild concussion was caused, with varying degrees of scratches on the arms and legs. Where is my phone? Give it to me. He frowned slightly, perhaps the medication was having a reaction to the wound. Zhao Cici handed over the phone, watching him open WeChat, open the conversation with Su Qingwen, with her last message on top. My mom is emotionally unstable right now, you really shouldn't come. No matter how many times you look at it, it won't change the fact that she never really cared about you. Upon hearing these words, Fu Yanxi suddenly lifted his head to look at him, his dark and handsome face instantly lowering the temperature around him. Zhu Citi subconsciously shrank her neck. I'm telling the truth, she's obviously feeling guilty. That's why she's afraid of you going over. I sent you the CCTV footage from the hospital corridor. She personally told someone that the person she brought along is her boyfriend. I mean, Lao Fu, did she ever introduce you to her mom as her boyfriend? It's obvious no. She has always been careful and cautious, keeping a safe distance. It seems as if he was afraid of forming any relationship beyond a contract with himself. Did she know I had a car accident? As soon as he spoke, his voice sounded terribly hoarse. Knowing that Xie Wan Yu stood up for you, I called her. Then did she come over? Fu Yanxi asked closely. Furrowing his brows, Zhu Citi hesitated for a moment before changing the subject abruptly. Yes, she came, but she left very quickly. She didn't even wait in front of the emergency room for a while. So I say she doesn't have any feelings for you at all. No matter how much you give, all you get in return is your own sadness. You are the CEO of Fu. You can have any kind of woman you want. Why do you insist on hanging yourself on this tree of hers? Zhu Citi rambled on, but Fu Yanxi clearly wasn't listening. After a while, he slowly spoke. Did she really leave so soon? Zhu Citi suddenly didn't react, paused for a few seconds before nodding. Yes. When you were being pushed out of the emergency room, did you see her? No. Of course, it was because he was taken to the emergency room halfway through, but Su Qingwen didn't know. Just let's not mention these things. Just speaking of now, has she actively contacted you? Lo Fu, if she has you in her heart, how could she not send you a message? Chapter 83. Wedding ceremony must be held. The words of Zhu Cixi hit right in the heart. Indeed, from the incident until now, Fu Yanxi has not received any messages from Su Qingwen on his phone. Wake up, Lo Fu. There is someone more suitable for you by your side. At least she cares about you. The only thing missing is the direct mention of Seawan Yu's name. Fu Yanxi only pursed his thin lips without speaking, his gaze fixed on the phone screen, never leaving it for a long time. Seeing him like this, Zhu Cixi sighed. All right. There's no point in me saying more. You have to figure it out yourself. Shall I help you pack up? You have a business trip tonight. No need. I will drive back to Eastwood Bay myself. Do you want to go find her again? Zhu Cixi knows that Su Qingwen lives in Eastwood Bay. My clothes are all there. That I will go take it for you. No need. Fu Yanxi's answer was very concise. At that moment, his thoughts were all written on his face. Fu Yanxi thought perhaps all of this is just a misunderstanding. As long as Su Qingwen can explain clearly. Old Fu, listen to me this time. Don't go back on your own. Just test when she will contact you. You can't keep deceiving yourself. On this side, although Nijizhen invited everyone to dinner under the pretext of celebrating a housewarming, Su Qingwen remained quiet throughout the meal, occasionally glancing at her phone. It's already 7:30. Fu Yanxi should be on his way for his business trip, right? Did he not realize that he has left Eastwood Bay? Still, this matter is not worth Mr. Fu's busy time to make a special call to discuss the termination of the contract. Huan, eat. This is especially delicious. Fu Jiajia kept putting more food into her bowl. She was the happiest at this table. Su Qingwen tugged at the corner of his lips, trying his best not to let them see that he was absent-minded. Suddenly, the phone placed next to the table lit up, indicating there was an unread WeChat message. She immediately picked it up, only to realize it was sent by her mother. After the operation, the two of you must hold a wedding ceremony. Just registering for marriage is not enough to make it official. This is not Fu Yanxi. Su Qingwen took a deep breath and replied, Understood. Once the mother finishes the surgery, everything will be over. She never thought about performing the scene at that time. Looks like you have something on your mind. Are you waiting for someone's call? Fu Jiajia could see it now. Nijizhen quickly gave his sister a glance, signaling her not to ask. Despite everything, Fu Jiajia doesn't care about those things. She just feels surprised that her best friend is hiding something from her. Is it work-related? Or is your mother giving you a hard time again? Su Qingwen shook her head and smiled. No, I'm just thinking about what kind of house I should find. What are you looking for? Just stay here with peace of mind. If you insist on paying rent before you feel happy, then you can pay me. She was helpless, but when it came to money, Su Qingwen took out a wad of cash from her bag, which she had withdrawn from a nearby bank after packing her luggage in the afternoon. She handed it to Nijizhen, who was sitting across from her, saying, Thank you for helping me out. I don't know if this is enough to buy all those supplements. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it next month when I get my salary. Upon seeing this, Fu Jiajia immediately glared at her cousin, Nijizhen. You have no manners at all. You're actually asking Huan to pay for the supplements. The latter looked as if he had been wronged. Huan, what are you doing? I'm just buying some things for Aunt. I'm sorry, I am already very grateful for your help in acting. I can't let you pay. Su Qingwen put the money on the table directly. Jiajia, if you still want to be friends with me, let your brother accept it, otherwise we won't be able to interact in the future. Chapter 84. He has already boarded the plane. Nijizhen insisted on pushing it back, but Fu Jiajia stepped forward to take the money for him and directly stuffed it into his arms. Okay, then my brother will accept it. Huh. Su Qingwen smiled and picked up her phone. I'll go to the bathroom, you guys eat. After she left, Nijizhen looked at the stack of money, frowned helplessly. If I accept this money, what does it make me? You understand Huan. She is very cautious in everything she does. She even wants to calculate every expense clearly. If you still want to have a future with her, you can't be so radical. Speaking of her best friend, Fu Jiajia was also helpless. After so many years of being together, my clearest assessment of her is that Su Qingwen lacks a strong sense of security. She always likes to pretend that she is strong. She was in desperate need of money when her mother needed surgery. Did it have to be calculated so precisely? Ni Shizhen realized that Su Qinghuan was really not the girl he had imagined. She seems to always be cutting off relationships, any kind of relationship. Just as if, afraid that any relationship too close, too intimate. Just take it anyway, will this money be enough? Too much, didn't spend much. Ni Shizhen took out some banknotes from the array, give the rest back to her. In the bathroom, Su Qinghuan washed her face with clean water to wake herself up. Maybe it was because she didn't sleep last night, she had a feeling of dizziness, as if she could faint at any moment. Looking at the swollen and bruised face in the mirror, Su Qinghuan clenched his fists and suddenly took out his phone, dialing Fu Yanxi's phone number. She told herself that she just wanted to talk to Fu Yanxi about ending the contract, without any other intentions. Although it may be said that, from the moment the phone call went through, Su Qinghuan held her breath. Until the sound came from the opposite side. Hello. The phone you are calling is turned off. Using this momentum, Su Qinghuan dialed Lin's secretary's phone number. Hello, Secretary Lin. I would like to find Mr. Fu. He has already boarded the plane. I sent him to the airport and now he is on his way back. Is there anything you can text him so he can see it as soon as he gets off the plane? Su Qinghuan pursed his lips and asked, May I know where he is traveling for a business trip? Washings, participate in a technology development cooperation exchange meeting. After Fu Yanxi went abroad, Ms. Lin's secretary finally sensed something off in her tone. Do you have urgent business with him? No, I haven't. I just heard that he was in a car accident. As old classmates, we should at least show some care, right? She smiled, with a hint of self-mockery in her voice. Oh, don't worry, I just saw him, and everything's fine. By the way, are you able to go to work tomorrow? Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Su Qinghuan felt as if all the remaining strength in her body had been drained away. This is her last bit of courage. Actually, not even Su Qinghuan knew. If I had just managed to get through to Fu Yanxi on the phone and heard his voice, what should I say? Should I explain why Ni Shizhen and I were at the hospital together? Or should I really start talking about terminating the contract, or maybe show concern for his health? Even now, standing in front of the mirror in the bathroom, I think, luckily, I didn't break through. This way, you can act as if you have never met before. Then wait for Fu Yanxi to take the initiative to find you, or talk about terminating the contract, or talk about something else. Chapter 85, They went on a business trip together. After dinner, Ni Shizhen then drove them back to their residence, made sure the door was locked, and only then drove away. Su Qinghuan was really tired, so she took a shower and went to bed. On that night, she slept uneasily, curling up like a shrimp, clutching the blanket tightly. The next morning, Su Qinghuan was awakened by the alarm clock. Opening his eyes to the unfamiliar ceiling, it took him a while to remember that he was staying at Fu Jiajia's house. She got up, got dressed, finished washing up, and only then did Fu Jiajia walk out of her bedroom with her phone in hand, saying, Wait a moment, I just ordered breakfast on my phone. After we finish eating, we can go to work together. Su Qinghuan glanced at the time. I can't stay any longer. Fu Company is far from here. I have to leave now to catch the subway. I won't be able to have dinner with you. That you just take a taxi. It's not much money. Fu Jiajia blurted out, only to realize that Su Qinghuan would never be willing to spend money on taking a taxi. Whenever there is a subway running, she would definitely choose to save money. No problem. I can still eat at noon, it's the same. I'm leaving now, bye. She grabbed her laptop and bag, and left the house because it was her first day going to Su Qinghuan. She wasted some time finding the route. Fortunately, I left early and arrived at Fu's place on time. Good morning. Upon arriving at the office, she saw Secretary Lin standing at the door holding a package. From the way you look, it seems like you haven't eaten, is that right? Su Qinghuan smiled and said, I'm not hungry, I'll eat at lunchtime. Well, I happen to buy too much, so why don't you try this strawberry toast from this place? Secretary Lin placed the bag she was holding on her desk. Don't, this thing is very expensive. Just because it's expensive, I feel reluctant to throw it away. It's just right for you to eat. Secretary Lin dropped these words and didn't listen to her anymore. He just got on the elevator and went back to his office. Su Qinghuan sat helplessly on the chair, opened the exquisite packaging bag. The toast from Mel and Tess house costs more than 100 yuan per slice. And Secretary Lin is actually going to throw away more than half a bag left. She looked at the toast in her hand, suddenly thinking, is this what Fu Yanxi asked Lin's secretary to buy for her? The next second, this idea was extinguished by her. How is that possible? Lately, I have really been indulging in wishful thinking. Su Qingwen opened the computer, eating toast while sorting out the information and sending it to the legal department for review. After the morning meeting ended, she came back to check her email. But there was still no response that had been reviewed. The normal time is enough for the legal department to review. Su Qingwen dialed the legal department's phone number from the internal line, and a girl answered the phone. They had previously coordinated on the SINS contract, so they were somewhat familiar with each other. Hello, Assistant Fu. Yesterday, Lawyer Chia went on a business trip with Mr. Fu, so they are unable to sign and stamp the documents at the moment. I will inform her, and once she sees it, she should be able to review it. Oh, so they went on a business trip together. But wasn't Lawyer Xia just had surgery? She remembered that it was Fu Yanxi who took Xia Wanyu to the hospital. Yes, so Xia Lu is really dedicated. No wonder he is Fu's chief lawyer. This time, Su Qingwen was sure he hadn't misheard. Hey, just now, I just couldn't let it go. I had to ask more questions. After hanging up the phone, she raised her hand to massage her forehead. Then her gaze shifted back to the toast bag on the table. Just now, I actually had a ridiculous thought that this toast might have been given to me by Fu Yanxi through Lin's secretary. You find it funny or not? Chapter 86 Remote Video Conference. Around noon, Su Qingwen finally managed to put down the keyboard and breathe a sigh of relief. She instinctively glanced at the phone beside her, then picked it up, unlocked it, and opened WeChat. No news. Fu Yanxi's WeChat is on the third position on the screen, and the last message stays on the message he sent to himself. Suddenly, Su Qingwen thought, if only we could see if the other person was online on WeChat. However, even if I knew he was online, what can I say to him? Knock knock. The door of the office was knocked. When Su Qingwen looked up, it was Secretary Lin. Recently, you should pay attention to Chuangxing Company in Hong Kong. They have been making frequent moves in terms of asset acquisitions this year, mainly targeting new technology development assets. This time, Mr. Fu is on a business trip to understand this situation. Fu was considering implanting promising listed companies through a targeted issuance. Okay, she immediately opened the computer to get a quick understanding of the recent events at Chuangxing. Upon seeing her speed, Lin's secretary smiled helplessly and said, "There's no need to be in such a rush. The collaboration with Huiyi has been signed, the project is now in operation, and the SINS project also has your contribution. You don't need to worry about your bonus this year. Mr. Fu is willing to promote me to the head office for further training, to do more for the company. It is what I should do." In addition, she feels that when she is busy with work, she can also avoid unnecessary thoughts. You have this kind of spirit is good, but also need to pay attention to your health. In our industry, the hard work pays off in the end. Just as Secretary Lin finished speaking, her phone suddenly rang. He also didn't avoid Su Qingwen and directly pressed the answer button. Mr. Fu. Upon hearing these two words, Su Qingwen instinctively held his breath. Feeling helpless, the voice from the other side was too soft. She could barely hear anything, only catching a few words from Lin's secretary's side. It seemed like Fu Yanxi had assigned him some work. The call ended very soon. Upon hearing this, Secretary Lin's face lit up with visible joy. Mr. Fu is indeed impressive. He was able to secure a multinational joint investment cooperation as soon as he stepped in. Import and export trade has always been a lucrative venture. Su Qingwen was naturally happy in his heart. She had long admitted that Fu Yanxi had a knack for business, otherwise he wouldn't have achieved his current position. Lin's secretary still has high hopes for his apprentice, urging him to work hard and strive to stay in the headquarters after the training period ends. During this time, having her by my side to help, the work has indeed progressed faster, mainly thanks to her execution ability, which is very satisfactory. My qualifications, I'm afraid, may not be sufficient. As long as there are no unexpected incidents during the collaboration period of the Huiyi project, combined with the results of SINS, even if Mr. Fu doesn't speak, you can apply to transfer to the head office by yourself. Don't be afraid, I will help you arrange a meeting with the HR department at that time. When Su King-won heard this, his motivation increased even more. Before, she was still thinking, worried that if she made Fu Yanxi angry, he might completely cut off her chance to work at the headquarters because he didn't want to see her anymore. That's it for now. Thank you. Also, the toast is delicious. I checked the price on the official website and then transferred the money to you on WeChat. I am going to throw all these away. Why give me money? I'll buy it from you. Wouldn't that be better than throwing it away? She smiled, still maintaining a polite demeanor. But this time, Lin's secretary refused to take the money for anything, so Su King-hoon decided to go help him buy more tomorrow and give it back to him. Before leaving, Secretary Lin suddenly stopped at the door. By the way, Mr. Fu has a remote video conference at 8 o'clock tonight. You should also participate. Chapter 87. Current relationship with Fu Yanxi. Are you going to meet Fu Yanxi yourself? Su King-hoon didn't know how to describe the feeling at this moment, floating in midair, neither up nor down. I feel like finding excuses to escape, but then I don't know why I want to escape. After all, there must be a result between myself and Fu Yanxi, whether it's terminating the contract or whatever. Sooner or later we have to meet. After Lin's secretary finished giving instructions, she left, leaving Su King-hoon unable to stop thinking about the evening meeting for the rest of the afternoon. After work, she walked out of the company and saw Ni Zhizin's car parked there from a distance, with Fu Jiajia standing by the side waiting. Su King-hoon quickly walked over and asked, "How did you guys get here?" "This is not thinking that the headquarters are far from my house. Just my cousin happens to be free, so I'll have him come over and pick me up." "No need, I can just take the subway there." Fu Jiajia directly embraced her arm affectionately, giggling, "I just wanted to see you more. We used to work together at Prosperity, seeing each other every day. Now that you're here, I have no one to chat with." Su King-hoon was helpless by her. He raised his lip and said, "Then just work hard. Manager Chen doesn't have time to bother you lately, but your performance will be discussed again at the end of the year." "I'm afraid of him." Fu Jiajia rolled her eyes. "If you mention me again, I'll resign. I never liked his way of doing things, always eager for recognition and pushing himself forward, blaming others when things go wrong." In any case, her family didn't expect her to earn that little money, so Fu Jiajia naturally had no pressure. However, Su King-hoon is not allowed. Ni Zhizin, who had been silent all this time, interjected. "This is how it is in the workplace nowadays. Not to mention your company, even between faculty members and principals, there are similar issues. Will you also be troubled by the principal?" "He won't, he dare not. Ni Zhizin's reputation and status at school is so high that even the principal dare not easily direct his anger towards him." "Ha!" Fu Jiajia smacked her lips. "Don't stand here chatting, let's go eat first, I'm starving." As she spoke, she was about to pull Su King-hoon away. "I have a meeting at 8 o'clock, I need to go back now to organize the materials, so I won't go with you guys." She came firstly because she really had something to do. Secondly, she also didn't want to have too much private interaction with Ni Zhizin. Even though she knew he was a good person and could vaguely guess his intentions, for now at least, Su King-hoon had no intentions of thinking about romantic matters. Especially with Fu Yanxi's current relationship, there is still no definite conclusion. You can't possibly come up with anything else. "Ah? You have finished work and still have to work overtime." Fu Jiajia was disappointed all of a sudden. She still wants to improve the relationship between her best friend and cousin. "Yes, I have many projects on hand, which is a good thing. I want to earn more money so that I can have a stable place to live after my mom is discharged from the hospital. No matter how I rent a house outside, it's fine, but with my mother's personality, if she encounters a difficult landlord, she might not be able to bear it." Fu Jiajia still wanted to fight for it, but Ni Zhizin spoke up first. "That I'll take you back, and then take Jiajia out to eat." "No need, I'll take the subway." "Do not refuse anymore. My cousin feels very embarrassed." After Fu Jiajia said this, it was like Su King-hoon was saying it's not acceptable. Then everyone really couldn't save face. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ni, it's really troublesome." When I saw Fu Yan in chapter 88, after returning to Fu Jiajia's home, Su King-hoon didn't even have time to drink water. She immediately started organizing the materials needed for the meeting. Because Chuangxing Company's task has just been assigned to her today, and it's a major move for the headquarters, so her understanding of this project is still at the initial stage. She needs to pay more attention and listen carefully later. After preparing everything he could think of, Soo King-won sat on the chair, opened his computer, and entered the interface of the company meeting. Displaying above. At 20 o'clock on the first channel, the main participants of the technology development project meeting are Fu Yanxi. Staring at the 3 words on the screen, Soo King-won suddenly seemed to become nervous. Will I be able to see how badly he is injured soon and whether his face will be disfigured? She lowered her gaze to the bottom right corner of the computer, realizing that there was still nearly an hour before the meeting started. Normally, she should go find something to eat to fill her stomach, because it's uncertain how long the meeting will last. Yes. Soo King-won doesn't want to leave the computer screen. She just wanted to count the time, waiting for the meeting to start. The last time I felt time passing so slowly, when was it? It seems like it was at that dinner party when Manager Chen took me to meet Fu Yanxi. Every second felt like sitting on pins and needles. Soo King-won watched as the clock ticked away, minute by minute. The closer it got, the more the inexplicable sense of anxiety unsettled her. Finally, when there were 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock, she saw the first channel open, and software notified relevant personnel to enter. Subconsciously, Soo King-won was about to point it out directly, but hesitated for a moment. She waited for a few more minutes. What if there are only myself and Fu Yanxi in the meeting room? Wouldn't that be awkward? However, the fact proved that she was overthinking. Upon entering the meeting room, everyone, including Secretary Lin, had arrived, but Fu Yanxi's camera had not been turned on yet. Beep beep. In Soo King-won's private message, I received a message from Secretary Lin. I have a bad internet connection today, so please record the meeting and send it to me tomorrow. She replied with an oak expression, then switched back to the main interface, only to see the handsome face of Fu Yanxi appear in front of her. He seems to have lost weight. Just hanging your eyes on the material, you will notice the faint fatigue in the depths of your eyes. The exquisite handsome face still looked deep and attractive, with a piece of gauze taped on his forehead, looking somewhat out of place, which should be the wound he got from hitting a car. After the incident, this was the first time I saw him. Fu Yanxi was already back to his usual cold, serious, and distant self, with no hint of warmth in his eyes. Soo King-won instinctively covered her heart with her hand, where unexpectedly, a faint sense of pain came from there. It seems empty, like something is missing. The materials from today's meeting have been uploaded to the backend by the assistant. Please take a look. As soon as Fu Yanxi spoke, the attendees at the meeting immediately began to check. Soo King-won was a bit slow to open it. This information contains the latest progress in technology exchange, occasionally accompanied by images. She has sharp eyes and immediately spotted Fu Yanxi's figure up there. He is wearing a black suit, holding a tall glass, chatting with foreign business partners, with a usual polite smile on his face. Next to her, Xie Yu was also present at the exchange meeting. Perhaps due to just having surgery, she was sitting on a chair, but still quite eye-catching in a high-end red dress. It looks like it goes well with Fu Yanxi's outfit. Chapter 89. Soo King-won has stomachache. After conducting a detailed investigation, Lin's secretary provided a comprehensive report on Chuangxing, covering aspects such as finances, prospects for development, and changes in shareholders. Still analyzed the prospects of current technology development. Suddenly, Soo King-won heard someone mention her name. The head of the investment banking department, Soo King-won, recently proposed a tech project on new card technology to Prosperity Company. It has been submitted to the headquarters for approval. After reviewing it, if the situation is indeed true, it seems to align well with our current development needs. The person speaking is the chief investment officer who holds a crucial position at Fu. Behind the camera, Fu Yanxi nodded slightly without even lifting his eyelids. Secretary Lin, you can focus on this. I have read that it was researched by several university professors, led by a person named Ni Zhizhen, who has many patents under his name and is indeed a talented individual. Also, Soo King-won didn't know if it was just her imagination, but when Secretary Lin mentioned Ni Zhizhen, she felt Fu Yanxi's body stiffen slightly. However, it quickly returned to normal. The meeting continued. Soo King-won had no speaking rights at such an important meeting, so he just kept his head down and took notes quietly. As the evening approached 10 o'clock, There was no sign of this meeting ending, but she was already starting to feel a stomachache coming on. I wish I had eaten something earlier. Now with the camera on, you can't just put things in your mouth. Su King-won clenched his fist, trying to endure the discomfort, but it not only did not ease, but also seemed to be getting worse, with a thin layer of sweat even starting to seep out of his forehead. Fujiajia, who can go out for dinner now, has not returned yet. She must have gone out to date a handsome guy halfway again. There is no one else in the house, not even someone to help pass the stomach medicine. Gradually, more and more sweat appeared, and the twisting pain in her stomach almost made her lose her hearing. Suddenly, Fu Yanshi's voice rang out. The meeting is paused for 30 minutes. Upon hearing this, Su King-won felt as if a great burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She didn't even have time to turn off the camera before quickly getting up to search for some stomach medicine. It just so happened that Fujiajia returned at this time, with Nejizan following behind him. Upon seeing Su King-won holding stomach medicine and water, he walked over with the pastries he had brought back. Having stomach pain because you haven't eaten, it will be even more uncomfortable to take medicine on an empty stomach. Eat something first, then take the medicine. I'll go pour you some warm water. Fujiajia also immediately agreed. It was my brother's thoughtful idea. Huan, you go back to the bedroom first, he will bring it to you later. Due to the severe stomach pain, Su King-won didn't bother with pleasantries and obediently went back to the bedroom. The meeting interface looked empty and Fu Yanshi's camera turned black. She held the pastries and stuffed a few bites into her mouth. In no time, Nejizan knocked on the door with warm water in hand. Huan, can I come in? Convenient. Su King-won looked up and took the warm water from his hand, expressing gratitude. Thank you, also for helping me buy food. Don't be polite, I was thinking of you. Even if you're working overtime, you still need to eat. If it weren't for Jia insisting on buying a few pieces of clothes, we could come back earlier. Tomorrow, I'll have her prepare some food that you can eat anytime at home, so you don't have to worry about working overtime. The sound of Nejizan's voice has always been so gentle and warm, as if he was naturally devoid of the emotion of anger. After drinking warm water, eating some food, and taking medicine, Su King-won's stomachache quickly relieved. Half an hour passed, the meeting continued. Fu Yanshi's camera once again captured his handsome face. He furrowed his thick eyebrows, seeming to be displeased. In the future for the evening meeting, you all should have dinner before attending. Chapter 90. What is your relationship in private? Is he saying this to himself? Watching the following replies below, Su King-won quickly replied with a received as well. This meeting lasted until 1 o'clock in the morning, but because the host was the CEO, none of the participants dared to yawn. Finally, Fu Yanshi's assistant made a summary and then announced, today's meeting ends here. Su King-won breathed a sigh of relief, just about to turn off the camera and stretch his arms and legs when suddenly Fu Yanshi added at the end. The new automotive technology project mentioned in the meeting earlier, the person in charge came to see me alone. Is that referring to Nejizan's project? Secretary Lin asked directly. Okay. Connect Mr. Su King-won from the investment banking department separately with Mr. Fu. Su King-won really didn't expect such an unexpected situation. In front of everyone's eyes, she quickly nodded, okay. Upon exiting the conference room, she stared at Fu Yanshi's personal account for several seconds, but she didn't have the courage to click the request for a connection. Yes, she is a bit nervous and embarrassed. Just now there were many people having a meeting together, and she belonged to the irrelevant personnel, so she could hide for a while. But now, she unexpectedly had to talk with him alone. Su King-won really wishes that his computer has gone wrong now. The emotional turmoil is really tormenting her. After standing up, sitting down, repeated 3 times, Su King-won took a deep breath before finally submitting the application. The connection took almost a minute to establish before Fu Yanshi picked up the call. But he didn't choose to turn on the camera, so he could only hear the sound. I just took a look at this project by Nejizan. Their due diligence is not sufficient. The mass-produced data is too vague. Currently in the experimental stage and already seeking financing high risk. Su King-won cleared his throat and immediately entered work mode. Indeed, there is some risk involved. I have already noted this in the declaration. However, most of the patents involved have been recognized by the country, which indirectly proves its feasibility. After investment analysis, I believe that once it is granted mass production permission, the return on investment will be substantial. However, in the conceptualization stage, if actual manufacturing fails, all invested funds will be lost. No way. Mr. Nay told me they have already produced actual vehicles, not just the concept car in that video. He also has a lot of confidence in this model. You can tell he is very assured. Su Qingwen. Fu Yanxi suddenly called out her full name. This is work. The company wants to achieve tangible risk reduction, not just be told by investors that they have everything under control and can solve it. Su Qingwen lowered his head, speechless. Indeed, I always tend to subconsciously assess the risk rate of a project based on my impression of a person. Also, what is your relationship in private? Fu Yanxi's voice is deep, with a grainy texture as if questioning. She looked up suddenly and hurriedly explained, "We are just friends. This time at the hospital." Regarding this array, this project should be handed over to Secretary Lin to handle. Projects introduced in the company like yours cannot be personally accompanied by you, because the person involved needs to avoid suspicion. Fu Yanxi did not listen to her explanation and interrupted in a business-like manner. Regardless of your relationship, based solely on what you just said, I think you are no longer able to correctly assess the feasibility of this project. Oh, okay, I understand. He just didn't want to explain to himself because of work. 91 to 100. Chapter 91. Summer reconciled with Saiwan in reminiscence. Without waiting for Su Qingwen to say anything else, Fu Yanxi had already hung up. It seems like the relationship between him and me has suddenly reverted back to the level of a CEO and his assistant. After all, he has reconciled with Saiwan Yu. What position could this body double of mine still have? After shutting down the computer, Su Qingwen changed into pajamas and took a bath. However, when lying in bed, she unexpectedly suffered from insomnia. Tossing and turning, can't fall asleep. It's already early morning. If I would sleep now, I'll have to get up for work. Su Qingwen closed his eyes tightly, but no matter what, he just couldn't fall asleep. So he decided to get up, restart his computer, and continue working. Upon logging into the company's software, she found out that Fu Yanxi was still online. Hasn't he slept either? After staring for a while, Su Qingwen suddenly remembered that Fu Yanxi is currently overseas, in a different time zone. It is afternoon there. She pinched her lips, with a self-deprecating smile. Now I really have swollen myself, and I even went to care about the president's every move. Su Qingwen compiled and archived the information of Chongqing Group, and then transferred all the projects related to Ni Zhizhen to Lin's secretary. She has no complaints about Fu Yanxi's decision. Also knowing that he is considering comprehensive after feeling unable to do the job, or prone to making mistakes, he will request a transfer. However, it was his calm analysis and decision-making, devoid of any emotion, that made Su Qingwen feel very unfamiliar. Fu Yanxi is still the same high and mighty CEO, holding the power of life and death of the entire company in his hands, as if the gentle and caring person he used to be was just a figment of her imagination. The cold and stern man he is now seems to be the true reality. Early the next morning, Su Qingwen, due to staying up all night, could only go to work with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Luckily, there is foundation, a good thing that can cover up a little, including the small wound on my face. I see you've handed over the new car development project to me. Are you unhappy with Mr. Fu? Lin's secretary walked over as soon as she saw her. Su Qingwen shook his head. Yesterday at the meeting, Mr. Fu said that I am still too emotional and cannot objectively deal with this project. It is a good thing to hand it over, otherwise, if I cause the company to lose money because of my emotions, I will become a criminal for eternity. Lin's secretary made her laugh. You don't have to think like that. In fact, Mr. Fu is a very fair person. I have been with him for many years and have never seen him target anyone. Every decision he makes is always well thought out. Every decision? Su Qingwen wanted to know if they include the ridiculous contract they signed. Don't worry, I really have no other thoughts. I'm grateful to be able to work at the head office. That's good. I'm afraid you don't understand Mr. Fu's personality and will be unhappy with him. And you don't have to worry, since you are the one who brought this project to the company. If there are achievements and performance, you will definitely be recognized. You really don't need to explain these, I understand it all. Lin nodded and smiled. Alright, you go ahead and take care of your business. Leave this project to me. You can rest assured, I will communicate well with the other party. Su King-hwan made an okay gesture and then sat back on his seat. Beep beep. The phone placed aside rang, still displaying an unread WeChat notification. She immediately took it and opened it. Still not. This message was sent by Ms. Sheng Kyushi. Both you and Xiaoni must come and accompany me for the surgery this weekend. Su King-hwan frowned. Mom, he is very busy. Young man, stop making excuses. I just called him, and he said he's free this weekend. Chapter 92. Fu Yanshi's personal clothing. Did my mother actually call Nijizan directly? Su King-hwan's eyebrows were almost twisted together, with a surge of resentment rising in her chest, as if it was about to overwhelm her. Feeling controlled and coerced in every aspect of life really infuriated her. Why didn't you tell me before contacting him? I already said he is very busy. If you call him, he will only agree for your sake. Are you questioning me? Jing Hyushi also got upset. Who am I doing all this for? You easily went to register with someone, not even telling me as a mother. I haven't even got angry yet, and you start blaming me. Now I just want him to do more for you, spend more time with you. What are you not happy about? Su King-hwan suddenly put down his phone with a loud bang. This sentence again. For your own good. What does it really mean to be good to oneself? Is it enough for her to feel good? Su King-hwan tried to counsel himself, not wanting to be affected by these things. After all, no matter what, the surgery is imminent, and that is the most important thing. After a pause, she dialed Nijizan's phone number. The gentle and warm voice came quickly. I was just about to call you. Why did the person contacting me today suddenly become a man named Lin? It is like this, because your project is more important. For the company's safety reasons, they have decided to send a more capable person to communicate with you. Nijizan smiled. I think your abilities are already sufficient. Thank you for your praise. Su King-hwan hasn't forgotten the favor of helping her carry the water yesterday. And also thank you so much for yesterday. I was in a hurry to attend a meeting, so I didn't have a chance to properly thank you. What is this? Just a little effort. Nijizan actually guessed the purpose of her call. Definitely not wanting to chat with him about these useless things. Regarding Aunt's surgery, I also agreed to go. When it comes to this, Su King-hwan gets a headache. I'm sorry, I didn't expect her to contact you directly by bypassing me. There's nothing to it, because in her eyes, I'm a son-in-law, accompanying my mother-in-law to have surgery. Isn't this a perfectly natural thing to do? He said that's what he said. But Su King-hwan felt uncomfortable everywhere. She thought that as long as the last scene was performed, everything would be successfully completed. She never expected this twist. You don't need to go that day. I can explain to her myself. Everything is ready anyway. Money has been spent. She can't back out now. After changing his way of addressing her, Nijizan found it much easier to call out Huan Huan. He thought, if I go, I can help ease her worries, maybe even make her happy. Why wouldn't I do it? Besides, I don't have any classes this weekend. Okay. Do not need to divide so clearly, just treat me as a friend. This is just a small favor that can be done with a simple gesture. After thinking for a while, Su King-hwan politely declined. Having told one lie, you have to use countless more lies to cover it up. I don't have time to maintain the lies I've told before, so I might as well let her know sooner rather than later. On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence as Nijizan let out a sigh. Alright, I'll listen to you, so if something comes up suddenly, you can also call me. Well, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Su King-hwan realized that Xie Yu had sent him a message. As I was on the phone, I just received the message. I'm sorry to bother you. Do you know the size of Yanshi's intimate clothing? I'm afraid I might buy it too small and it will be tight on him. Chapter 93. Su King-hwan seduces other men. Truth be told, Su King-hwan admires Xie Yu a little. Surprisingly, even this kind of private matter, she is willing to come and ask herself about it, without any feeling of embarrassment. Please. This is Fu Yanshi, a man who has secretly loved Xie Yu for many years. The important point is that Xie Yu now likes him too. What kind of status do I have to be asked about this kind of question? And after calculating, it should be well into the wee hours of the night for washings right now. In this passionate time period, it's hard not to wonder what they were up to just now. That they needed Fu Yanshi to change into fresh clothes. Sorry, I'm not sure. Adding to her earlier irritation, she simply turned off her phone, threw it aside, so as not to disturb her work. Meanwhile, in Washing's luxury hotel suite, shortly after handling the company's affairs, Fu Yanxi is preparing to change the medicine on his wound and rest. Knock knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from outside. He frowned and walked over to open a small gap. It's Chaiwan Yu. When you were discharged from the hospital, the doctor reminded you to change the dressing on your leg wound after 36 hours. It's not convenient for you to do it yourself, right? Let me help you. Do not need, the hotel has service staff. She laughed. You're such a neat freak. Definitely not planning to ask them to help you with the medicine. The array is straight to the point. Indeed, Fu Yanxi has no such intention. However, he never thought of asking Wan Yu to help him. I can handle it myself. Looking at his distant and indifferent appearance, Wan Yu suddenly felt a sense of desolation in her heart. For so many years, are you even reluctant to give me the status of a friend? Actually, this is the first time she has tried to talk to him through this paper window. Although Fu Yanxi's parents tried countless times to set him up with Wan Yu, she always knew Fu Yanxi's true feelings. So she helped him evade their advances by pretending not to understand, still by his side as a friend. Rather than accepting the title of future daughter-in-law bestowed upon her by his parents. We are friends, very good partners. His responses are always flawless, gentlemanly, and official. Wan Yu tugged at her red lips and said, Yes, so does that mean Su Qingwen and I are the same? Out of the blue, the name was mentioned, and a different emotion finally appeared on Fu Yanxi's handsome face. Not the same. It's because you got married and got your marriage certificate. He frowned, knowing it was definitely Zhu Zizi who said that. You don't need to blame him. It's because of your accident that I and Zhu Zizi couldn't hold back and called Su Qingwen over. He blurted it out in a moment of urgency. Remembering that scene, she lowered her gaze. Zhu Zizi said that you two were married, and Su Qingwen still went to seduce other men. Although she was pulled away by Zhu Zizi at that time, she wasn't far from me, so I could hear her. Fu Yanxi's expression grew even more gloomy as he said, I don't want to talk about this. Do you have anything else to discuss? With each word, his demeanor became more oppressive, suffusing the air around him. Wan Yu pressed her lips together in silence for a long time, before sighing, You really aren't afraid of Aunt finding out. It could trigger a relapse of her illness. The actual thing she wanted to say is, he actually easily got married to Su Qingwen like that. That position clearly should be mine. The name on the marriage certificate should also be Wan Yu. She thought that to Su Qingwen, Fu Yanxi was infatuation, affection, youthful nostalgia, and a fresh sensory encounter upon meeting again, but she never expected, in reality it was reckless abandon and long-planned scheming. Chapter 94. Clearly it was the voice of Nijizhen. Fu Yanxi officially gave Su Qingwen the title and legal confirmation of being husband and wife. That was always something the Fu family wanted to give to themselves, to give to Wan Yu. Do not let her know for now. Fu Yanxi has considered his mother's illness, but he also knows that if he does not seize the opportunity to lock down Su Qingwen now, take advantage of the moment, take advantage of the vulnerability, he may truly miss out in the future. Well, don't worry, I won't say anything. Wan Yu took a few steps back. Since you don't need my help, I won't disturb your rest. Go to bed early. After she finished speaking, Fu Yanxi just lightly nodded, without even saying goodnight, and then closed the door. He stretched his legs and returned to the bedside, suddenly recalling the conversation he heard from Su Qingwen's microphone during the meeting. Can I come in, Huan? Don't be polite. I'm thinking of you. Even if you have to work overtime, you still need to eat something. If it wasn't for Jiajia insisting on buying a few pieces of clothes, we could have come back earlier. Tomorrow, I will ask her to prepare some ready-to-eat food at home, so you don't have to worry about working overtime. That is clearly Nijizhen's voice. Although it sounds like there is still another person with them, not just the two of them alone, it is already late at night in the country, yet they are still together. Furrowed his brows, Fu Yanxi sent a message to Secretary Lin. Go to Hong Kong to inspect Chuangxing Company on site. Bring Su Qingwen. Upon receiving the news from the company that she would need to go on a business trip again, Su Qingwen was somewhat confused. After all, Chuanxing's project is really crucial. It is almost the biggest move Fu has made this year. And to think that I am also involved in it. She thought that. Thinking that as her relationship with Fu Yanxi became strained and ended, the little favoritism she received at the headquarters would also disappear. I know your mother is having surgery, so we'll leave on Monday. What do you think? Lin's secretary is thoughtful. She has everything planned out. So how can she have any room for choice? I have no problem, just don't know if my name will be listed in this Chuanxing project. She followed him out for a run. What should she bring? Although the opportunity to gain experience by following along is rare, if the company is willing to give myself some credit on this project, then my resume will look even better. I'm not sure. I'll check with Mr. Fu and let you know later. Su Qinghuan didn't dare to run up to Fu Yanxi at this moment. I'm afraid of what? Secretary Lin didn't know what she was thinking, but she thought she was afraid of the CEO. When Mr. Fu returns from his business trip and the plane lands in Hong Kong, I will arrange for you to go pick him up alone. This way, you can say some nice things to get close to him, whether or not your name is on the project. It's just a matter of Mr. Fu nodding his head. She did participate, adding her input is fine, but if Mr. Fu doesn't approve, no one dares to act on their own. After going on a business trip, will Fu Yanxi go directly to Hong Kong? Su Qingwen subconsciously asked in astonishment, only realizing after saying it out loud that she had shouted his full name. Lin's secretary was surprised. You should try to call him Mr. Fu at the company. I'm sorry, I thought Mr. Fu would go straight back to the office. The original plan was for him to come back from Washington and go directly to Hong Kong. The original plan did not include taking Su Qinghuan to Hong Kong. Lin's secretary gave her a reassuring look. Make sure you seize the opportunity when the time comes. Okay. As Su Qinghuan watched Lin's secretary leave, he suddenly remembered what he had said earlier. What did he say? Should I go pick up Fu Yanxi at the airport by myself? Chapter 95 divorced him. The night before Mrs. Zheng Qiuxi's surgery, Mr. Su Qinghuan did not stay at Fu Jiajia's house, but instead accompanied his mother in the hospital. She also knew that Mrs. Zheng, although she pretended to be strong and said she wasn't afraid, how could she not be fearful in her heart? After all, it was a surgery that involved opening up the abdomen and chest. The doctor said that the success rate of your surgery this time is very high, and then in about 10 days to 2 weeks, you will be able to be discharged. Su Qinghuan could only say some good things to ease her mother's mind. I know, the surgeon came and talked to me yesterday. Zheng Qiuxi was asked to fast before surgery so she can only lie in bed to reduce activity as much as possible, even drinking water is restricted. You don't need to worry about me, I'm more worried about you. She was helping her mother wipe her arms and paused slightly. I have nothing to rush about. You both have received the marriage certificate but haven't held the wedding yet. Could it be that Nai whatever is deceiving you? By law, you are husband and wife, but in private, he may go find other women. Zheng Qiuxi is most afraid of this. Because she has suffered from this loss herself, she naturally worries more about her daughter following her own old path. I don't know. Su Qinghuan knew that in her mother's eyes, there wasn't a single good man. When I was young, I also didn't think I would. Looking at you now, you are just like me back then. No, I have to talk to this person surnamed Ni again. His parents must come over to witness it for you to be okay. With that, Zheng Qiuxi is about to make a phone call. Su Qinghuan quickly intercepted. What time is it? What are you doing? Everyone else is resting. It's impossible to rest, it's only 7 o'clock. And I deliberately want to make trouble for them at inconvenient times, just to see how sincere the Ni family is. The mother's approach and thoughts always caught Su Qinghuan off guard with their unpredictability. If this continues like this, even if my marriage is fine, it will be troubled. Fortunately, Ni Zhizhen is just a fake. After my mother's surgery is completed, this drama will come to an end. If I had really married someone, which man could withstand my mother's unpredictable behavior like this? This is actually the fundamental reason why Su Qinghuan has had no interest in relationships for so many years. She does not want to use her own abnormal family environment to harm a normal person. Are you blaming me again? Zheng Qiuxi said unhappily. Su Qinghuan, think about it. What have I done that hasn't been for your own good? I am your mother. I'm afraid you'll be deceived just like me. Su Qinghuan sighed. I know you're looking out for me. How about this? After your surgery, my company project will be almost completed, and I can collect the bonus. I'll give the money back to them. And then, I'll divorce him. Of course, this refers to Fu Yanxi. No way. Zheng Huxi denied without hesitation. You, a well-behaved girl, how can you just leave him so easily after following him for so long? Do you not think that, if two people in a relationship constantly calculate things, it would be better off being single? She is talking to her mother, but she is also talking to herself. During this time, Fu Yanxi went from suddenly intruding into his life, to getting used to his presence and occasionally getting tangled up in his relationship with Shai Wan Yu. So tired. When I was single, all I did every day was work to earn money, without having to worry about anything else, especially not being emotionally affected by another person. Chapter 96, We Are Not Suitable. That feeling is just terrible. I'm more fed up than working overtime for a week straight. Sang Huxi suddenly sighed. Daughter, Mom actually knows that I shouldn't always instill these marriage fear thoughts in you. After all, sooner or later you will have to marry someone. You need a reliable family to rely on, but I really worry. I feel like all men have ulterior motives. In the good old days, Su Qingwen's father was also gentle and considerate, flawless in every way, which is why he wholeheartedly immersed himself in it, even cutting off any chance of turning back. Mom, don't worry about those things. You're going into the operating room tomorrow, so rest a little more. She covered her mother with a blanket, smiled. Finally, the surgery is coming for me, nothing else matters. For this day, how long did Su Qingwen endure? After putting her mother to sleep, she herself became too excited to fall asleep. Upon getting up and turning on the computer to open the internal software, I wanted to organize the data again, but at first glance, I couldn't help but look at Fu Yanxi's account. He is still online. Fu Yanxi is a CEO who is absolutely diligent and responsible. Su Qingwen just stared at the screen for a long time before realizing that she was actually doing something only a foolish woman would do. Hurry back your sight, but Fu Yanxi's face just wouldn't go away, making her lose focus on work. She decided to shut down her computer and forced herself to close her eyes and sleep. Not knowing how long it took before she finally fell asleep, in a daze, she felt someone calling her name. Suddenly opening his eyes, he saw his mother already dressed and sitting on the bed. Beside her were Neijisen and his parents. You finally woke up. Did you work late again last night? My daughter, she's really career-driven. After her mother's words, she quickly came to her senses and got up. How did you guys come here? Neijisen smiled and gave her a reassuring look, telling her not to panic. Sang Huxi spoke up from the side. I brought them here. I'm afraid you'll be too busy waiting alone outside the operating room. With Xiaoni here, I can also feel more at ease. Yes, Huan, we will accompany you. Ni Zhizen's mother is a kind-looking woman. Although this is only the second time meeting Su Qingwen, she truly likes this girl and warmly goes over to hold her hand. Looking at this scene, Zheng Huxi's goal can be considered achieved. She is determined to secure a place for her daughter in the family time and time again. Let the Ni family know that if they mistreat her daughter, this mother will not hesitate to make a fuss. Soon the nurse came over to take the patient to the operating room. Outside, the red light lit up. The three big words, surgery in progress, made Su Qingwen's heart race. Suddenly she felt a piece of clothing draped over her, accompanied by a faint hint of mint that seeped into her nostrils. Turning back subconsciously, it was Neijisen. You are wearing too little. You will catch a cold. After refusing his clothes, Su Qingwen said, I'm sorry. I didn't know my mom would come bother you again. I said it before, as long as Aunt can be at ease. Jie told me before. You have been working like crazy to save money for this surgery, and now you have finally reached this point. The most crucial thing is not to have any complications. Su Qingwen lowered his gaze, pondered for a long time, and then whispered softly. Mr. Ni, you have also seen the situation in my family. The doctor said that my mother's surgery this time may not be enough to cure her, and it could recur at any time, so we are not suitable. Chapter 97, Refusing Neijisen. Despite her being accused of being overconfident or overthinking it, Su Qingwen still decided to lay everything out and speak the truth. After punching through the window paper, Neijisen was left dumbfounded. I don't care about these. His answer was also very firm. Ever since he first laid eyes on Su Qingwen, Ni Zhizhen was deeply impressed by her. Coupled with hearing his sister constantly praising her, he became more and more interested in this girl. However, because he had always been in a stable relationship with his girlfriend before, he did not think about other possibilities. But, after they broke up, when his younger sister mentioned setting him up with Su Qingwen, he admitted that he was very interested. It's not just because Su Qingwen is beautiful, but more because of her strong determination that makes men can't help but want to protect her. However, I care a lot, she stated arrogantly. I want a marriage that is equal, but in this situation, I can only become a burden to the family. How could it be? Even if An has to undergo surgery a few more times, it will only cost a few million. My family can totally afford it. Ni Zhizen's tone became more urgent. If it's just because of this that you're rejecting me from afar, then it's completely unnecessary. Su Qingwen shook his head. You didn't understand what I meant. I understand. Ni Zhizen said with a rare hint of urgency on his face. My parents don't have any concept of social standing. As for the millions of surgery fees, my family can treat it as a dowry and give it to you in one go. Otherwise, when I get married, giving a dowry is also appropriate. Mr. Ni, apart from money, can you tolerate my mother calling and summoning you anytime, anywhere? Even when you are in class, in a meeting, or even when you are exhausted from working overtime and haven't slept for several days, you must go over immediately. Any delay will result in being scolded harshly. I can. That's because you haven't experienced it. Su Qingwen knows his mother too well. She cannot easily let go of her daughter's marriage. In the coming years, she will treat her son-in-law the same way she has been treating herself all these years. Huan, I haven't experienced it before, but I want to try. Can you give me a chance? Ni Zhizen sighed lightly. Although I know it's not the best time to say these things, I really mean it, and my parents also support me. Don't come into my house and stir up trouble. After speaking, Su Qingwen slightly bowed and thanked Mr. Ni. Thank you for everything you've done. Please take your parents and leave. With me and Jiejia's relationship, you wouldn't want the two of us to feel awkward when we meet again in the future, right? After a long pause, Ni Zhizen could only smile and nod. All right, let's head back for now. Remember, if you need anything, don't hesitate to come find me. Su Qingwen watched as they left, suddenly feeling a soreness in his nose, tears almost falling down. She must clearly recognize herself. Even Ni Zhizen is not good enough, let alone Fu Yanxi. Simply wishful thinking. The mother's surgery was very successful. No wonder it was necessary for Dr. Fu Yanxi to personally invite the doctor, who even laid a good foundation for the second surgery. The patient should have a good rest. When she goes back, remember not to let her get too excited emotionally, as it could complicate things if it triggers her heart disease. Good, I got it. Thank you, doctor. Su Qingwen followed the movement of her mother's mobile bed back to the V1 ward, suddenly discovering that the table was filled with fresh fruits and expensive supplements. I didn't see Ni Zhizen in the morning. She walked over to take a look and found a note written by the shopkeeper next to the fruit basket. Besides the address of the ward, there was also a contact person, Mr. Fu. Chapter 98 turned out the remaining set. Is it from Fu Yanxi? Su Qingwen immediately walked to the door to ask the two bodyguards, but they said they didn't know. She took out her phone, intending to call Fu Yanxi, but her fingertips paused on the number and in the end, she didn't press it. Even if it's what he gave, the what? At most, it's just the boss being considerate and sending someone to deliver condolences to the subordinates. Washing clothes in the hotel suite. This is the 5th time Fu Yanxi has looked at his phone. Still no news. Could it be that the things that asked to be delivered to the ward haven't arrived? Or, perhaps, she simply doesn't want to contact me at all. This woman is usually very cautious, polite to everyone, but when it comes to receiving things at her own place, she doesn't even give a response. Finally, the phone rang. Fu Yanxi answered the call directly, and the voice of Zhu Sisi came through. Who are you waiting for to call you so quickly? Just happened to be using my phone. Zhu Sisi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Don't think I don't know that you initiated contact with that assistant again. Didn't we agree that this time we would test how long it takes her to call and care about you? I just gave her mother some condolences. Are you waiting for her to contact you after sending the message? Fu Yanxi frowned. Do you have any problems? If not, I'm busy, I said. She has already done so much. Obviously she's not interested in you. Aren't you planning to let go? I and she are husband and wife. Fu Yanxi was not happy, but he did not think that because of Ni Zhizhen, he would end up divorcing Su Qingwen. He just scolded her for not being sensible. Only you took this marriage seriously. Zhou Zizi couldn't help but feel sorry for her friend. She introduces a man as her boyfriend everywhere in China, and you can forgive that. Shaiwan Yu came all the way to negotiate a contract for you just a few days after surgery, holding her stomach on the plane, but you're not moved at all. What kind of logic is this? I told her not to come. Don't play dumb. Don't say you don't know Shaiwan Yu's thoughts about you. As a married man, I cannot know this. One sentence, Zhu Citi choked and couldn't say anything. After hanging up, Fu Yanxi raised his hand to massage his forehead, instructing his assistant to move his return flight ticket one day earlier. The surgery on the mother's side was also successfully completed. Su Qinghuan took care of her in the hospital for 2 days before hurriedly returning to Fu Jiajia's house on Sunday evening to pack for a business trip. Your face looks so weary. Why don't you tell the boss and skip this time? Fu Jiajia felt heartbroken seeing her friend in such a state. How can she refuse? This is a core project. After going there, not only can she broaden her horizons, but she can also learn a lot. Others don't even have the opportunity she has. She definitely can't refuse. But you don't need your body, do you? After making money in the future, I will have more time to take care of myself. Su Qinghuan packed his suitcase and placed it aside, finally relaxing. Jiajia, if anything happens to my mom while I'm away on business, I'll have to rely on you to take care of her in my place. Fu Jiajia nodded. That's not a problem. I'm just worried that your body can't handle it. Originally, Su Qinghuan was already thin. Will he lose even more weight? I can do this. What's the big deal? Su Qinghuan patted her shoulder but then turned to tidy up her own bag. Suddenly, she retrieved from inside. That was the last business trip with Fu Yanxi, the only one left. The 99th chapter. He has a crush on a girl. How did you get this thing? Behind her, the sharp-eyed Fu Jiajia saw this thing and her eyes nearly popped out. In her eyes, her best friend has never even been in a relationship. There are no opposite sexes around her. She could never have dreamed of seeing something like this from her hands one day. Su Qinghuan was also embarrassed. She didn't want to pretend to be innocent. She just felt that this was quite private, and she felt very embarrassed if people saw it. Just use the rest. Fu Jiajia blinked her eyes. It took a lot of effort for her to digest this sentence. You don't have a boyfriend. Who are you using with? Each woman take a man as she needs. Knowing that Fu Jiajia is not easy to fool, Su Qinghuan can only tiptoe around the issue. And this description of Fu Yanxi should be quite accurate, right? Isn't that just how it is between him and myself? Upon hearing this, Fu Jiajia immediately slapped her on the shoulder and her gossip spirit ignited. Hey there. You started dating and didn't even tell me. Come on, spill the beans. How is this guy? Is he good looking? Su Qinghuan felt her face burning up, quickly stuffed the culprit back into her bag. Let's not talk about this anymore. What are you afraid of? Now aren't we all experienced people? Fu Jiajia raised an eyebrow, smirked. To be able to captivate your frozen heart, willing to sacrifice oneself. This man must be handsome for sure. Is there a photo? Is he from our company? How I met him before, is very handsome. There is a photo. This is the company's. I have seen you. And Miss Fu deserves most of the credit for this happening. However, Fu Qinghuan dared not answer any of these questions, only evasively saying, I drank alcohol that day and didn't remember. Ah? Just one night? No contact afterwards? Fu Jiajia is like discovering a new continent, her curiosity bursting at the seams. Where would she be willing to let go? He has a girl he likes. Su Qinghuan directly blocked all the questions she was about to ask. Fu Jiajia almost choked on her own saliva. Then he's still with you? People say it's because he drank too much. She blamed Fu Yanxi's drunkenness for the first time between two people. As for what happened later, he probably realized that he looked similar to Shaiwan Yu, and then proposed the idea of marriage. That man has no class. He still goes out to play with someone he likes. You better forget about him quickly. Let me tell you, not afraid of men being scum, just afraid they have another love in their heart. Fujiajiya said, and then simply took out the package from Su Qinghuan's bag and threw it away, as if it belonged to that man. Su Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why? Isn't a scumbag more detestable? Scumbags will eventually have a day to settle down and play enough. Maybe in the future they will become more affectionate, more devoted, because he has seen everything already. But a man with moonlight in his heart will never give you a complete heart. No matter how excellent you are, how much you love him, it's no match for this mole. Would you not want to be a substitute for another woman? Fujiajiya asked directly. Su Qinghuan shook his head. I don't want to. This is right. Let me tell you, feelings are quite delicate. The more you care about someone, the less they care about you. You two are just using each other to meet your own needs. It seems like you are quite satisfied with him in that aspect, so just treat it as a one-time free use. Look, that day I dared to just grit my teeth and sleep with Fu Yanxi, all because of being brainwashed by Fujiajiya. Chapter 100. Go to the airport to pick up Mr. Fu. It's as if Su Qinghuan is afraid of falling in love or something. Fujiajiya kept repeating it over and over again. Just let her sleep. Don't get involved. The topic later somehow shifted back to Nijisen. My cousin really likes you. If you don't consider him now, then when you want to have a boyfriend in the future, you must consider if he is suitable or not first. Su Qinghuan sighed. I've done everything like this. Don't you think I'm not worthy of your brother? What a joke. If he can marry you, he's lucky. Plus, how are you doing? It's just adults having a good time. It's human nature. My brother definitely isn't the type of person who would care about this. This really amused Su Qinghuan. Sometimes she really envies Fujiajiya. Despite her seeming outspokenness, she actually lives the most clearly and freely. Jiajiya, I know you mean well for me. Your cousin is indeed a good person, but I am really not ready for a relationship at the moment. After all, I'll make him wait. Anyway, you will eventually marry someone. Fujiajiya grabbed her arm and shook it, coquettishly humming a few times. I just want you to become my little sister-in-law, so we can truly become a family. Su Qinghuan looked at her, speaking seriously and solemnly. No matter what happens in the future, I will always consider you as my family. Now she is just trapped, with too many troubles to deal with. But Su Qinghuan never thought of giving up. She knew that she would definitely have her breakthrough one day. After not sleeping much for one night, luckily I can catch up on sleep on the plane the next day. Early in the morning, Secretary Lin personally drove over to pick her up, making Su Qinghuan feel very embarrassed. I can go to the airport by myself. No need to trouble you to make the trip. Lin's secretary helped her to put the luggage away, saying about the schedule of this business trip. After we arrive, you don't need to attend the negotiation on the first day. Me and Assistant Liu can handle it. Su Qinghuan sat in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and asked in confusion. So what is my mission for going there? It's nothing much. The main thing is that Mr. Fu personally called her to go, and Lin's secretary can't disobey his orders. Oh, by the way, he'll drive to the airport to pick up Mr. Fu on Tuesday. He'll be arriving at 10 o'clock at night. When it was mentioned, Su Qinghuan suddenly remembered. Can I not go? I'm not familiar with the roads in Hong Kong. Are you no longer interested in signing the project? However, if it's too difficult, then forget about it. Don't make people think that I have a special relationship with Mr. Fu. How many shortcuts I've taken. There will be rumors in the company. Tarnishing Mr. Fu's reputation is not good. Lin's secretary smiled. How many people in our company do you think have time to chat about these things? He didn't exaggerate at all. Those who love gossip and chatting about rumors before are the employees of the branch, such as Prosperities. Although employees from the head office may be in the group, there are really not many who come out to participate in gossip. Being able to enter Fu Corporation, this is a milestone. No matter how many people are squeezing their brains, they can't get in. The company can change personnel anytime, anywhere, and every employee in each position is afraid that their performance is not enough to be kicked out. There are no idle people here. Let's just talk about Su Qinghuan. Even though she was busy during Prosperity, she really had a restful weekend. Since coming to the headquarters, which day has not been working overtime.